Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Voldemort's curse gave Harry a soulbound companion. Here is short summary. After surviving the killing curse, Harry discovers a new soul has formed within him, a companion born from Voldemort's own fragment. Bound by fate and magic, the two must redefine destiny together. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter. I am Astrid Greengrass, she said as I gave her knuckles a small key asterisk, knowing some of the older generations still considered it customary. Please, call me Harry. I have heard much about you and it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I told her before giving her a small grin. I must say, if this is what I can expect Daphne to look like when she is older, then poor Cyrus will need to hire someone to follow her to school just to beat me and the other boys away. Astrid smiled widely as Daphne blushed hard. Cyrus was chuckling in the background as Daphne's younger sister spoke up. So are you Daphne's boyfriend then? She asked, causing the two parents to laugh as Daphne's face grew even redder. I couldn't tell if it was from anger or embarrassment. Why does she write home about me very often? I smiled at the young girl who was the reverse of her sister. She had Cyrus's dark hair and her mother's sea green eyes. I sneaked a quick glance at Daphne who was glaring at the pair of us. Not home, the younger girl said suspiciously before she grinned at me. But from what I read in her diary last night, she writes about you plenty in there. Astoria, her mother chastised as Daphne started to chase her from the room, screaming threats of murder. Seems like she will be trouble for Hogwarts professors in a few years. Violet laughed. I just hope she doesn't become friends with the Weasley twins. I prayed. Those two are enough trouble without any extra help. So, you think she was telling the truth about that diary? Violet smirked mischievously. If she is, I won't pick on her for it. I answered her. I am sure her diary is her version of you. I am sure she will already be terrified that her sister shouted that out. But as her friend it is your duty to tease her for it. She laughed. True, but as I don't have but a few friends, I would rather not piss her off. I chuckled. Well, at least not too much. Those two will be at it for a while. Astrid smiled at me. How about we go for a walk around the grounds and get to know each other while Cyrus takes care of some business at the ministry? It would be my pleasure, I told her, turning to Cyrus to make sure he was okay with it. Just don't be trying to steal my wife, Potter. He joked. Of course, Cyrus. I grinned. I am sure the line for that is too long for me to even have a chance. Astrid started laughing at the worried look on her husband's face before she looped her arm with mine and started to lead me out towards the grounds. Like the manor, the grounds were beautiful. There was a large expanse of open grass which was surrounded by trees on every side. There was a large lake to the far south of the property which looked like it would be fun to swim in during the summer months. So how did you and Daphne become friends? Astrid asked as she led me around the property. We shared a compartment together on the train to school. I told her. She and Tracy were my first and only friends that I made at Hogwarts, other than my roommate Wayne. As her friend, I hope you won't pick on her too bad for what Astoria shouted out today. She smiled. Not too bad, no. I grinned. I have never been one to have a bunch of friends growing up, and the few I do have now I would hate to treat poorly. I told her. Daphne has been very helpful to me this past year, and I have come to value her friendship too much to treat her poorly. I am glad to hear that. She smiled. A woman's diary is a place where her thoughts should be safe. Astoria will one day figure that out. And I am sure Daphne will show her the error of her ways when she does. I laughed, knowing that Daphne would get even with her sister eventually. She was a fiery one who would always get even if you messed with her. She can be a very passionate girl. Astrid agreed. When she isn't hiding it. Sometimes I wish our society allowed for more a woman to be more open and free, instead of playing the proper pureblood which all of the time. Yes, she is. I laughed. I can only imagine the pain the boys of Hogwarts will endure when she starts to get older. Sadly, the men in our society will never relinquish its control over our society. I believe they are more afraid than anything. There is a Muggle saying that says, behind every great man, there is a great woman. Sounds like the Muggles aren't as savage as most purebloods would lead you to believe. She chuckled, leading me back in the direction of the manor. I knew that the Muggles were at least close to correct with that saying. If I hadn't had Violet behind me, helping me through the years, there would be no telling where I would be by now. For all I knew, I would be some scrawny, malnourished kid that was afraid to even be touched. I would probably have latched onto the first person who came my way and offered me a friendly hand, never branching out. I would have been content with life, never trying to better myself, relying on luck and others to help me through life. To top it off, I would have probably never really dated anyone and married my best friend's sister or something creepy. Sounds like a shitty existence. Violet grinned. Looks like you owe me big time for saving you from such mediocrity. Thank you, great and powerful mistress. I deadpanned. Maybe I could get you a baby dragon in repayment. Ooh, will you please? She cooed. She still went on about the bloody thing from time to time. Not bloody likely. My luck, the thing would eat me for just looking at you. Then you must have been looking at me wrong. She reasoned. My dragon would be protective of anyone staring at my body in a lusty way. I guess I will just have to train myself to stop thinking of you as beautiful then, wouldn't want to get eaten, you know. I teased her. You better not, Harry James Potter. She threatened. The moment you do, I will tell everyone you secretly are in love with Dumbledore. That was just plain insulting. I pouted. You couldn't at least pick someone less old and creepy. Besides, you know you will always be beautiful to me anyhow. I know, she smiled. And you know I would train my future dragon to make an exception for you. Only you though. Nobody else is allowed to stare at me like I'm a piece of meat. You got that right, I mumbled. Single quote ... Rip their bloody eyes out. It was a pleasure getting to talk to you, Harry, Astrid said as we entered the manor again. Likewise, Mrs. Greengrass, I replied. None of that Mrs. Greengrass nonsense. She chided me. You can call me Astrid, I promise I won't bite. She finished with a laugh. Thank you. I gave her a slight bow of the head. Perhaps I will go make sure Daphne hasn't earned a stay in Azkaban from killing her sister and perhaps even get some homework done. Just make sure you are all down in a couple hours for lunch, dear. Astrid replied to me before I made my way up the stairs, following the high-pitched squeals and shouts. Yep, this would be a much better summer than the years before. The last week of school ended up passing by rather quickly. Those not taking their OWLs or NEWTs had received their exam scores the day before leaving. I had scored O's in all of my subjects that actually used magic, and an EE in potions, herbology, astronomy, and history. Although my grade for potions probably should have been an O, my potion was perfect after all. I ended up finishing second in my class behind Granger, merely for the fact that she actually seemed to give a damn about herbology, astronomy, and history, me not so much. I still managed an EE in those subjects without even really trying, and I am sure I could have easily gotten O's if I wanted to. I just didn't want to. Finally, it was time for the train ride back to London. I was only going to be staying the one night at the Dursleys. Cyrus had told me how to catch the night bus. I would take it from there to the Leaky Cauldron and flow to Greengrass Manor. I ended up sharing a compartment with Daphne, Tracy, and Wayne. I was actually shocked at how well Tracy and Wayne were getting along. Granted, Tracy was only technically a half-blood, but a Slytherin and a Muggleborn being friendly was rather rare. So father says you will be staying with us for the summer? Daphne asked as the train pulled away from the station. I have something to take care of back at my relatives', but I will be there tomorrow. I told her, drawing Wayne's interest in the conversation. Why are you stay there all summer? No offense of course. He added towards Daphne. My relatives and I came to the agreement years ago that neither of us particularly enjoyed being in the company of the other. I answered him, my mind half in an ancient runes text, the other half in the conversation. I would almost rather spend the holidays ironing out Dumbledore's atrocious wardrobe than be around their stink. It is amazing how hard it seems to be for people their size to wash themselves properly. I told him, speaking of Vernon and Dudley. They both spent plenty of time in the shower, but never seemed to really get clean. I assume they just can't reach a few places. Yeah, Justin doesn't particularly enjoy spending time with his family either since they found out he was a wizard. Wayne added knowingly, he comes from a well-off family and they had big plans for him apparently. He was even down for Eden. Then Hogwarts comes along and ruins his parents' big plan for his future. I'm just glad that Daphne and I have the chance to choose our future. Tracy added, it wasn't that long ago that the women of our society pretty much did what the males told them to do and that was the end of it. Of course, there is still a small portion of the world that still is that way. Purebloods, Daphne acknowledged, wrinkling her nose up in disgust. It's such a shame. There was a time when being a pureblood was something to be proud of. Now it is just a bunch of bigots that are still trying to cling on to the idea that they are superior. I don't see how blood could have ever made anyone more superior than someone else. Wayne piped up. It isn't so much the blood that makes them better than everyone. I told him, closing my book for now. It is getting the chance to actually be raised in this world, versus being brand new when you get your letter. Some wizarding families go back thousands of years, and those families have libraries with knowledge dating back to their beginnings in some cases. Pureblood children, and even a lot of half-bloods, who are raised in the wizarding world are trained in these histories. While you and I were off in primary learning about wars, politics, and the history of the Muggle world, people like Malfoy are being tutored in the same things in the wizarding world. So while someone like us that is new to the world doesn't even know what the night bus is, Malfoy and others already have a firm understanding of the wizarding world. Wayne seemed to understand what I was saying, but had a confused look at the same time. Finally, he asked, what is the night bus? I couldn't help but chuckle along while Daphne and Tracy laughed at him confirming my point. It's a magical bus that can take you almost anywhere. Tracy answered him. It's like the bus system we have in the Muggle world, just faster and more uncomfortable from what Cyrus tells me. The rest of the train ride to London finished in much the same way as the beginning. The four of us talked and just relaxed. There was maybe an hour left before the door to our compartment opened up, revealing the fake boy savior himself, Granger, and Weasley. It is terribly rude to just barge in without knocking. I glared at the three. You would think that between the three of you, at least one of you might have received some sort of training on how to show people some respect. We don't need to show you anything. Longbottom growled out. We just wanted to remind you that we are watching you. I know you were up to something down in that chamber, regardless of what you told Dumbledore. What I know, I began heatedly, is that I saved you from trying your luck with the killing curse. I wonder, would magic consider me to have stopped Voldemort from killing you, thus creating a life debt? I knew that a life debt likely hadn't formed as I really wasn't trying to save Longbottom at all. It was just an opening that I needed to save myself and I took it. It was just lucky for Longbottom that he benefited from it as well. Anyone who hangs around with filthy snakes wouldn't save anybody's life. You obviously had your own selfish reasons for killing Quirrell, Weasley said heatedly, glaring at the two Slytherin girls, who were glaring back equally as hard. They may be in Slytherin Weasley, but at least my friends have a chance at a future. I smirked at him. What is that supposed to mean? Granger asked angrily. You mean they haven't told you? I chuckled at her. Two purebloods as best friends and they don't even tell you what to expect. Very well, I will tell you myself, Granger. You are a Muggle-born woman. As far as people like the Malfoys are concerned, the same sphere of people who basically run the wizarding world, you are just above a Muggle and right around squib in their eyes. You can score all of the O's you want, but pretty much the only way you are going to get a job that isn't the lowest entry level the Ministry has, you will need to marry one of these two beside you. Which really only leaves Weasley, as poor Longbottom seems to have drawn the ire of a not quite so dead Dark Lord. He undoubtedly has a short predicted lifespan. I hear the Weasley family are firm believers of the woman being a stay-at-home baby machine, so I wish you luck with that, Granger. You think you are so clever, don't you? Longbottom snarled. You will slip up eventually, and I'll be there to make sure you're exposed when you do. Well, perhaps you should take some of the time you were wasting on me and actually apply it to your studies. I grinned at them. Longbottom had finished just outside of the top 10 in his year, but Weasley had been towards the bottom, barely passing the majority of his classes. I dare say, Weasley here can't afford to lose out on any time at all. He is about to be passed by Crabbe and Goyle of all people. It really is sad. Tracy and Daphne were laughing at Weasley as his face burned red. Wayne chuckled along with them. "You're just jealous that you couldn't beat Hermione," Ron yelled at us. "Oh, I did, at least in everything that counted." I laughed at the trio. She only managed to actually do better than me in history, astronomy, and herbology, all of which are of no use to me in the long run. Much like this conversation as a matter of fact, so scram. I shut and locked the door in their faces, placing a runic locking sequence on it. I figured Granger would know how to counter any locking spells I knew, but I doubted she knew anything about runes yet. Finally, the train was slowing down and we all changed out of our robes, and into a more casual attire. I said my goodbyes to Wayne, Tracy, and Daphne, telling the latter I would see her tomorrow, and made my way towards the barrier that divided our two worlds. "Boy," Vernon greeted me gruffly, "we ain't got all day to be sitting around waiting on you. Hurry and get in the car or you ass can walk home for all I care." "It must have been such hard work walking from your chair to the car, Uncle." I glared at him. It was easy to see that he was still weary of magic. Thankfully, the notice for underage magic was sent home with the students and not mailed to their guardians, so the Dursleys were unaware of the restrictions. I was planning on keeping it that way too. "It's almost a shame we won't be staying for the summer." Violet grinned. "We could have had so much fun with them." "That would be unfair, Vi." I chided her jokingly. "You wouldn't steal candy from a baby just because it was easy, would you?" Violet broke out laughing. The ride from London to Surrey was rather boring. Vernon kept stealing glances in the rear-view mirror. It was obvious he was unhappy with his current situation if the rapidly changing colors of his face were anything to go by. I had been hoping for years that he would just hurry and give himself a heart attack, but I just hadn't been lucky enough for that yet. When we pulled into the driveway of number 4, Vernon turned in his seat to address me. "Now you listen here, boy. I don't want to hear, see, or even smell you doing any of your funny business in my home, or you will find yourself out on the streets with the other riffraff and hooligans. Am I being clear enough for you, boy?" Vernon's beady eyes narrowed at me when I snorted at him. "Empty threat. I will be leaving tomorrow for the summer anyhow, Vernon. I would suggest you stay out of my way and we will not have any problems. Am I being clear enough for you, Uncle?" Vernon growled and shut off the car, hurrying inside of the house without even glancing back towards me. "I am going to love the day we can finally get even with those three," Violet said, nodding in the direction of the house. "I know you are." I laughed at her. "I've seen the mental calendar you have been keeping that is counting down the days." "Yep." She smiled. "Only 771 days left on the calendar to go. I'm not even going to ask where you got that number from." I chuckled at her, while dragging my trunk towards the house. I couldn't wait until I started practicing some rituals. I would need the practice before I even dreamed of attempting anything hard, like giving Violet a body, and I had read about some light gray rituals that would give slight boosts to enhance the human body. I would start small and work my way up until I knew I could do advanced rituals without screwing up. I heaved my trunk up the stairs to the first floor, not even acknowledging my aunt or cousin as I passed by them, and made my way into my bedroom. As soon as the door to my room closed, I rushed over to my bed and checked to make sure the book was still under the loose floorboard. I let out a small sigh of relief when I pulled it up and out of the floor. I opened up my trunk and fished out the shrunken mirror of her eyes, which I had wrapped up in more cloth and cushioning charms than I knew what to do with, and slowly put it and the book back into the floor, placing the loose floorboard back over top of it. I didn't trust Vernon enough to not try to sneak into my room in the middle of the night and try to confiscate or even burn all of my stuff, so I wasn't going to take any chances with those two items. I stowed my wand underneath my pillow, just in case, and I settled in for the night. Tomorrow I would leave from the Dursleys, hopefully for good. Well, at least until it's time to get even with them. Violet reminded me. Yeah, don't worry, I won't deny you your fun, you know that. I mumbled to her sleepily. I know, I was just double-checking is all. She smiled before she too started to unwind for the night. That next morning I was packed and ready to go as soon as the sun rose in the sky. I was in a hurry to be able to leave the place I had called hell for so long. As much as I hoped to never have to see the Dursleys again, I knew that they should be even more hopeful that they never saw me again. Me in particular, I just never wanted to see them again. Violet, however, had no intentions of letting them off the hook for what they put me through as a child. Once I knew that the Greengrasses would be awake, I tugged my trunk behind me and made my way out of the house, not even bothering to spare Petunia the glare that Violet was directing at her. Checking to make sure nobody was outside, just in case, I raised my wand hand and moments later there was the sound of tires sliding against pavement as a large, purple triple-decker bus stopped in front of me. I paid the conductor of the bus and a few seconds later I was on my way towards London. The ride was much as Cyrus had told me, about as pleasant as sitting through 10 straight hours with Snape. I would be learning different modes of transportation as soon as I was able. Sending a final glare towards the bus as I got off of it, I made my way towards the entrance to the Leaky Cauldron. The old pub was thankfully almost empty as I made my way inside. I knew that once I was inside the wards of the pub, there would be no way for the Ministry to track me with the trace, so I quickly shrunk my trunk and pocketed it. Quickly, I made my way over towards the fireplace and tossed in a pinch of flow powder. Stepping in I softly called out, "Greengrass Manor," and was whisked away from the old pub. I only slightly staggered as I stepped out of the flow, and was greeted by a house elf. "I is Twink, can I be's helping use Mr. Harry, sir?" The little house elf asked. "Hello Twink," I greeted the elf, earning a large smile. "Can you inform Cyrus of my arrival?" "Of course, Mr. Harry, sir. Twink be's doing so right away." With a small pop the elf was gone. Waiting for Cyrus to arrive, I took a moment to once again enjoy my surroundings. I had been here nearly 24 times already, but I hadn't really just tried to enjoy the place. Portraits of past and present members of the family lined the walls, each with their own history to tell. A marble bust or two of the most prominent past members displayed on pedestals around the room. Overall, the room screamed, "We have wealth," but in an understated way that made you think they weren't trying to rub your face in it. "Harry," Cyrus greeted as he entered the entrance hall. "I'm glad you could make it. You almost sounded surprised, Cyrus." I chuckled at him. "You didn't honestly think I would prefer their company over yours, did you?" Cyrus frowned for a split second at the mention of the Dursleys, but it passed, being quickly replaced with his smile. No, of course not. Just glad you made it safely. Come, now that summer is upon us, my wife and youngest are no longer busy, and I would like for you to meet them." "Of course, sir," I told him, following him out of the room. "I look forward to finally meeting them. Daphne has mentioned you a couple times already since she arrived yesterday." Cyrus joked as he led me to the family sitting room. "It would seem she prefers your company to most of those in her own house. As much grief as I catch from my house for being off on my own so much, I am surprised she has not bit my head off." I joked. "Only because I am sure it would taste horrible." A voice spoke from the door. I turned to see Daphne entering with 2 other people behind her. She had a joking smile on her face, and her bee-owned hair was done up in pigtails, catching me off guard as I had only ever seen her straight-haired at school. "Daph, you wound me with your words." I fake pouted. "If you don't start spending more time with your friends then I might wound you with more than just words," she threatened as a small cough came from behind her. I looked over her shoulder and saw an older version of her standing there, just with different eyes. Astrid, if I remembered correctly, was average height with long bee-owned hair. She had an hourglass figure with a Goldilocks chest, just right in my opinion. The only real difference was the sea-green eyes in contrast to Daphne's ice-blue ones. The summer had been pretty good so far. I had been free to work on my magic, even teaching Daphne alongside of me, and my fighting skills were increasing greatly. I knew that with Voldemort not actually being dead, there was a great chance I would have to fight him again one day. I didn't have to protect just myself, but Violet as well. He had discovered her before I could learn occlumency, and I knew that he would one day strike at her if he got the chance. I didn't know how old Voldemort was, but I knew that he had years of experience that I just didn't have. However, there were a few things that I could do to give me an advantage. I had been studying my ancient runes almost religiously, and there were quite a few rituals that I was going to be ready to try out this coming school year. While I was still a bit away from doing any of the more advanced ones, there were some that I could do that would still help. I knew that I wouldn't be able to catch up to Voldemort on spell selection anytime soon, but there was more to dueling than just what spells you could cast. Very few spells did mass damage, and most could easily be avoided if you were fast enough. I planned on doing just that. While the rituals that gave high reward were still above me, there were quite a few rituals that would enhance my body, making me slightly stronger, faster, and heal faster. I had managed to read through the book on necromancy, and while it was loaded with powerful magic, I didn't quite find what I was looking for. I was currently lying in bed reading through it once again to make sure I hadn't missed anything. I found several things that dealt with body revival, but each one had its own flaws that I wasn't quite sure how to overcome. The one that was the least helpful was Inferius. I flipped through the pages to find the entry that had mentioned them. The inferior gaunt, skeletal beings that closely resemble zombies. Being human corpses, they have individual appearances based on the humans they were created from. Inferi have no free will, and cannot think for themselves. Their purpose is merely to serve as puppets of the dark wizard who reanimated them. As no spell can bring back the dead, the inferi are not alive, just corpse puppets. Despite this, they can apparently speak. Due to their status as being unfeeling dead, the inferi are immune to bodily damages such as slashing, and have great physical strength, enough to kill a human or drag them away. Due to their superior strength, they are especially dangerous en masse. Inferi can be created with a spell, but the inferi created this way will only last as long as the magic the user put into his spell lasts. For long-term use of inferi, it is best to use runes so as to draw magic from the earth around it to power the inferi indefinitely. Because inferi are creatures of the dark, they dislike light and heat. The most effective spell against them is therefore a fire summoning spell, such as Firestorm. Other spells might work against a few inferi, but might not be useful against a whole army of them. It must be noted that inferi are resistant to most spells. They cannot feel pain, and thus are unaffected by many attacks whose main effect is pain, such as the Cruciatus Curse. From the sound of them, they were merely an animated corpse that didn't actually house the soul of a person. It was nowhere close to what I had been looking for. I flipped through the book a bit more to the next thing that had been close to what I was looking for. The rudimentary body potion. The origins of the rudimentary body potion is unknown. Two of its main ingredients are unicorn blood and snake venom. See full list of ingredients and brewing directions below. The drinker must continuously drink the potion every few hours in order to maintain the little health that they have regained. The potion and its associated rituals are able to create a rudimentary body for a disembodied soul fragment to be directly transferred into. The body will be a physical representation of the user's soul, and will retain some of the user's original body's distinctive characteristics. If the soul has been torn, as if from creating a Horcrux, the body will represent that, being slightly smaller, and wrinkled with red and scaly skin. This body's physical abilities will be extremely limited, and while in this form, the user will need someone to transport him from place to place and tend to him constantly. While in this form, your magical powers will also be greatly reduced, although a powerful wizard will still have enough to cast some magic. This body is not meant to be a permanent solution and should be followed by the use of a regeneration potion to finally restore your true body and abilities. This was closer to what I was looking for, but the body just wouldn't work. Violet needed something that wasn't weak and grotesque. I had found another ritual that would have been perfect that worked in conjunction to this ritual, if it wasn't for one thing. The regeneration potion. The regeneration potion is a dark potion that restores a wizard whose body has become maimed and disfigured to their true and whole bodily form. The potion requires a cauldron large enough for a grown man to sit in, as well as 3 crucial ingredients: bone unknowingly taken from the wizard's father, flesh willingly sacrificed from one of his servants, and the blood forcibly extracted from one of his foes. Full list of ingredients can be found below with proper brewing instructions. This potion is not intended for ghosts or spirits, and the user must have a physical manifestation of a body. Souls bound to this plane, such as those bound to this world by use of a Horcrux, may first use the rudimentary body potion to require the physical body that is required to undergo the regeneration potion. This ritual would have worked perfectly, if it wasn't for one key flaw. Violet did not have a father, and finding the bone of her father would be all but impossible. I still didn't know how she even came to exist, so even if she did have a father, I had no clue who it would be. Even on the off chance that her father was someone absurd as Voldemort, we still would be out of luck with finding a bone, as he didn't have any. Thankfully, Violet had only mentioned Voldemort being her father as a joke. We may not have known the truth to her origin yet, but even that sounded far-fetched as an excuse. As far as what we were looking for, that was all the help that the necromancy book had been. Of course, there was one interesting part towards the back of the book that mentioned a ritual to achieve unaided flight. While very advanced, the ritual didn't look to be anything I could achieve within the next year or two. The only problem was the fact that it had to have the sacrifice of a ghost in order to work. I flipped towards the back of the book and reread the short intro that had the ritual I would need. Attempts to fly unaided have been made by wizards since ancient times. Levitation has been possible at least since the invention of the levitation charm in ancient England, and an attempt to improve upon this and achieve true flight made by Jarlath Hobart in 1544 led to the invention of the levitation charm. The flying broomstick, which allows wizards to fly with relative ease and convenience, was invented around 962 AD, and seemed to satisfy most wizards' desire to fly. True, unaided flight of a human being, however, was long considered a magical impossibility. There are, however, two relatively unknown ways to produce flight. Unsupported flight can be achieved with a mere simple spell that will allow a witch or wizard to fly without the use of a broomstick or other form of support. It is different from levitation, which only allows one to hover a few feet off the ground and does not allow for movement. Unsupported flight does have its own weaknesses when compared to our next form of flight, ghosting. The ritual, the instructions of which are listed below, harnesses the essence of a ghost and infuses them with the caster of the ritual. There have been very few documented cases of someone achieving this ritual, as it is almost impossible to capture a ghost and therefore must find one to agree to the ritual. However, it is believed that the ghost is merged with the wizard's ability to turn into an animagus, which will allow the wizard to transform into a specter or ghost-like version of themselves. The transformation can achieve the same thing as unsupported flight with a few added abilities. The main ones among them being the ability to become invisible and to fly through walls, or ghost as its name suggests. The only downside compared to unsupported flight is the inability to use magic, as all possessions on the user will also be transformed along with them. It sounded very useful, and very difficult. I didn't know any magic that could incapacitate or capture a ghost, and I didn't know any ghosts that would sacrifice themselves willingly for me either. I was brought out of my reading by a short knock on the door before it opened. "Hey Daff," I greeted as a head of long blonde hair poked out from behind my door. "Hey Harry," Daphne smiled. "Father says that we will be headed to the alley to do our school shopping shortly. We will be leaving in about an hour." "We have an hour." I smiled at her. "You can come in and chat for a bit, you know." Daphne closed the door behind her as she made her way into the room I had called my own for almost 2 months before taking a seat on the bed beside me. "So what are you reading?" she asked, nodding towards the necromancy book I had just placed in the side table. "Oh, you know me." I grinned at her. "Just tips on world domination and how to create an army of enchanted teddy bears." Daphne and I laughed as we remembered when she animated Astoria's teddy bear to attack her when she went to sleep the night after she told me about what she had read in Daphne's diary. I picked on her a few times the next day, but when she sent the same teddy after me the next night I promptly stopped. Who knew that her animation charms would be so good? Although it did teach me a good lesson: always sleep with your wand within arm's reach. "So, we got our school letters over a week ago." I started. "Why take so long to do your school shopping? I picked up my books the same day." "Lockhart," Daphne sneered. "Lockhart?" I asked, confused. "What does he have to do with anything?" "Astoria is a huge fan." Daphne snorted. "Apparently, Lockhart is going to be doing a book signing at Flourish and Blots today and she hasn't shut up about it for the last 2 weeks. Lockhart. That's the guy who wrote our new defense books, right? I asked, already knowing the answer. Daphne nodded. Yeah, whoever the new defense professor is must be a huge fan. I am still trying to figure out how those books can be used to teach. They read as a story and don't actually even have spells in the books, other than a mention of using them. You've read them already? Daphne asked, astonished. How did you find the time? I read the first 2 and then just skimmed through the rest. I laughed. Once I realized that at the same time as Lockhart was supposed to be defeating that werewolf, he was also spending his year with the Yeti. He obviously couldn't have been in both places at once. You think they are just that? Stories? Daphne asked. Who knows? I shrugged. Just for kicks I looked into it briefly, and both stories were reported to have actually happened. I don't really care if he did them or not, it isn't like I am ever going to meet him. What's the matter, Harry? Violet teased. You don't want to meet the hero of women everywhere today. PFF'd. Not hardly. I drawled. As you stated, hero of women. Last I checked I didn't qualify for the role of female. You got that right. Violet grinned. I've seen the proof of that several times. I muttered. The door to my bedroom opened and a dark-haired missile bolted inside. Astoria ran towards the bed, jumping on me in the process. Harry. Astoria cheered happily. She had almost attached herself to my hip since day one. Apparently she had it in her mind that I was going to be marrying Daphne before 3rd year was done and she would finally have a brother. Daddy says we are about to leave and you promised you would come with me. Yeah, I'm coming. I told her, standing up. Besides, someone has to keep the boys away from bothering your sister. I grinned at Daphne as she glared at me. I picked Astoria up by the waist and threw her over my shoulder before running for the door and downstairs towards the fireplace. You 3 ready? Astrid asked, smirking at a squirming Astoria who was trying to free herself from my grasp as I was tickling her sides. Yeah, just have to do one more thing. I smirked as I set Astoria on her feet and threw in some flow powder into the fireplace. I stepped in and right before I called out, the leaky cauldron, I snagged Astoria's wrist and pulled her in with me, wrapping my arms around her tightly so she wouldn't fall out at the wrong gate. Within seconds I slid out of the flow at the pub on my back with a grinning 10-year-old laying on top of me. That was fun. Astoria giggled. Let's do it again, Harry. Fun for you maybe. I mumbled at my obviously bad idea as the rest of the greengrasses stepped out of the flow. I see you have discovered why we only flow one at a time, Harry. Cyrus chuckled while Astrid and Daphne were laughing at me behind their hands. Cyrus reached down to help me up before cleaning the dust from mine and Astoria's robes. Well, we have much to do today, he spoke afterwards. The quicker we hurry, the quicker we will be done. And the quicker I never have to hear about Lockhart anymore. Daphne mumbled loud enough so only I could hear, causing me to grin. Hey, it could be worse. I joked. At least you don't have to put up with him year-round like I do with Snape. Thank Merlin for that. Daphne shuddered. When we arrived at Flourish and Blots, we were by no means the only ones making their way to the bookshop. There was quite a large crowd outside already jostling outside the doors, trying to get in. Overhead I could see a large banner with a picture of Lockhart on it, next to it, stretched across the upper windows. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography Magical ME today 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. The crowd outside seemed to be made up mostly of older witches and younger girls. A harassed-looking wizard stood at the door, saying, calmly, "Please, ladies, don't push, there, mind the books, now." The 5 of us squeezed inside. A long line wound right to the back of the shop, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing his books. Daphne grabbed a copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, and moodily stood in line so Astoria could get his autograph. Lockhart came slowly into view, seated at a table surrounded by large pictures of his own face, all winking and flashing dazzlingly white teeth at the crowd. The real Lockhart was wearing robes of forget-me-not blue that exactly matched his eyes. His pointed wizard's hat was set at a jaunty angle on his wavy hair. A short, irritable-looking man was dancing around taking photographs with a large black camera that emitted puffs of purple smoke with every blinding flash. "Out of the way, there!" He snarled towards someone on the other side of the line, moving back to get a better shot. "This is for the Daily Prophet." I couldn't make out who he was talking to or what that person's response to him was, but I did notice when Lockhart gasped while staring in that direction. "It can't be Neville Longbottom." The crowd parted. Lockhart, coming forward quickly, seized Longbottom's arm, and pulled him to the front. Longbottom didn't look happy to be manhandled, but cheered up when the large crows started to cheer loudly for him. Both Lockhart and Longbottom smiled widely as they shook hands for the photographer, who was clicking away madly, wafting thick smoke over the crowd. Longbottom was just about to step off the stage when Lockhart threw an arm around his shoulders, clamping him tightly to his side. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said loudly, waving for quiet. "What an extraordinary moment this is. The perfect moment for me to make a little announcement I've been sitting on for some time. I have a bad feeling about this," Violet whispered to me. "Same here," I replied. "And stop whispering," I added jokingly, gaining a glare from Violet. "When young Neville here stepped into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present him now, free of charge." The crowd applauded again. "He had no idea," Lockhart continued, giving Longbottom a little shake, "that he would shortly be getting much more than my book, Magical Me. He and his schoolmates will, in fact, be getting the real Magical Me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The crowd cheered and clapped as Longbottom found himself being presented with the entire works of Gilderoy Lockhart. He was staggering slightly under their weight as he made his way out of the limelight to the edge of the room, where Granger and a bunch of the younger Weasleys were standing. I stopped paying attention to them as Malfoy made his way over towards them. I knew that the only thing interesting that would follow from that might be a fight, and I would rather just have Astoria get her autograph and get out before we were trampled by the crowd. It wasn't 5 minutes later before that fight did break out, but it wasn't Malfoy and the trio involved this time, well, not the youngest Malfoy anyhow. A tall, pale man with long hair the same shade as Draco's was throwing punches with a balding red head who could only be the father of the Weasleys. While everyone was distracted by the two purebloods fighting like Muggle children, I quickly picked Astoria up by the waist and slipped straight to the front of the line. I didn't want to be in here any longer than necessary. The fight had been ended by Hagrid only moments later, and the two Malfoys strode off with a few parting words that I couldn't quite hear, but thankfully a blushing Astoria was able to get her autographed version of Magical Me. I pulled Astoria over to her parents and sister, who had all failed to notice that we had skipped line. "I got it," Astoria squealed, holding up her new book, freshly signed by Lockhart. Cyrus and Astrid smiled politely at her enthusiasm while Daphne continued to glare at me. "I think you are in trouble, Harry." Violet laughed. "Wish I knew what for this time," I grumbled. "Any particular reason you are looking at me like you're about to kill me?" I asked Daphne with a large smile. "It could be worse," she mocked angrily. "At least you don't have to deal with him all year long like I do with Snape." "Blah, blah, blah, you just had to open your mouth and jinx it, didn't you?" "Now, Daph," I grinned widely at her. "It could be worse. You finish that sentence and you won't be able to sit down for a month." Daphne growled as she glared at me. Cyrus and Astrid were laughing at me in the background. "At least it was Longbottom who got pulled up on that stage and not you," I said quickly as I ducked behind Astoria for cover, just in case. "Hey, don't use me as a shield, you chicken," Astoria said, trying to squirm away and out of the line of fire from Daphne. I snaked my arm around her tiny waist and pulled her tight so she couldn't get away. "Hey, at least your teddy bear didn't have actual claws when she sent it after you," I tried to explain, "so you get to be my shield just in case she attacks." "All right, you three," Cyrus interrupted us a few seconds later, still chuckling at us. "We should probably go finish our shopping so we can head home." "That's a good idea, Father." Daphne smiled, looking straight at me. It was a smile that said I was screwed. "There aren't as many witnesses there." "Yeah, You're screwed, Harry, Violet giggled. Hey, aren't you supposed to be on my side and, protect me and stuff? I begged. She is 12, Violet deadpanned. It isn't like she is going to kill you. No, she wouldn't do that. It would be the easy way out. I grinned. I always did love a challenge, and Daphne made things much more challenging than most people when it came to most things. She would want me to have to suffer as much pain as possible before she would ever kill me. Smart girl, Violet giggled. I can't wait to meet her. Bugger, I sighed. Those two together were going to drive me to St. Mungo's for a mental breakdown one day. I could just feel it. You're tough. Violet smiled. You will be fine, I am sure of it, mostly. Hey Daph, I said, throwing my arm around her shoulder. Have I told you how beautiful you look? You're looking more like you mother every day. Nice try, Potter. She glared at me, although she did have the faintest traces of a smile on her face. But I'm still going to get you, you just won't know when it's coming. How about I teach you the stunning spell? I asked. Will that work? Perhaps. Daphne grinned. And you let me beat you for a change in our practice duels. I agreed with her, but still felt like I was going to end up regretting it anyhow. I would probably end up upside down and stuck to the wall when she was done. Daphne was a feisty one and also gave it as good as she got it. Of course, I knew she wasn't actually mad. She just liked to make me think she was so I would be scared, not that I ever was. Nope, definitely not. I knew she would wait until she thought I wasn't ready for it before she would strike. It was never anything harmful, just embarrassing, but it was great practice for if someone was trying to ambush me in real life, so I found it rather fun. Which was usually why I would instigate her so often. That and there was something about the way she looked as she glared at you, trying to kill you with her stare alone. The five of us made the rounds and finished Daphne's school shopping. I had already made a visit to the goblins a week ago to fill up my money pouches, so I was all set there. It was just past lunchtime when the five of us finally stepped out of the flow back at Greengrass Manor. The rest of the summer saw me taking my final occlumency lesson with Cyrus. I was thankful for not just the vow, but the fact I got along so well with him, as he had pretty much learned my life story over the past 8 months. I had finally mastered my emotions and clearing my mind. I was now working on creating false memories that could be used to trick Legilimens or even be implanted into someone else. Cyrus and I had sat down a couple times so he could talk with Violet, which was weird to be honest. I felt silly relaying messages that would make it seem as if I was just making it up as I went along. We didn't really discuss anything that would give away our plans, as there was just some things I didn't want anyone to know, such as the exact details of what happened the night I had killed Quirrell. Overall, the summer had been easily the best of my life, but I was still glad that it was time to head back to Hogwarts. I had spent enough time relaxing, not that I hadn't been studying quite a bit during the summer, but I still had many miles to travel on the road to finding Violet a body. Finally it was September 1st, and I got the privilege to be awoken by a much too hyper Astoria. Harry, Astoria shouted, while jumping on top of me. We have to leave for the train station in just a few hours and I won't get to see you for almost a whole year. Wake up and come play with me. It's like 6 in the morning. I grumbled as I pulled her down on the bed by her arm, grabbing her into a headlock. What are you doing awake already? I wanted to hang out before you left. Astoria whined while trying to struggle out of my grasp. Well, we will see if you still feel that way once I'm done. I laughed as I started to tickle her furiously. Harry, stop, it tickles. She started laughing, breathing hard. This is what you get for waking me up so early. I teased her. I won't do it again. Promise, she begged, tears coming down from laughing so hard. Getting an idea, I stopped. I'll let you go, but we have to go pull a prank on Daphne. I grinned. Okay, she smiled. It's your funeral, 'cause I'm blaming you. She laughed. Let's go wake her up. I grinned, conjuring a large bucket of cold water. It was only a minute later that a loud scream, followed by death threats, made sure that everyone in the manor was awake. Hey Wayne, I greeted as he entered the compartment already shared by Daphne, Tracy, and myself. Good summer. It was great. Wayne said enthusiastically. Judging by the deadly glare Daphne is giving you, I assume hers wasn't so good. She is just mad at Harry. Tracy giggled. He and Astoria woke her up this morning by pouring cold water on her head. And to think, I thought you were smarter than that, Harry. Wayne grinned. Everyone knows you don't piss off a lady. It ain't my fault, I complained. Stupid Astoria woke me up and I wasn't thinking clearly yet. Besides, I don't know why she is mad. She already tried to drown me afterwards. Yeah, but then you got the bright idea that since tickling Astoria worked, it would work on Daphne too. Tracy added. Hey, I protested. It isn't my fault it caused her to pee herself. I didn't pee myself, you prat. Daphne shouted. I was already soaked from when you woke me up. Technically, it was Astoria that woke you up. I countered. Yeah, but you told her too. Daphne glared at me. But you will forgive me, right? I asked with a puppy dog look in my eyes. Eventually. She smirked. But you won't enjoy it in the meantime. Sounds like you better watch your back, Harry. Violet giggled. I was really hoping the puppy dog look would work. I replied. It always works when you use it on me. Yeah, 'cause you're a softie and I have you wrapped around my finger. Violet smirked. That ain't even close to fair. I complained. So did you guys hear about what happened with the gateway onto the platform? Wayne finally asked. No, we got here pretty early. Tracy answered him. Why? What happened? Apparently when Longbottom and Weasley tried to get through the archway, it wouldn't let them in. Wayne told her. It took the adults like 10 minutes to get through to the other side. Apparently, they were just in time because Weasley was busy trying to talk Longbottom into flying his dad's car to Hogwarts. Even Weasley couldn't be that stupid, could he? I asked incredulously. Not only is it illegal to enchant a Muggle car, but how did they plan on not getting spotted by 1,000 Muggles on the way through London? Oh, it is illegal all right, at least that is what Susan's aunt was yelling at Mr. Weasley. I think she works for the ministry. Wayne laughed. Come to find out, not only can it fly, but they even enchanted it to become invisible. I bet the Weasleys get a huge fine from it. I don't see how they could afford to buy all of those Lockhart books, not to mention pay any fines. Tracy scoffed. True, I replied, and I hear they have another Weasley joining the ranks this year. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't get their own house at Hogwarts before too long. Well, we have a few hours to kill, Wayne said, pulling out a deck of Muggle playing cards. Want to teach the girls how to play spades? Sure, I will teach Daphne, while you teach Tracy. I told him, hoping to score some brownie points. You better be a good teacher, Potter. Daphne huffed as we all changed seats to play the game. Of course, Miss Madam Awesomeness. I teased her with a fake salute. You better watch it. She glared. Watching you is much more fun than watching it. I teased as she punched me in the shoulder. Just get over here and teach me. She barked out. The four of us settled in for a fun ride to Hogwarts. It would be one of the few times I would be able to just sit and goof off. I had much to do this year at Hogwarts and I was going to enjoy the downtime while I could. The first week back at Hogwarts had been busy. Classes were much the same as they were last year, well except for defense. Turns out Daphne has company for people who can't stand Lockhart. While I had no plans to even meet the guy, I was indifferent to him. Now that I had actually had a class with him, not so indifferent. I still look back and laugh at what had happened during the class. I took a seat with a scowling Daphne at the back of the class. Tracy and Wayne took the desk next to us. Out of all of our classes, defense against the dark arts was the only one that was shared by all four houses. Daphne and I didn't even bother unpacking the 7 Lockhart books. Hell, I didn't even find them worth carrying around in my school bag. Once the entire class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Weasley's used copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own, winking portrait on the front. Me, he said, pointing at it and winking as well. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, and honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, as well as 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her. He waited for the class to laugh. A few people smiled weakly and Daphne scowled even harder. I see you've all bought a complete set of my books, well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in. When he had handed out the test papers he returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes, start, now." I looked down at my paper and had to hold back a snort as I read. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? On and on it went, over 3 sides of paper, right down to when is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Are you serious? I asked incredulously. I knew the guy was incompetent, but did he really have to make it this bloody obvious? Some people can easily overlook what is staring them in the face. Violet said, gesturing to the girls in the class, where a large majority seemed to have no problem finding Lockhart fascinating. Other than Daphne, of course. She was too busy trying to light the test on fire with her gaze alone. There is no way I'm wasting my time actually trying to answer these questions. I scowled. It is a waste of bloody time. Well, we could always have fun with them. Violet asked mischievously. Perhaps we could knock him down a peg or two. Don't tell me you are actually going to fill this ridiculous thing out. Daphne asked me disbelievingly as I scribbled in, "Puke," for my answer to the first question. Not hardly, I scoffed, directing her to look at what my answer was, causing her to snort and shake her head. I wrote down, to not be discovered as a fraud, to question number 2, and, not having been discovered as a fraud so far, for number 3. On and on I went with absurd answers to his even more absurd questions. Down the line I went, right up until I wrote, the week after Dumbledore, and some talent in something other than being a fraud, for question number 50. Daphne snorted loudly when she read my answer for that question. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and rifled through them in front of the class. Tut, tut, hardly any of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I say so in Year with the Yeti. And a few of you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. I clearly state in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmony between all magic and non-magic peoples, though I wouldn't say no to a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. He gave the class another roguish wink. Weasley and Longbottom were staring at Lockhart with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who were sitting in the front, were shaking with silent laughter. Granger, on the other hand, was listening to Lockhart with rapt attention. Lockhart scanned through a few more papers before he stopped and scowled real hard at one before blanching slightly. He tried to hide his shock at the paper before quickly moving on. Finally, he managed to shake Granger out of her own world as he mentioned her name. Miss Hermione Granger. Well done. She knew my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions. Good girl. In fact, he flipped her paper over. Full marks. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? She raised a trembling hand. All the while Daphne was looking at her like she couldn't believe she had actually remembered all of the answers to his ridiculous questions. Excellent, beamed Lockhart. Quite excellent. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. And so, to business. He bent down behind his desk and lifted a large, covered cage onto it. Now, be warned, it is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm. In spite of myself, I leaned around Susan, who was sitting in the desk in front of me, for a better look at the cage. Lockhart placed a hand over the cover. Thomas and Finnegan had stopped laughing now. I must ask you not to scream, said Lockhart in a low voice. It might provoke them. As the whole class held its breath, well except for Daphne who was starting to nod off, Lockhart whipped off the cover. Yes, he said dramatically. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't mistake for a scream of terror. Yes, he smiled at Finnegan. Well, they're not very dangerous, are they? He choked. Don't be so sure, said Lockhart, waggling a finger annoyingly at Seamus. Devilishly tricky little blighters they can be. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. The moment the cover had been removed, they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making bizarre faces at the people nearest them. Right, then, Lockhart said loudly, "Please don't tell me he is dumb enough to let them out." I begged Violet. "Let's see what you make of them." And he opened the cage. "Apparently he is." Violet laughed. "The man apparently has no idea what he is doing. Letting a cage full of Cornish pixies loose in a classroom full of 12-year-old children was just plain idiotic. Although it had been kind of funny when they tried to lift Longbottom up by his ears. They failed of course, but they did almost rip his ears off before Granger managed to fight them back. Lockhart was a curious case, and I didn't outright hate him as Daphne did. No, I was curious. It was obvious to anybody with a brain that the man was incompetent. He would be right at home selling his books as entertaining fantasy, except that the situations in his books actually happened and there are verified accounts of several of the monsters in his books terrorizing people before meeting their end. I wasn't sure how he was doing it just yet, as he was somehow duping a bunch of people, but I would definitely be looking into it. I decided that enough was enough when the little buggers started to try and harass me and Daphne. Lockhart was currently hiding under his table, having dove under it to reclaim his wand which the pixies had stolen and tossed. Though, to be honest, I wasn't sure why he wanted it so badly. The only spell he had even tried to cast was obviously a dud. "Immobilis," I said calmly as a pixie tried to grab Daphne's hair, freezing it in midair. I rapidly repeated the process a dozen times until I had secured all of the pixies back into their cage, at which point did Lockhart finally come back out from behind his desk. "Very good, Mr. Lockhart began, trying to smooth his crumpled hair. "Potter," I drawled, causing him to pause at my name for a second. "Yes, well, very good Mr. Potter, 10 points to Hufflepuff." Lockhart said, still eyeing me. "Class will be dismissed, Mr. Potter, please stay behind." "You wanted to see me, Professor." I quickly added to the end, albeit grudgingly. "Good work out there, Mr. Potter." Lockhart smiled. "You remind me of myself when I was your age. Minus the great hair and brilliant smile of course." He chuckled out the last part. Thanks," I asked, confused at what he wanted. "Is that all then, Professor?" "Wah, oh no. Come, Mr. Potter, join me in my office for a moment would you? I would like to discuss with you the answers you wrote on your test in class." Lockhart tried to smile, but I could still see the forcefulness behind it. I was weary of actually following him to his office, but I was sure that if need be I could defend myself against him, and besides I didn't actually have anything on him that would give me reason to not go. "Of course, Professor. Lead the way." I smiled charmingly. Lockhart swiftly turned and headed up the short spiral staircase that led to his office, with me following him at a normal pace. His office, like his classroom, was covered in pictures of smiling Lockharts, each one beaming for the camera. A few pictures were scattering as we entered as they either had their hair in curlers or in some other situation they might consider a fashion disaster. "I take it you were unsatisfied by my answers, Professor." I smiled as he closed the door, his smile diminishing severely. While I was never one to let fame go to my head, Lockhart started, his stomach-churning smile forcefully back in place. "Some of your answers could be deemed quite hurtful, not to mention damaging to my image. I am curious as to why you seem to have such a dislike for me." "As if he needs your words to damage his image." Violet snorted. "Anyone who saw his performance today wouldn't need to look any further than that to know he is a fraud." "It's weird," I pondered. "It's almost as if he believes the crap that spews out of his mouth. You keep telling yourself something long enough, and you will eventually start to believe it." Violet responded before she started to grin. "I keep telling myself that you are going to get me a baby dragon one day. I am sure that I will start believing it one day." "Fine, I will get you a baby dragon." I huffed, hiding my grin. "Really?" she squealed. "Yep, I will buy you a brand new stuffed dragon teddy for Christmas." I laughed. "I hate you," she pouted. "I do not dislike you, Professor. I smiled to him. I was merely pointing out my own personal observations. I am curious how you could come to such an observation, Mr. Potter. Lockhart asked, his smile slipping slightly. Well, for starters, I began, deciding to take a risk and see if I couldn't bait him into talking. I was betting on the fact that if he couldn't handle a simple pixie, then I should be able to at least stun him before he could hurt me. You were supposedly spending the entire year from May of '85 until May of '86 with the Yetis near the Himalayan mountains, yet you somehow defeated that werewolf in Prague, in October of '85, and battled and killed the vampire in Transylvania in February of '86. Quite the accomplishment for someone who never left the Himalayas for the entire year. That is quite the observation, Mr. Potter. Lockhart's smile forcefully fixed onto his face. Anything else? A few. I smiled playfully, the biggest of which is me wondering how you could have defeated so many fearsome creatures, yet you can't even handle a simple cage full of pixies. Pescipixie Pestronomy is such a terrible spell, I am surprised you could even say the words without puking on the shit flying out of your mouth, Professor. Wow, Violet breathed. Really kicked him in the balls on that one, Harry. Manipulate someone's emotions enough and they get mad. I told her. Angry people don't make smart decisions. They get reckless and do something they wouldn't normally do. In this case I am hoping that it is him revealing his secrets. What, are you going to blackmail him, Harry? Violet laughed. Of course. I smiled. He may be nearly useless, but he has fame, and fame has uses of its own. You should have been a Slytherin, Mr. Potter. Lockhart finally said, his smile long since gone. Then again, a Slytherin wouldn't have foolishly attacked me to my face. Is that so, Professor? I asked, wondering what he had planned, my hand moving subtly closer to my wand, just in case I did need it. You are not the first to be suspicious of me, Mr. Potter. Lockhart smiled, this one in triumph, not joy. Of course they all ended the same. I am a half-blood, you see, raised by my Muggle father and half-blood mother, in a Muggle environment. Both of my older sisters were Muggles as well, but not me. My mother loved me the most. I could do things my sisters couldn't in life. To her I was special, and her treatment of it showed. By the time I came to Hogwarts, I had plans, great plans. I was almost sorted into Slytherin myself, but the hat ended up choosing Ravenclaw. My mother and I failed to take into account that there were others who could do magic as well. I will admit I was vain and arrogant in my youth. My vanity led me to undervalue my education. Of course, I still had the dream to be famous, just not the drive. By the time I had graduated from here, my other classmates had all but passed me by. It was only by a stroke of luck that I was able to find someone with a special talent who was willing to teach me for the right price. It was then that my plan for fame came to exist. Why should I need to do great and heroic deeds when I now had the ability to make others forget theirs, while I claimed them for my own? So I went from place to place, tricking accomplished witches and wizards into revealing their greatest deeds and then erasing the memories of them. Each time I would return to Britain with a new book. Meanwhile, I was able to skip the hard work and live the life I have always deserved. We sat and looked at each other for a few moments before I snorted. And you call me foolish? I chuckled. I called you out, but you divulged your entire secret to me. Then again, the hat did decide you didn't have what it took to be in Slytherin after all. Lockhart looked at me for a second before he started to smile again. Now, Mr. Potter. You didn't actually think I was going to just let you walk out of here while still remembering it, did you? No, I'm afraid you won't remember any of this here in a few moments, just like all of the others before you. I can't have you spreading my secrets all over the place, now can I? Very well, Professor. I smirked. Would you like to play the part of the unstoppable force, or the immovable object? Clever, but you forget I was Muggle raised. Lockhart grinned. They cannot exist simultaneously, so it does not matter which I am, I win either way. I shall see you around, Mr. Potter. Obliviate. I braced myself, making sure my mind was completely cleared. It was one of the benefits to occlumency. A clear mind had nothing that could be obliviated, making his spell as useless against me as his earlier one against the pixies. While a legilimency probe could just dig around and drag memories from an uncleared mind, the obliviation spell could not. I could feel the heavy mist floating around my mind, searching for something to erase. Finally, with a frustrated growl, Lockhart ended the spell. Impossible, he snarled. How can I not sense your memories? I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped my lips. It would seem as if I am the immovable object after all, and you just tried to obliviate a minor. I do believe that is an automatic 10-year sentence in Azkaban, you know. Lockhart paled as the severity of his failure started to sink in. Expelliarmus. Incarcerus. I smirked, pointing my own at him as I caught his wand with my left hand. A Hogwarts teacher attacking one of its students will earn you an even longer sentence, dear professor. Lockhart looked as if he was about to break. What is it you want from me? I have gold. I can help make you famous. There has to be something I can do. Now, there is no need to worry so much, Professor. I cooed with a glint in my eyes. There was most definitely something he could do to keep me quiet, at least for now anyhow. I have absolutely no intentions of turning you in. You don't, Lockhart exclaimed, his smile returning slightly. Tell me, whatever it is you want or need, and it is yours. Excellent, I smiled. There are of course several things I need from you. First, you will keep this entire conversation quiet. Do you understand me, Professor? Lockhart must have seen the seriousness in face as he answered. Of course. Anything else? Of course. I grinned. Second, you are going to teach me all that you know about obliviation. Unfortunately, it is a highly restricted piece of magic, and I have been unable to find instruction on how to actually cast it properly. Sure, I could copy your wand movements and incant the spell, but at best it would completely wipe somebody's mind. I need to control it. Third, you are going to give me a year-long pass for the restricted section. It does get quite tiresome having to sneak in during the middle of the night, and I do miss my sleep. Of course, I would be more than willing to help. Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief. Is there anything else? Only one more thing, for now that is. I grinned. I'm sure that if I think of something else in the future you will be more than willing to help me out. Am I right? Of course, if it is within my abilities, of course. Lockhart beamed. Excellent. I smiled, happy with how things had turned out so far. Now, I do believe all that is left is for your vow. Vow? Lockhart asked warily. Of course. I laughed. You don't think I will just let you leave with the ability to tell anybody about this, do you? Throwing his own words back at him. You will give me an unbreakable vow that makes sure you keep anything you learn in these little, private sessions, to yourself. Are we clear with each other, Professor? Oh, of course, Harry, Lockhart said, resigned. But what assurances do I have you will keep your side of the bargain? You don't. A feral grin spreading across my face. You attacked me, remember. I can just go along my merry way while you do at least 20 years in Azkaban. You, however, have nothing concrete on me. Now, are you ready for your vow? Yes. Lockhart sighed heavily, before making his vow and then writing up my pass for the restricted section. I have had fun. I smiled to him as I made my way towards his office door. I shall see you on Sundays at 8 for our lessons, Professor, don't be late. I closed his office door behind me, my grin threatening to split my face as I left. You looked so hot when you were in command like that. Violet breathed heavily to me. If I was a few years older, and had a body, I guess, I would have jumped you right there. Wow, I blinked. That is, well, the cue for me to stop reading you all of those romance novels for one thing. Violet just laughed. Thankfully, defense classes were our last class on Friday, so I hadn't been late for any of my classes. I still had 2 days before my first lesson with Lockhart, and all of my homework was caught up. It was only the first week of lessons. So I had some time to kill, well, if I was one for wasting time at least. For now, though, I was about to start doing my rituals. I was going to be starting small just to make sure I didn't screw it up and mess up my body. First, I needed supplies, which is why I was making my way under my invisibility cloak, on a Friday night, towards Snape's classroom. His storeroom would surely have all the ingredients I needed for the ritual. While quietly snaking my way through the silent corridors, I began to reread the particular ritual I had in mind for tonight. One of the books I purchased from Nocturne this summer had been a rare book on body enhancements from Borgin and Burks. While a lot of the rituals in there just weren't necessary or even safe enough to be worth it to me just yet, there were plenty of rituals that would be beneficial. Are you sure that you should start these rituals by using yourself as a guinea pig? Violet asked, concerned. Relax, love. I placated her. Rituals are the most dangerous when they are modifying your body. The ritual I am doing tonight merely enhances what my body can already do. It will not make me stronger or faster than my body can humanly do, but boost my strength and speed to my body's natural peak potential. While I am already naturally fast, I will be a good 10 to 15% stronger and faster. I trust you, Harry, she replied. If you think it is safe, then I know you will be fine. Don't worry, I told her. I won't do anything too stupid that might set us back or cause permanent damage. Finally, we had reached Snape's classroom. It is a shame he keeps his personal storeroom under some heavy protections, Violet said as I unlocked his classroom and made my way inside. True, but for what we need on these basic rituals, the classroom storeroom will do just fine. Let's see what we have, I whispered to myself out loud as I started browsing the shelves. Antimony, check. Bat spleen, check. 3 caterpillars, 2 cinnamon roots, and 5 eel eyes, all check. Now we just need some knotgrass, moly, and peppermint, Violet said, finishing off the list of stuff I would need. Check, check, and check, I said, going down the line and pulling out the different ingredients I would need. Where are we going to do this at? Violet asked as I locked up behind ourselves and exited from Snape's classroom. Our same abandoned room in the dungeons, I told her. I do need to find a better place to do this for the future. Either a room that is better hidden, or start learning some wards and charms to help secure and hide one better than the few I know now. Invisibility cloak firmly in place over my body, we made our way deep into the dungeons to the classroom I had scouted out last year. It was in an area of the dungeons that nearly everybody avoided, and judging by the amount of dust that had long since collected on the floors, not even Filch bothered to come down this far any longer. I cast a notification ward, one of the few wards I had learned so far, at the end of the hall before making my way into the classroom and locking the door to the best of my abilities. I added a few silencing charms around the room for extra measure. I pulled my rune engraving kit and the book containing the ritual I was going to be using from one of the pockets of my robes and cast a cushioning charm on my knees before getting to the painstaking process of engraving the rune scheme into the floor. Rituals and runes went almost hand in hand. The essentials of all rituals were a rune scheme of some form or another. Some larger and more complex than others. Where the process left the field of just runes and into the field of rituals, was when you added potions, or ingredients as I was about to do. Of course, this made the runic work that much harder, as you had to add the correct runes that would absorb the sacrificial ingredients that would be absorbed into the main runes used in the ritual to give the desired effects. I quickly, but very carefully, carved the runic symbols required for the actual ritual into the floor with my runic knife. Once I was done with that, I had to carve the runes that would absorb the antimony, bat spleen, caterpillars, cinnamon roots, eel eyes, knotgrass, moly, and peppermint. After that I had to add the runic connectors that would attach the ingredients and their runes to the main ritual, which was carved around the small circle that I would need to be standing in. Well, here goes nothing, I told Violet as I placed all of the ingredients in the respective places and moved to the center of the circle. Good luck, Harry, Violet told me as she double-checked to make sure that I hadn't overlooked anything in the ritual circle that shouldn't be there. I drew out my wand and placed the tip into the ignition rune that would activate and power the ritual. I could feel the magic flowing through my body as it started to power the circle, but it was still far from draining as it wasn't a very advanced ritual. As more and more magic was being poured into the circle, it began to glow as each part of it became active. The outer layer, which held the ingredients to be used as sacrifice, flared brightly as the runes worked on absorbing and transferring their properties and abilities to the main runic cluster. Bit by bit the ingredients were absorbed and transferred, and I could feel their effects as the inner circle flared brightly and encompassed me in its glow. The slight strain on my body and muscles that was being caused by the constant flow of magic running through it lessened quite a bit as I could feel my body growing stronger. which would allow me to use more magic in the future before my body started to experience magical exhaustion. The book on body enhancements had stressed that magic wasn't just some floating ball of magic, or core, that was hidden within your body. It was simply some souls were magical and others were not. Magical souls were able to use magic and non-magical souls were merely considered muggles. The better shape your body was in, the stronger and more durable your muscles and body were, the more magic your body could handle to be pumped out of it before you experienced magical exhaustion. Body enhancement rituals were the only way to increase someone's magical power. The stronger and more magical you made your body through natural workouts and rituals, the more magic and stronger magic you would be able to use. It was through strong and even dangerous rituals that people, such as Voldemort, were able to become so magically strong. The enhancement I was doing tonight didn't alter my body with any magical properties and thus wasn't very difficult, but it would increase my capabilities for using magic. As the ritual was completing, the outer rings started to power down, shortly followed by their adjacent rings until with a final bright flare, the entire ritual circle died down. By the time the brightness of the light had left my eyes and allowed me to see again, I found myself kneeling on the floor, breathing slightly heavy. I could feel the slight increase in my body's capabilities, my vision was slightly better, my muscles felt slightly more coiled with power, and my reflexes were more acute than ever. My body had been optimized, now functioning at 100% of what the body of someone my age can be capable of. I wouldn't be anywhere near as strong yet as people like Dumbledore and Voldemort, but I would be easily more magically strong than 99% of students here at Hogwarts. Conjuring up a mirror to look at myself, I couldn't help but smile. I look pretty good, I chuckled as I lifted up my shirt, showing off the thin abs now showing through the skin on my stomach. Well, Violet said, I certainly can't wait until I get a body with you looking like that. Hey Daff. I welcomed her as I took a seat at the table next to her in the library. Hey Harry. She welcomed as I started to take out my books to do some studying. How did your meeting with him go? It was very informative. I chuckled, thinking about how I had successfully coerced him into teaching me how to properly obliviate someone. Really? She asked skeptically. I find it hard to believe that you could accomplish anything worthwhile on his account. That man is a fraud. Oh, of that you are entirely correct. I confirmed. He is not without talent though. PFF'd. She snorted. That I will believe when I see it. What talent could he possibly have? Let's just say, I want you to keep your mind cleared when you're around him and don't go anywhere alone with him. I warned her. Legilimency. She asked. No. Worse really when you think about it. I told her. Turns out he is a master obliviator, and he has just been stealing his stories from other people and wiping their memories of them. No way. Daphne exclaimed astonished. You mean that Poof actually has some talent after all? Yeah, it was a shock to me too. I laughed. Wait, how did you find all of this out? She asked. The fool was upset about what I wrote on that test, and when I called him out on being a fraud he spilled the beans on his entire life story. I chuckled, then thought he could just obliviate me to forget it. You mean he tried to obliviate you? Daphne almost yelled, earning us a heated look from Madame Pants. Harry, that is illegal. Not only is obliviation restricted and illegal without a license, but he also attacked a student. He should be doing at least 15 years in Azkaban. 20 actually. I corrected her, and he could if I was going to tell anyone on him. Why wouldn't you tell anyone? Daphne whispered heatedly. He tried to wipe your mind. I know. I gazed at her with the, I'm not an idiot, look. But he is of no use to me in Azkaban. What are you talking about? Daphne asked curiously. Well, it is almost impossible to find information on obliviation. I told her. Why would I send him to prison when I can just force him to teach me how to do it myself? Daphne stared at me for a few minutes before breaking out in giggles. You're blackmailing him into teaching you how to obliviate. Harry, you're too much for me sometimes. She said, trying to control her laughing. Leave no stone left unturned. I grinned sagely. This is an opportunity that is too good to pass up. You're right, Daphne replied, staring at me for a few moments before speaking again. Which is why I want you to make him teach me too. I teased. I wanted her to learn it anyhow. For one, I trusted Daphne. Secondly, just in case my trust was misplaced, she couldn't say anything if she was learning it as well. I will, but you are going to owe me one. I smirked. Hey, she protested. I talked father into teaching you to learn occlumency, so this would make us even. It would make us even, I smirked. But you didn't say that I owed you one when you did that. So, you owe me one. I grinned at her. Fine. She glared at me. See if I help you again. When do we start? Sundays, 8 in the afternoon. I told her. It should take us around a month to learn, perhaps a week longer with 2 of us. I will meet you at the entrance to the dungeons at 7:30 then, she told me. I am not waiting with that poof alone. That's fine with me, I laughed. Come on, let's get some actual studying done. I think you made a good choice bringing her in on this. Violet told me once I put my nose back into my book. We may need her as an ally in the future, and I think we can trust her. You don't think I made a mistake by trusting her? I asked. No, I don't. She told me after a second. She knew you were learning occlumency and never told anyone, not even Tracy. Good, I told her. I really didn't want to have to spend any time alone with Lockhart. I trust him about as far as he can throw a pixie, which isn't much. It was just a few minutes before 7:30 when Daphne finally made her way around the corner to where I was waiting by the dungeon entrance. Curfew wasn't until 9, so we would be fine for our initial trip. The return trip would be a different story depending on how long these lessons each went. I knew Lockhart wouldn't be happy about the extra student, but it wasn't as if he actually had a choice. You ready to go? I asked her when she finally stopped in front of me. Yeah, let's go. She smiled, happy that she was about to learn a piece of rare magic. I can't wait for these lessons to be finished so I don't have to spend any more time with the fraud. You and me both, I mumbled as we set off towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 2nd floor. You think Lockhart will be pissed that you told me, and that you're bringing me along? Daphne chuckled. Probably. I smirked, although it isn't as if he has any choice on the matter. It is either agree or go to Azkaban. What makes you so sure he won't take you down with him for blackmail? She asked. That unbreakable vow I made him agree to. I laughed. I wasn't about to let that idiot out of my sight without one. Sometimes I really wonder how it is you're a Hufflepuff and not a Slytherin. Daphne asked curiously. Maybe one day I will tell you. I smirked. What you going to make me take an unbreakable vow before you tell me? She joked, but stopped when she saw me not laughing with her. You would. It can't really be that necessary, can it? Yes, I would, and yes it is. I gave her a soft smile. Some secrets are too important to leave to chance. Daphne nodded as if she could understand what I was saying. So one day, with a vow, you might tell me? She asked curiously. Perhaps one day. I smiled. For now, I won't burden you with such a thing. Okay, Harry, Daphne said, opening the door to the defense classroom. You first, just in case. She grinned. I entered the classroom and made my way up the small spiral staircase in the back, knocking on Lockhart's office door. Enter. Came the wary voice from the other side. Good evening, Professor. I smirked as his face turned wary when he spotted Daphne. I was unaware you were going to bring a guest. Lockhart questioned. Are we still on for our little study session? Of course, Professor. I smiled to him. Daphne here is going to be learning as well. Don't worry about your secret, however, so long as you have no intentions of harming her, both physically as well as her reputation, then your secret shall remain safe. Very well, then. Lockhart sighed, knowing he had no leg to stand on. So, shall we begin? I asked. Very well, Lockhart said, standing up. I will teach you the same way as my old mentor. This means that your first lesson will cover mostly theory and the basics behind the spell. The practical portion will take roughly another 3 to 4 lessons depending on the talent level of the student. Of course, you will have to put in some work in between lessons to practice, but what you do outside of my classroom is best left unsaid to me. I don't want the headache that would undoubtedly come with it. Very well, I chuckled. We are all ears. Very well, Lockhart stated, Slipping into teacher mode. Memory charms are generally intended to erase a specific memory. They are regularly used if a muggle witnesses something related to the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic has obliviators remove their memories of the event, such as if a muggle sees a dragon. Occasionally, a mass use of memory charms is necessary to cover up major incidents that violate the statute of secrecy, such as the Ilfracombe incident. Some muggles often slip through the cracks in these situations, according to Blemhine's Stock in Muggles Who Notice. When particularly intense memories need to be erased, it often leaves the victim disoriented for a short period of time. Of course, as you know, there are other, more frowned upon, ways of utilizing this skill. If performed improperly, a memory charm can erase significant portions of an individual's memory and cause brain damage, with difficulty in recovery. For instance, one of my very first attempts while I was learning Obliviation was on a muggle man who had once tried to foolishly rob my teacher. He was one of my first practice cases, and let's just say, I didn't pay close enough attention to my teacher and botched it. He too was trained in occlumency, and it is said to be easier to learn for those who are. The Muggle man is still to this day a permanent resident in Muggle Mental Hospital. However, there are known ways of breaking the charm, albeit they are far from pleasant. Memory charms can be broken through torture, and possibly someone who is both a master legilimens and master obliviator. It was rumored that during the first wave that he who must not be named sought out numerous people, searching for knowledge. A few tried to outsmart him by obliviating themselves from it, but he was able to undo the spell by heavy use of the Cruciatus curse. However, the breaking of the charm by torture usually causes a great toll on someone, and their body and mind is usually damaged beyond repair. There are cases where the memory remains lost, in some cases throughout history. Usually because the people trying to reclaim the knowledge were less keen on using the Cruciatus curse. This may mean that a certain level of torture is necessary to break the charm, or that the torturer needs to be specific on wanting to break it, rather than just inflicting the pain. It is still mostly uncharted territory, as not many live to tell about their experiences. It is nice to see you are actually knowledgeable in some areas after all. I chided him, more teasing than anything. Lockhart half smiled, half grimaced. The last thing we will cover for tonight is the correct wand movements, which are fairly simple, and pronunciation of the spell. Next lesson we will start practicing on a house elf. It is a decent place to start, but far easier than a human mind, which we will start 2 meetings from now. Well, Professor, I began, standing up, Daphne doing the same. We will see you same time and place next week. I allowed Daphne to exit the room first, before following behind her. It's a half-hour past curfew. Daphne reminded me. How are we going to get back to the dungeons without a detention? Another secret. I grinned, pulling out my invisibility cloak. This one won't cost you a vow. Full of surprises, aren't we, Potter? Daphne smirked, impressed. I've been known to keep an ace up my sleeve, I told her, gesturing her closer to me before throwing the cloak over the pair of us. Was this just an elaborate plan for you to get close to me, Potter? Daphne asked with a smirk. That answer would take a vow, I joked, as we started heading for the entrance to the dungeons. And then I heard something quite different from the soft rustling of my cloak coming from around us. It was a voice to chill the bone marrow, a voice of breathtaking, ice-cold venom. Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you. Instantly I froze, dragging Daphne to a stop with me. What is it? What's wrong? Daphne asked, looking at me. Did you not hear that? I asked her curiously. I didn't hear anything, she responded, concern evident in her voice. What did it sound like? Nothing, I said after a moment. Probably just the wind. These halls are pretty drafty. Daphne looked at me for a moment before deciding to let it drop. If you say so, Harry. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow, I told her as we finally reached the entrance to the dungeons. All right, see you, and thanks for taking me along tonight, she smiled. No problem, I grinned. Besides, you still owe me one for it. Prat, Daphne whispered as she swatted my arm before taking a left towards the Slytherin dorms, myself going right. What do you really think it was? Asked a concerned Violet. Peeves perhaps? No, I replied after a moment. Had he known we were there, I would say it was. But as much as he likes to terrorize students, I find it hard to believe that he would just run around saying stuff like that by himself. I don't know what it was, but I think we should keep our eyes out. It is clear that something is lurking about. If I had eyes, I would keep them out. Violet joked. But I know what you mean, we should be careful just in case. So what did you think of Lockhart's lesson? Not much to go on yet. I replied, a tiny bit frustrated that we hadn't actually learned anything. I think he was caught off guard by Daphne being there. Violet responded. That, and he probably isn't very fond of having to teach me how to obliviate someone. I told her thoughtfully. On some level, he has to realize there is nothing keeping me from just erasing his mind once he has finished teaching us. I would be shocked if he wasn't hesitant to actually teach us. You think he may try something in the future when your guard is down? She asked worriedly. I said, on some level. I chuckled. I doubt he is smart enough or brave enough to actually go through with anything against me. He knows I have him by his bits, and I doubt he will do anything short of making sure I am happy and hoping for the best. Well, time will tell. Perhaps we should go get some rest. Violet said tiredly. You do have classes tomorrow after all. Good evening, Gilderoy. I nodded towards the man as Daphne and I entered his classroom. It was time for our second obliviation lesson, and I was looking forward to getting started on actually learning the spell. Welcome, you two. Lockhart smiled, less forced than his previous ones. Good evening. Daphne mumbled, doing her best to not insult the man. We did at least have to remain cordial until we had gotten what we needed from the man. Well, let's get straight to it. Lockhart offered as he gestured to a couple of chairs off to the side of the room. As I stated last lesson, we are going to be starting out on a house elf. While their minds are much less complex than that of a human, they are still a good starting point in case you mess up. I wasn't one for just randomly hurting an animal or creature, but my need to learn obliviation outweighed the needs of a house elf. Besides, at worst the poor little bugger would lose his memory, but most house elves were treated poorly and could do with some memory loss. Thankfully, not only the purebloods are allowed to become rich or famous. Lockhart smiled. So we are going to be practicing on my very own house elf. Not to worry, he is getting on in age anyway and will soon need replacing. Daphne and I shared a look before she spoke. Well, we are ready when you are. Right, Twink, Lockhart called, and a short, balding creature with a bulbous nose and long pointy ears appeared. His left ear drooped towards the floor and both ears had large amounts of hair growing out of them. Master calls for Twink, came the gravelly voice of the house elf. How can Twink serve Master? They sure give these things some hilarious names, don't they? Violet snickered. No kidding, I mentally chuckled. If I ever get a house elf of my own, I think I'll name it Kid Killer McGee. Nope, you can't use that name. Violet stated. That is what I am going to name my pet dragon. Dragon teddies don't need names, I smirked, causing Violet to huff, giving up on her quest for a dragon, for now at least. Yes, we are going to be practicing some spell work tonight. All I need is for you to answer any questions we will ask you during the process. Lockhart told the diminutive elf. Any questions? Twink be understanding, Master. Twink will answer as best as Twink can. The elf replied. Good, Lockhart replied, turning towards Daphne and I. Now to learn to obliviate someone properly, you need to understand how it works, what you need to do, and how you need to do it. As I foolishly found out last week, Harry, you are sufficient in occlumency. This is good, as you should know how legilimency acts and feels. While obliviation is quite similar to legilimency, it is also just as different. Just pretend that your conscious mind is like the surface of a lake. Floating on top of this lake are all of your day-to-day thoughts and memories. A legilimency attack is like shooting a jet of water at the lake, while obliviation is like spraying a cloud of mist or fog at it. Both are capable of interacting with the surface thoughts and memories. Now someone skilled in the arts of occlumency is able to clear their mind, or hiding all of their thoughts and memories underneath the surface of the water. Where a legilimency probe, or our proverbial jet of water, will penetrate the surface of the water if fired hard enough at the surface, continuing its search through your mind. An obliviation attack, however, cannot penetrate below the surface of the lake and is left with nothing to search through. Now, while legilimency can search for information from within someone's mind, obliviation works differently. The caster must have some knowledge of what they are trying to erase, be it a descriptive image of a person that they want the caster to forget, or merely the name of said person. Where it can get tricky is that with less information on what you are trying to erase, the more broad the effects. So if I were trying to erase the image of Harry from your mind, Daphne, so long as I pictured him perfectly in every detail, you would no longer remember him. However, say I only knew his first name and I tried to erase him, you would still forget, but you would also lose the memory of any and all Harrys that you have ever known. For instance, during my early days of training, I was trying to erase the knowledge that I had met someone at their house. I didn't stay quite focused enough and erased every memory the poor bloke had of his house. He no longer even recognized his home. It is imperative that you give precise details of what you are trying to erase. I was a bit annoyed that Lockhart didn't tell us all of this during the last meeting, but I could tell that my earlier suspicions had been correct and he was still hesitant to actually teach us, and wanted to stall as long as possible. Well, I wasn't going to let him stall much longer. I believe we are quite ready for the practical side of things, Gilderoy. I trust we have a great enough understanding on the theoretical side of things. Shall we get started on the practical? Yes, of course. Lockhart stumbled out. I just want to make sure you a decent grasp so you don't make the same mistakes I did is all. I am sure that we take our studies much more serious than you. Daphne drawled. I assure you we have a decent grasp. Very well then, Lockhart said, scowling slightly at the dig. Might as well start. Ladies first. Miss Greengrass, I want you to erase Twink's knowledge of what I had for breakfast this morning. Go ahead and give it a shot. Remember to visual exactly what it is you are trying to erase. Daphne pointed her wand at the old elf as a look of concentration adorned her face. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. Obliviate. I could see her eyes crinkle slightly in concentration for a few seconds before she dropped the spell. For now, keep what you experience to yourself. Lockhart said, I want Mr. Potter to experience what it is like with an unbiased view. Now, let us see how you have done. Twink, can you tell me what it is I had for breakfast? The old elf's face scrunched up in concentration before it answered. Master, Twink is sorry but he can't remember. Twink doesn't remember Master ever having breakfast served to him by Twink. Twink has failed to serve Master properly. Now, no punishing yourself, Twink. Lockhart smiled at the old elf. You have done nothing wrong, I assure you. As to what went wrong, Miss Greengrass, I am assuming you merely pictured him forgetting breakfast, but not a specific one, hence it took them all. Still, you only removed his memory of breakfast and it is a very adequate first attempt. Now, Mr. Potter, I would like for you to erase Twink's memory of this meeting. Let's see how you do, shall we? I pulled my wand and pointed it at the head of the old elf before casting the spell. Obliviate. Instantly the memories that I had been concentrating on, the memories of this meeting since the elf appeared, started to flash in front of my mind. I started erasing everything I saw in those memories, from the room itself, to the people and creatures within it. The memory passed before I could finish, however, and I ended the spell. The first thing I noticed was the old elf looking around the room questionably. I don't think I was able to erase everything. I told Lockhart. The memory passed on before I could remove everything from his mind. Which is what I had expected would happen. Lockhart smiled. Now you see how complex it is. You not only have to concentrate on what exactly you were looking for, but keep that concentration up as you were removing them. In all likelihood, you stopped concentrating on what exactly you were trying to erase as you were erasing it and the memory slipped away. Of course, you can always go back through a second time and do it again if you mess up. This time, however, you can concentrate on the pieces left behind or the original memory, making the cleanup attempt slightly easier. Go ahead and see if you can get it the second time around. Pointing my wand at the elf once more, I repeated the spell. Obliviate. Once more concentrating on the memory of our meeting with the elf, the memories returned. Only this time they were fragmented and large chunks of them were missing. Making sure I didn't stop concentrating on what I was searching for, I started to also delete what was left over at the same time. It only took a couple of seconds before the memories stopped coming again, only this time it was from successfully deleting them and not losing them due to a slip of concentration. Twink, what is the last thing you remember before coming here, and do you recognize this room or anyone in it? Lockhart asked the confused elf. Twink was washing Master's robes and then Twink was here. Twink not be recognizing Master's guests, but Twink knows Master and Master's office. The elf answered. Perfect. Lockhart beamed. It seems you were successful, Mr. Potter. Of course, Twink has been in my room before so he would remember it, but he will have no memory of this particular occurrence beyond the last few moments. Lockhart dismissed the elf back to his chores before standing. Well, I think this will be a good place to end our lesson. I would recommend you not yet practice on your fellow classmates, but what you do in your own time is, once again, something I would rather not know. I will see you two in class Friday. Until Friday, I offered as Daphne and I started towards the door, making our exit from Lockhart's office. So Harry, where have you and Daphne been disappearing to on Sunday nights? Tracy asked as we sat down for breakfast on the Monday after our third meeting with Lockhart. Daphne won't say. Are you two sneaking away, for alone time? She giggled. We had only one lesson to go with Lockhart, and the last one had progressed nicely. We were able to obliviate more complex memories instead of just something simple as one moment in their life. The poor elf, Twink, now no longer remembers ever seeing the color green or what dishes are, but Lockhart was planning him not living much longer anyhow. He was getting rather on in age. Our last session we were planning on moving on and finishing on a human target. I was still curious on how he was going to make that happen. Perhaps he would volunteer if we were lucky. Why Trace, you jealous? I grinned at her. You know it. Tracy scoffed. I've been trying to get Daphne off for some alone time for years. Daphne snorted her pumpkin juice, causing Tracy to laugh at her. Tracy. Come on Wayne, we should probably get back to the Hufflepuff table. I spoke up as I noticed Snape enter the Great Hall. I'd rather him not see me sitting at the Slytherin table. Thankfully it was still rather early and there weren't many Slytherin students in the hall yet. So why were you two missing on Sundays? Wayne asked as we made it back to the Puff table. Detention. I lied. Apparently Lockhart wasn't happy about the answers we gave on that little quiz and gave us detention on Sunday nights for a month. Wow, that beeps, Wayne exclaimed. What could you possibly have said to get that many detentions? I called him a poof that had no sense of fashion. I laughed, actually telling the truth. I believe I stated such on several occasions during his quiz. You going to come to any of the Quidditch games this year? Wayne asked. I am thinking about trying out for Beater. Cedric made captain this year. I might come to a game if you make the team. I told him. Cedric seems like an okay guy. I am sure you will at least get a fair shot at making the team. Are you any good? I'm not sure. Wayne responded. I played cricket before coming to Hogwarts, so I know how to handle a bat. I'm just hoping that my flying skills won't hold me back too much. Well, I am sure you will be fine. I told him. I'm sure that if you asked, Cedric would give you some help with the flying. Yeah, I might go ask him. Wayne told me as he moved off towards the end of the table to find him. So what is on the game plan once you finish up with Lockhart? Violet asked once I was alone. I'm going to start looking at the Mirror of Erised and see if I can't figure out how to get the stone out of it. I told her, my mind going back towards our task. Knowing Dumbledore, it isn't going to be easy. If he has tied his enchantments into the existing ones for the mirror, I may not be able to. I have no idea what the original enchantments on the mirror were, and if they are interwoven, I'm going to have a very hard time figuring out where the enchantments for the mirror end and the ones Dumbledore begin. I'm sure he made some sort of key or code to getting the stone out without having to deconstruct his enchantments. Violet asked. True, but we both know that Dumbledore's mind works in weird ways. I chuckled. For all I know you have to offer the mirror a tribute of 10 drops before it will give it up. He definitely is frustratingly clever when he needs to be, she responded. Yeah, well, if only the same could be said for the rest of them. I told her, disappointed. If Longbottom could make his way all the way to the mirror, Then they obviously didn't do a very good job securing it. You don't think that maybe that was Dumbledore's point to you? She asked. Perhaps he set it up to as a test, but I doubt it. I told her. More than likely there was only so much they could legally set up inside of a school. I doubt we were the only ones to venture down the 3rd floor. Well, surely putting a Cerberus inside of a school is against the rules. Violet laughed. You would think. I acquiesced. However, it was easy to spot from the door and it isn't like it could fit through the doorway to attack anybody. Only an idiot would just run inside of a locked room without first knowing what was in it. True, but there are certainly enough idiots around this place. Violet chuckled. Yeah, you got that right. I agreed as I noticed Weasley digging into his massive plate of food with reckless abandon. Might as well head for class. I may lose my breakfast if I have to watch Weasley eat his. Well, that's confusing. Violet stated once I had stopped my inspection of the mirror of her eyes. Tell me about it, I said with a sigh. The runic language I can make out just fine. I can decipher the Egyptian seal of the heart, I can understand the Norse rune for sight, I can see the Latin rune for desire, along with about another 24 runes that I can also identify. What I can't understand is how the hell all of these runes fit together. What do you mean? Violet asked, curious as to what could have stumped me so badly. Here, Saren's rune. And here, the rune of Darik. Then over here, Zero's command. I get that far, yet I can't understand the runes that are outlining all 3 of these. My best guess is that they took those 3 runes as a mere base and then created their own custom rune schematic. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be much help. Violet said, frustrated. I share your mind, so I only know what you already know. This could take years to decipher without the codex. I sighed. We are talking some advanced arithmancy, as I would essentially have to start from scratch to create the runes to duplicate the effects of these unknown runes, but I don't know what they do, so it means a ton of hours of trial and error. I'm sorry, Harry, Violet said quietly. Sorry, what for? I asked, curious as to why she would be feeling sorry. That you have to go through all of this just for me. I don't have to go through all of this. I choose to. As much as this is for you, it is for me as well. You want a body and I want you to have one just as much, and you don't ever need to feel sorry for that, or think that this is a bother to me. I told her gently. I'm not frustrated that this is going to take more hours of work than I can keep track. I am frustrated because I want this for you so bad and I keep meeting one roadblock after another. Harry, Violet whined. Why can't you just let me have my pity party? I'm not actually contributing anything to all of this work, so I'm not allowed to be frustrated or I will just feel like a prat. If I do that, then I can't make fun of you for being one anymore. You are something else. I chuckled. I blame you, she replied defiantly. I'm stuck inside of your head all day, so I pick up all of my annoying traits from you. At least you will never be as annoying as Lockhart. I grumbled. Thankfully Daphne and I no longer were taking lessons from him, and we had both progressed nicely with our obliviation lessons. Lockhart had actually had the balls to have us practicing on a 5th year who had challenged him in much the same way I had. Of course, the 5th year had been pretty quick on the draw and was actually fighting Lockhart off fairly well, at least until I stunned him in the back. Needless to say, that was one of the memories we made sure to practice against. Of course, Lockhart had us practicing by taking away the boy's memory of his knowledge and thoughts of Lockhart being a fraud. I bet you're glad to finally be done with him. Violet laughed. Not as bad as Daphne. I smiled. I think if she had to have one more lesson with him, she might have tried to kill him. She is very passionate, Violet replied, but nothing will top the passion she has for hating that man. I can't say I blame her. I told her seriously. If it wasn't for the fact I was almost positive he was a poof, I would fear the things he has the abilities of getting away with when it comes to the female population. Of course, I might still have to worry about Wayne. I laughed. Harry, that's so gross. Violet cackled. Yeah, but probably true. I laughed. So what do we do now, Harry? Violet asked, her tone returning to seriousness. That is a good question. I sighed. We are kind of at a crossroads here. We can either keep going with trying to retrieve the stone, or we can move on for now and keep looking elsewhere. Which one do you think we should do? I'm not sure, to be honest. Why don't you choose for me? I asked. I honestly never considered it would be this damn hard back when McGonagall told us about magic all those months ago in the Dursleys' living room, and now I'm slightly floundering here. I told her truthfully. I didn't want to make a choice and it turn out to be the wrong one and let Violet down. Oh sure, make me choose. Violet pouted before thinking her answer over. I say we should keep looking elsewhere for now. If nothing else, you will be able to come back to the mirror once you have learned more, arithmancy in particular, unless you can find any information on the mirror. If we actually knew which enchantments belong to it, and which were added to protect the stone, it would be much easier. Moving on it is then. I sighed, disappointed in myself for not being able to figure this out. So, where exactly is next from here? Violet asked after a minute. Good question, I said thoughtfully. I would be willing to bet that Dumbledore has a copy of what runes he used on the mirror in his office. Maybe we could borrow it and it would make figuring out the mirror 100 times easier. We never see the old man except for at meals, Harry. Violet mentioned. How exactly are we going to even know when he is gone? On top of that, he probably has the place warded against intruders. True, but for every ward, charm, and spell, there is a counter to it. We will just have to figure out what he has in place and figure out the charms to it, as far as when he is going to be out of his office. I think I have a plan. Ooh, that will be nice to have regardless if it works for breaking into Dumbledore's office. Violet cheered as she read the idea out of my head. When are you going to do it? I will send an owl to them to set up a meeting tomorrow. I told her, hashing out my plan in my head. I think I might recruit Daphne on this one though. Why? Think you will need backup? Violet asked. Well, there are 2 of them and they are a couple years ahead of us. It would be foolish to make a move and have it backfire on me. I told her. Daphne can be my surprise weapon. You will have to be careful. Violet warned. You either have to keep her in the open or be very crafty in how you are going to hide her from them. They are hard to sneak up on, you know. I will think it over and let Daphne know of the plan tonight. I told her with a smile. Tomorrow we add another weapon to our arsenal. So you remember the plan? I asked Daphne as we were on our way to the Ollery before breakfast. We had sent Tracy and Wayne along ahead of us so we could talk without being overheard. Of course it do. Daphne scowled. You've only made me memorize it a dozen times. Hey, no need to bite off my head, you know. I grinned at her. Well, you may be all happy and excited about this plan. Daphne glared at me, but I find it hard to be excited when you won't even tell me what it is we are after. I don't want to spoil the surprise. I whined. Besides, you should be thankful that I am nice enough to share it with you. It is a one-of-a-kind work of art. You make it sound like we are stealing a bloody painting. Daphne complained. Fine, fine, fine. You will leave the Great Hall after you know they have received your letter. When they leave to follow you, I wait 10 minutes before coming under your invisibility cloak to the room with the window that you showed me last night. Once there, I quietly fire 2 stunners through the crack you're going to leave in the window and we take your bloody painting from them. It's not a painting, Daph. I laughed. You will love it, I'm sure. I just don't want to ruin the surprise for you. Besides, I doubt you would believe me if I told you. It really is quite remarkable, to be honest. Okay, just write your bloody letter and let's go. Daphne complained. I'm hungry and breakfast started 10 minutes ago. Okay, keep your knickers on. I chided at her impatience before taking out a piece of parchment and a quill. Twins, I was most pleased with your services the first time we met last year. You were right, it was quite the sinuous path to fly on broom. I want to offer you 2 a chance to make some gold for information, and you hold the answer I seek written on your favorite spare bit of parchment. If you are interested in a bit of gold, meet me a half an hour before breakfast ends. You know how to find me. Make sure you come alone and tell nobody of this letter. H.P. I quickly folded up letter and handed it to one of the school owls. Deliver this to the Weasley twins during breakfast. Make sure nobody else takes it. I told the owl, which hooted in acceptance. Well, that was fun. Daphne drawled, not sure why I couldn't just go to breakfast instead of walking all the way up here. And here I thought you were my friend. I teased. Tired of hanging around with me already, Daph? Stuff it, Potter, she grumbled. I'm headed down for breakfast. I'll see you before breakfast ends. Have Wayne save me some food, will you? I called to her, retreating back as she split one way to head to the Great Hall, and I headed for the abandoned room I had scouted out with Daphne last night. I had been waiting in the room for almost a half hour before I could start to hear the footfalls coming down the hall. I knew that it was roughly an 8-minute walk from the Great Hall to where I was at, which was why I had told Daphne to wait 10 minutes before following them. They would undoubtedly be using the map to locate me, and I didn't want them to spot Daphne following them. It is open, I called when the twins knocked on the door. Ah, Harrikins, one of the twins said as they both entered the room. I had still yet to learn the difference between them. I think I may just call them both Fred, at least then I would be right half of the time. Our favorite little Puff. Not quite as little this time around though. The other Fred said, little things grow up so fast. Fred, other Fred. I greeted them with my own silent chuckle. I'm glad you both showed up. We never turned down the opportunity to make some gold. Fred 1 said. Yeah, so what is it that you need with the map, our dearest Harrikins? Fred 2 asked. I knew I had to stall for a few minutes before Daphne could get here. I couldn't let them open the map and have them spot her coming. I am curious as the map shows the locations of the dorms. I asked the two, the Slytherin dorms in particular. Is Ickle Harrikins planning a prank on the snakes, or is he trying to have a secret meeting with the little snakelet he has been hanging around? Fred 1, or was it 2, asked. Ha. Ha, I drawled. The first one would be closer to the truth. Snakelet, as you call her, has shown me where the dorms are. I just need to know if they are empty, which is why I called you here while they are all still at breakfast. But first, I was hoping you could give me some tips on pranking them. As I understand it, you lions love any chance to prank them, and you two are supposed to be the best. Today is one of the proudest moments of my life, one of the Freds said, swiping a fake tear from his eye. Another budding prankster seeking a wing to be taken under. Indeed, the other twin fake sniffled. It is our duty to help him, George. Fred, I corrected him, still stalling for time. I knew I had another couple minutes before Daphne showed up, and I couldn't let them open that map yet. No, I'm pretty sure that I'm Fred and he's George. Fred 2 corrected me. You may be able to tell yourselves apart, but that is a skill I will never master. I told the two, so you are Fred 1 and Fred 2, unless you want to be George 1 and George 2. Sounds fair, one of the Freds said. But I am Fred 1. He can be Fred 2. Hey, now wait a minute. Fred 2 complained. Why do you get to be Fred 1? I'm the better looking Fred after all. Maybe we can get shirts that say Fred 1 on the front of one and Fred 2 on the front of the other. Fred 1 suggested. And on the back they can say Fred 2 and Fred 1, then we could both be Fred 1 and Fred 2. That just may work, dear brother. Fred 1, now Fred 1 and 2 said. This was really getting confusing fast. Perhaps I will start calling them Fred 12 and Fred 21. I just hope that Daphne showed up soon before I lost track of even my own name. It would give Snape a bloody hell of a time trying to give us detention that way. True. Fred 21 agreed. Of course, it would make figuring out whose mail belonged to whom a bloody nightmare. Ah, too true, dear brother. Fred 12 agreed, pulling their map out of his robe pocket. Perhaps we shall have to iron this out later, old chap. We do have some business to attend to. Right you are. Fred 21 responded. Gold is at hand and it must be made. So, Harrikins, let's find out if the Slytherin common room is currently empty, or was as far as he got before a red light struck him in the back, followed by a second one that stunned his brother as well. Thank Merlin, I sighed as Daphne entered the room before locking and silencing it afterwards. If I had to listen to those two go back and forth for another few minutes, I might have had to kill myself. That bad, huh? Daphne laughed. You have no idea. So what exactly is it that you wanted to show me? She asked. I had better be impressed, Potter, or you might join these two on the floor. This, dearest Daphne, I told her, folding out the map onto the table, is a map of Hogwarts. It shows every room, every secret passage, and the location of every single person inside of it. It's just a blank piece of parchment, Daphne drawled. You must have been around those two for too long, it has clearly addled your mind. Cute, I said in a monotone voice. It will be a map, I just need to get the password from those two. Legilimency or torture? Daphne asked curiously. While Cyrus had never exactly taught us much on legilimency, it was one of the side effects of being taught occlumency. We see the effects so much that the only real thing keeping someone who knows occlumency from learning legilimency is just actually doing it and practicing. We have both seen thousands of probes, analyzed and destroyed them. We knew how it felt to have them dig through our thoughts and memories. While we were still novice enough that we wouldn't be able to read even the weakest of occlumens yet without practice, 2 fourth years who were unconscious and had no training in occlumency at all shouldn't be too hard. Legilimens, I both replied to Daphne and cast on one of the twins at the same time. A master of legilimency could read someone's current thoughts so long as they had eye contact, but one couldn't just go searching through someone's mind for a specific memory. The mind wasn't just some picture book with an index that you had to look up the specific page to something. That didn't mean that a legilimens didn't have some control over it. It was true that memories would flash randomly through their mind, but when you spotted a memory of interest you could give it a kind of tug, and more memories related to that particular memory would follow. So once I saw the first memory that involved the Marauder's map, as this particular memory indicated, I could give it a mental tug and more memories that involved the map would start to flow behind it. Finally, a few minutes I finally saw the memory I was looking for. The one that had the activation and deactivation phrase to the map. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, I said, pointing my wand at the map laying on the desk. Instantly words began to sprawl themselves across the map like veins, forming pictures as they went. It only took a few seconds before the entire map was covered in an exact map of the castle. It appeared as if the map automatically opened, focusing on its location because in the center of it was the room we were currently standing in with 2 little dots labeled, Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass, next to them. Sweet Merlin, Daphne said in awe, the entire castle is open to our fingertips with this. Exactly, I smirked, big plans for the map already flowing through my head. Getting into Dumbledore's office, the chief among them. First, we will have to cover our tracks. Tracks? She asked. These two, I said pointing to the twins, aren't just going to take it lightly that we stole something this valuable from them. So, we are going to make them forget its very existence. Daphne paused for a moment as if all of the missing pieces were just now falling into place for her. You planned all of this from the start, she guessed. Learning obliviation will have other uses in the future, I answered, but this one is as good as any for now. Sometimes you are scary brilliant, she said in an almost hushed awe before turning back serious. Don't let that go to your head though, Potter. I will try to remember that. I chuckled. For now, do you think you can wipe the map from Fred 12, while I get Fred 21? 12, 21? Daphne asked confused. It's a long story. I sighed. I will tell you later. Pointing my wand at one of the twins, I cast the spell. I concentrated on the Marauder's map and watched as one by one, every memory the two had that pertained to it were deleted. It appeared the two had gotten great use out of it, as it had taken me almost a minute before I had erased them all. The two would be a bit woozy and have a small headache for most of the day, but they would both be fine by tomorrow, except for the fact they would be missing one of their prized possessions and not even know about it. Finished. Daphne said a few seconds after I had finished myself. I don't suppose that has a way to turn it off, does it? We have classes in like 15 minutes and I'm sure you would rather keep this a secret. Yeah, hold on. I told her as I turned back to the map. Mischief managed, I folded the map up and put it in my inner robe pocket once it had become blank again. I'll see you later, Harry. Daphne said as she headed for the door. You better not use that map to watch me while I'm in the bathroom either, she teased. I make no promises. I grinned playfully. But thanks for the idea, I called as she left with a playful glare. Well, that went about as well as we could have hoped, Violet said happily once we were alone. Outside of losing some of my sanity from listening to those two, I'd agree, I smiled. Now all we have to do is keep an eye out for Dumbledore leaving the school and then we can make our move. Violet beamed. I could tell she was in high spirits at the fact we finally had another clear-cut path to follow. True, for now though we need to wake these two up and head to class, I told her. They won't see you once you wake them, will they? Violet asked. Doubtful. I replied. They had a ton of memories regarding that map, so they will likely be a bit dazed for the first few minutes after they wake. Won't they be suspicious if they suddenly wake up woozy in an abandoned room? She asked. Nope. I smirked, conjuring a few empty mead bottles on the floor beside them. I erased all of their memories from the time they awoke this morning until now. They will likely just assume they spent most of last night drinking and passed out drunk. Daphne was right. Violet smirked. Sometimes you are scary brilliant. Well, I should be. I told her with a smirk. I learned it all from this really amazing girl I know. I'd blush if I could. Violet laughed with a fake swoon. Now, come on Romeo, we have classes. Of course, Lady Capulet. I teased before grabbing my bag, casting a quick enervate on the twins, and heading out from the room. The next couple of weeks had been pretty amazing. The Marauders map had made learning the school easier than I could have ever dreamed. I would sneak multiple trips to the restricted section of the library each week and never even have to worry about being caught. I was able to map out a few locations of the castle that apparently never saw many people wandering through them. Tonight the entire school was down in the Great Hall celebrating another defeat of Voldemort. I hadn't really felt like celebrating. While I was more grateful for Violet than I could ever imagine, I still had lost my parents and it was the start of my 10 years of hell with the Dursleys. So no, I was going to be doing another ritual tonight. This ritual wasn't as dangerous as some of the ones I would be trying in the future. My body was already performing at a really high level, not that it made me anything like Captain America from the comic books I had once pilfered from Dudley's room, but it would take magical enhancements to really improve my body any further. That is why I was currently back in my out-of-the-way room while everyone else was stuffing their faces. I know I don't need to tell you, but be careful, Violet said. She was naturally worried and a bit apprehensive when it involved anything that could be dangerous to me. Don't worry, V. I gave her a half smile as I was still concentrating on preparing our ritual. We had already gotten our supplies from Snape's classroom stores. Unfortunately, there were only another ritual or two I could do with just the supplies that were located there, neither one of them too advanced. I've written this same array in my mind a dozen times in the last hour alone. I'm positive I will get it right. I know. Violet sighed, but I'm still allowed to worry. I know. I chuckled. It's okay, I understand. I started to trace the transference runes that the ingredients would be sacrificed in to power the ritual. Arim's rune for the Valerian, Zerosian cluster for the spleenwort, the rune strip of Shantae for the lionfish spine, the runes of Pryphindus for the lobalug venom, the cluster of Sophanum for the nightshade, and Nardus array for the dragonfly thorax. Thankfully, this ritual only had the 5 ingredients as the rune layout for them was rather complex, and I didn't have all night to be carving them. My ignition rune complete, I stepped slowly into the circle after disrobing completely. While the last ritual I did was only an enhancement of my natural body, this ritual magically altered it. That meant that I had to bring nothing other than my wand inside with me. Something as simple as a piece of lint could fall from my robes into one of the transference runes and it could have drastically changing effects to the entire ritual. This was why I had moved out of the dirty dungeons in lieu of a much cleaner room down the vacant 3rd floor corridor. It was also why the entire room had been thoroughly scourgified beforehand. I placed the tip of my wand on the ignition rune and started to pump magic into it. The ritual circle started to light up, working its way from the inside out, the magic working its way through the lines I had previously carved as they made their way to the transference runes. As the transference runes started to absorb their offerings and direct their magic towards the inner circle, and ultimately me, I could feel the effects of the ritual start to take hold. My skin started to tingle as the magic flowing through it made it glow with a soft, yet eerie, light. I could feel the magic flowing through it as well as feel it growing stronger. While I would never be able to stop a bullet with it, the ritual was supposed to increase its tensile strength by almost 5. While it could still be easily penetrated with certain spells, My skin would barely scratch if I were to say, fall and scrape my knee. A cutting curse that would usually leave a 6-inch gash would probably only leave a 2-inch cut. Finally, with a bright flash and semi-strong discharge of magic, the ritual circle fell dark and silent, and I fell to my knees panting from the change to my body. My skin still had a tingling feeling all over, but thankfully it was slowly retreating. "How do you feel?" Violet asked. "Weird," I replied. "You never really think about it, but your skin has a certain feel to it that is only noticeable once it changes. It's not an uncomfortable or bad feeling. Just one that will take some getting used to." "You think you will be okay to move?" she asked. "The feast will be over soon and you don't want people to be asking questions. Best to be in the dorms by the time there so you can just say you were there the entire time." "Probably right," I agreed. "Come on, let's get going." Unfortunately, me hoping for an easy trip back to the dorms was for naught. No sooner had I made it around the first corner did I heard it for the second time. "Rip. Tear. Kill." It was the same voice, the same cold, murderous voice I had heard leaving Lockhart's office the month before. I stumbled to a halt, clutching at the stone wall, listening with all my might, while looking around, squinting up and down the dimly lit hallway. "You can hear it too, right?" I asked Violet as the voice started to move. "Yes," Violet said nervously. "Do you think we should follow it or run?" "So hungry. For so long. It sounds as if it hasn't eaten in a long time," I questioned, making up my mind to see if I couldn't find it. I would just have to curse my stupid curiosity later. "Let's go." "Kill. Time to kill." The voice was growing fainter. I was sure it was moving away, moving downwards. A mixture of fear and excitement gripped me as I stared at the dusty floor. How could it be moving downwards? Was it a phantom or ghost to whom stone floors didn't matter? It at least appeased my fears slightly, knowing that a ghost couldn't actually hurt me, so I set off at a trot towards the stairs to follow it downwards. "This way," I said excitedly to Violet as I began to run, down the stairs 2 floors to the first floor, hoping to catch up to it. I strained my ears. Distantly, from the floor above this time, I heard the voice again. "I smell blood. I smell blood." "You don't think it is going to kill someone, do you?" Violet asked worriedly. "I don't know, but if it is capable of killing, perhaps we should just stay away," I asked her. "True," she said nervously. "But Harry, everyone is supposed to be in the Great Hall. It is very possible that if anyone has left early it is to look for you." "What, a professor?" I asked. "Then they should be able to handle themselves better than most." "True," she acquiesced. "If it is a professor. But what if it isn't? What if Daphne, Wayne, or Tracy grew worried and came to look for us?" "Bugger," I mumbled, knowing that if there was a chance it was them about to be attacked I would have to at least investigate it. "I can't believe I left the damn map in the room," I said hotly. "I didn't think I would need it with everyone at the feast." "We will have to worry about that later, Harry. We should get a move on." I took off back towards the staircase and went back up 1 floor to the 2nd floor. Just as we were passing the girls' bathroom, trying to once again locate the voice, Violet gasped. "Harry, is that Mrs. Norris?" I whispered as I edged nearer, almost slipping on a large puddle of water that was flowing out from the bathroom beside me that I had missed before. Something was shining on the wall ahead. Approaching, my eyes seeing decently through the semi-darkness, I spotted foot-high words that had been daubed on the wall between 2 windows, shimmering in the light cast by the flaming torches. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Hanging above it, by her tail from the torch bracket, was Filch's cat. She was stiff as a board, her eyes wide and staring. For a few seconds, I didn't move. "We should get out of here," I finally said, coming to my senses. It wouldn't be good at all to be caught here. No sooner had the thoughts left my brain did I hear a gasp from behind me. "You may have talked your way out last year, Potter, but we caught you in the act this time." I slowly turned my head to the side to see Longbottom and his 2 followers standing beside him. Longbottom and Weasley had looks of triumph on their faces, while Granger was staring nervously between me and Mrs. Norris. "Ah, shit. I'm Ned, should have left sooner." "Ah, Longbottom and friends," I replied jovially. "Imagine finding you here." "Save it, Potter. Longbottom snarled. Killing cats now are you? Wrong again, Longbottom. I smiled. I just stumbled upon her a minute before yourself. So you just expect us to believe you're in the wrong place at the wrong time? Weasley asked incredulously. What are you even doing up here? Your common room is down in the dungeons with the rest of the snakes. I could ask you the same thing. I replied to him. The Great Hall is a few floors below as well, and I don't see the rest of the school winding their ways through the halls. So why are you three out before the rest of them? We noticed you weren't there at dinner, and came to see if we could find out what you were up to. Longbottom scowled. It's a good thing too, I'm sure Filch will love to hear what you've done to his cat. Your incessant snooping has grown rather tiresome, I said seriously while drawing my wand. Even if I were running around doing something nefarious. Do you honestly think you three would be smart enough to catch me at it? So that's it, Potter? Weasley snarled. You just going to kill us next? I snorted. Even if I was, I'm not the type to brag. No, I am merely going to make sure that you three leave me alone once and for all. I raised my wand towards the trio, ready to strip their memories of this meeting from their minds. OBL. What have we here? A happy voice called. I looked up to notice a very pleased Malfoy along with a few dozen other students rounding the corner. Excitement was shining in his pale gray eyes as he watched the trio pointing their wands at me, who were doing the same. Then he spotted the message on the wall behind me, along with the cat hanging from the torch bracket. Enemies of the air beware. She smiled before turning towards Granger. You'll be next, Mudblood. Shut it, Malfoy. Weasley yelled as the three foolishly turned their backs to me and faced Malfoy. What's going on here? What's going on? Attracted no doubt by Malfoy's shout, Argus Filch came shouldering his way through the crowd, further distracting the trio's attention away from me. As quietly as I could, I quickly whispered out a trio of obliviates towards the three, careful to only take out their memory of meeting me here first, and not the rest of their encounter. Taking away too much might rouse suspicion if they suddenly became confused. I was leaving from Lockhart's office and stumbled upon these three. I answered him before the trio could regain their bearings. Filch missed their slight looks of confusion as he had finally noticed Mrs. Norris and fell back, clutching his face in horror. My cat! My cat! What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked. And his popping eyes fell back on the trio, missing my smirk. You, he screeched. You three, you've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I'll kill you, all. Argus. Dumbledore had arrived on the scene, followed by a number of other teachers. In seconds, he had swept past Longbottom, Weasley, Granger, and myself and detached Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Come with me, Argus, he said to Filch. You, too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Lockhart stepped forward eagerly. My office is nearest, Headmaster. Just upstairs. Please feel free. Perfect. Lockhart was here. He would have no choice but to cover for me. Thank you, Gilderoy, said Dumbledore. The silent crowd parted to let us pass. Lockhart, looking excited and important, hurried after Dumbledore. So did Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Sprout. As we entered Lockhart's darkened office, there was a flurry of movement across the walls. I smirked as I saw several of the Lockharts in the pictures once again dodging out of sight, their hair in rollers. The real Lockhart lit the candles on his desk and stood back. Dumbledore lay Mrs. Norris on the polished surface and began to examine her. The trio exchanged tense looks, as I ignored them, and they sank into the chairs outside the pool of candlelight, watching. The tip of Dumbledore's long, crooked nose was barely an inch from Mrs. Norris's fur. He was looking at her closely through his half-moon spectacles, his long fingers gently prodding and poking. Professor McGonagall was bent almost as close, her eyes narrowed. Snape loomed behind them, half in shadow, wearing a most peculiar expression. It was as though he was trying hard not to smile. Sprout was standing off to the side looking worried, and Lockhart was hovering around all of them, making suggestions. Nervous? Violet asked curiously. Nope. I said, popping the P. Me being the first on the scene was wiped from their minds, and it is locked solidly in mine. Not much they can pin on me for this one. That and Lockhart will have no choice but to back you up, she giggled. If he knows what is good for him. I smirked. It was definitely a curse that killed her. Probably the transmogrifian torture. I've seen it used many times, so unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her. Only place he has seen that curse is in his dreams. Violet laughed. Sometimes I wonder just where the hell he comes up with this crap. I chuckled. Perhaps I should give him some pointers if he pulls through for me on this. Yeah, like how to just keep his mouth shut. Violet smirked victoriously. Lockhart's comments were punctuated by Filch's dry, racking sobs. He was slumped in a chair by the desk, unable to look at Mrs. Norris, his face in his hands. As much as I detested Filch, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He was a right pain in the ass, but anyone could tell that Mrs. Norris had been the most important thing in the world to him, and I couldn't imagine having something similar happen to Violet. Dumbledore was now muttering strange words under his breath and tapping Mrs. Norris with his wand, but nothing happened. She continued to look as though she had been recently stuffed. I remember something very similar happening in Ouagadougou, said Lockhart, a series of attacks, the full stories in my autobiography. I was able to provide the townsfolk with various amulets, which cleared the matter up at once. I couldn't help but stare at him incredulously as the photographs of Lockhart on the walls were all nodding in agreement as he talked. Although, one of them had forgotten to remove his hairnet. Wow. I said incredulously. He continues to reach heights I never thought possible. It really is a talent all on its own, isn't it? Violet replied half incredulously and half admiring. At last Dumbledore straightened up. She's not dead, Argus, he said softly. Lockhart stopped abruptly in the middle of counting the number of murders he had prevented. Not dead, choked Filch, looking through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. But why's she all stiff and frozen? She has been petrified, said Dumbledore. Ah, I thought so, said Lockhart, but how, I cannot say. Ask them, shrieked Filch, turning his blotched and tear-stained face towards the trio. They were caught at the scene by him, he added, pointing towards me. No second years could have done this, said Dumbledore firmly. It would take dark magic of the most advanced. They did it, Filch spat, his pouchy face purpling. You saw what they wrote on the wall. We never touched Mrs. Norris. Longbottom said loudly, uncomfortably aware of everyone looking at them, including all the Lockharts on the walls. It was Potter. It had to be. Rubbish, Longbottom. I snorted. I caught you three red-handed at the scene. If I might speak, Headmaster, said Snape from the shadows, my sense of foreboding increasing at the look Snape was giving me. I knew Snape hated both Longbottom and I, but Snape always seemed to hate me just a tad more, it seemed. Longbottom and his friends may have been found at the scene, but they were also found in the Great Hall for the feast tonight, he said, a slight sneer curling his mouth. But we do have a set of suspicious circumstances here. Potter, on the other hand, wasn't at the Halloween feast. What could he have possibly been doing down this corridor at all? That would be because I was practicing my charms work in Professor Lockhart's office, I said, giving Lockhart a pointed look that promised retribution if he didn't confirm my story. I didn't want to join the festivities and he agreed to allow me to use his room. This office is an entire floor above where the cat was found, Potter. Snape sneered as I felt a small legilimency probe try to enter my mind before I ruthlessly shoved it towards a false memory of Snape being beeped by Fluffy. I probably should have just led it to a believable memory, but Snape always found a way to piss me off and get under my skin. And both of these locations are a few floors above where I sleep. Professor, I glared at him. Surely you haven't forgotten the location of the dungeons? You do, after all, live there yourself. Manners, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore chided sternly. Gilderoy, can you confirm Mr. Potter's claim? Yes, of course, Lockhart only slightly stammered. Mr. Potter is an exemplary student and I felt it my duty to do my best to help further along his education. I suggest, Headmaster, that both Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Potter are not being entirely truthful, he said. It might be a good idea if they were all deprived of certain privileges until they are ready to tell us the whole story. Dumbledore was giving the four of us a searching look. His twinkling light blue gaze made me feel as though I were being X-rayed, but I felt no legilimency attack. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, he said firmly. Snape looked furious. So did Filch. My cat has been petrified, he shrieked, his eyes popping. I want to see some punishment. We will be able to cure her, Argus, said Dumbledore patiently. Professor Sprout recently managed to procure some mandrakes. As soon as they have reached their full size, I will have a potion made that will revive Mrs. Norris. He added, Professor Sprout nodding along with him. I'll make it, Lockhart butted in. I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake restorative draft in my sleep. Well, there goes Mrs. Norris. Violet laughed, and I couldn't help but agree if Lockhart was going to be doing it. Excuse me, said Snape icily, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. There was a very awkward pause. You four may go, Dumbledore said to the trio and myself. I wasted no time in leaving the classroom. Thankfully the trio had to head up and I didn't have to worry about them accosting me. What do you think about it all? Violet asked me nervously once we had made it back to the dungeons. I think there is something seriously dangerous loose inside of Hogwarts, I told her worriedly, and it is obviously not human. No human could move through the castle the way it did, and there are no ghosts, specters, or spirits capable of petrifying anyone like that. So an animal of some sort? Violet asked. It would be pretty hard for one of them to move about the castle in that sort of manner as well. I know, I told her thoughtfully. I think for now we will have to look into this chamber of secrets, and see if we can't find a clue. I guess that is the best course, she replied. For now, I think we should get to the common room, just in case. I agree, I told her, making my way towards my bed quickly. I do know that we will be working heavily on training. Never know what we will have to defend ourselves against. Hey, Harry. Wayne greeted me as I sat down for breakfast. Wayne. I greeted. How are you today? I'm great, he said enthusiastically. I actually wanted to talk to you about that. You see, I ended up making the team as a beater. That's great, Wayne. I congratulated him. So when is your first game? Wow, you really don't pay much attention to Quidditch, do you? He laughed. The first game is today, so are you going to come? Please? Fine. I'll go. I laughed. Just don't wet yourself before breakfast is over. Very funny, Harry. Wayne shook his head. Listen, the team has to meet down at the field at 10, but the game starts at 11. I will look for you in the stands. Sounds good. I hope you guys win, I said before smiling. Who is it you're playing again? Merlin, Harry. You really don't care for Quidditch much, do you? Wayne asked rhetorically. We play Gryffindor. I hope we get to beat Longbottom. He has been running around all week talking about how bad Hufflepuff is going to lose. Longbottom, I asked, interested now. Make sure you aim a dozen or so bludgers at him for me then. Will do, Harry. Wayne laughed. I gotta go. Cedric wants the team to eat together before the match. All right, Wayne. I will see you on the field. As 11 o'clock approached, the whole school started to make its way down to the Quidditch stadium. It was a muggy sort of day with a hint of thunder in the air. I wished Wayne luck before I headed for the stands while I waited for the game to begin. As the teams walked out onto the pitch, a roar of noise greeted them, mainly cheers except for Slytherin, who were just wanting to see both teams get crushed. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch teacher, asked for Wood and Cedric to shake hands, which they did. On my whistle, said Madam Hooch. 3, 2, 1. With a roar from the crowd to speed them upward, the 14 players rose toward the leaden sky. I ignored most of the players, choosing to turn my focus towards Wayne. I was worried at first that perhaps Wayne wasn't that great of a beater. It seemed as if he wasn't hitting the bludger on target, when the thing was in range, that is. That was until I realized that it was because they were effectively only playing with one bludger. The other heavy, black metal ball was occupied with marking Longbottom wherever he went on the pitch. It was comical to watch one of the Weasley twins smash the bludger away, only for it to come swerving back at Longbottom again and again. Once again, the bludger swerved like a boomerang and shot at Longbottom's head. If this is what these games are going to be like, we should come more often. I cheered to Violet as I watched Longbottom put on a burst of speed and zoom towards the other end of the pitch. I must admit, it is nice to see that smug smile off of his face for a change, Violet grinned. At the other end of the pitch, one of the Weasleys were waiting for the bludger. Just as Longbottom ducked, Weasley swung at the bludger with all his might. The bludger looked to be knocked off course. Weasley could even be heard celebrating that very fact. That was until the bludger once more turned course and set its sights on Longbottom again, who was forced to take off at top speed. It had just started to rain and I made sure to cast an imperturbable charm over my robes to keep me dry, along with a mild warming charm. The noise from the rain was starting to make it difficult to hear the commentary. All I knew was that Hufflepuff were leading by 30 points. Meanwhile, the rogue bludger was doing all it could to knock Longbottom out of the air. The Weasley twins were now flying so close to him on either side that I doubted he could see anything at all except for their flailing arms. He wouldn't have any chance of even looking for the snitch, let alone finding it. The twins signaled to Wood for a timeout and the 14 players all made their way back to the ground after Hooch blew her whistle. After a minute or so they were once more back in the air at it again. The rain was falling more heavily now. Longbottom had the bludger hot on his tail as soon as he left the ground. Higher and higher he climbed. He looped and swooped, spiraled and zigzagged. He had to have heard the laughter coming from the crowd. He did look pretty stupid. He began a kind of roller coaster ride around the edges of the stadium to try and lose it. Cedric stopped and asked Longbottom something. In that split second that he went to answer, it was all that it took for the stadium was filled with a sickening sound. Wham! Longbottom had stayed still a second too long. The bludger had hit him at last, smashing into his elbow. I could easily tell from the sound that the bones in it hadn't survived the hit. Longbottom's distraction had also alerted Cedric to the presence of the snitch. By the time Longbottom had fell the almost 20 feet to the mud below, Cedric had already caught the snitch and won the game for Hufflepuff 250-70. I bet that fall hurt. Violet giggled as the Griffs all went to their fallen teammate. Yeah, but not as bad as that elbow. I chuckled. It was about time Longbottom had to suffer a bit. He made me suffer constantly with his incessant watching. Oh look, Violet squealed. There goes Lockhart to give him a hand. He is bound to do more harm than good. Let's hurry down there and see if we can't catch a bit of the show. I chuckled as I set off quickly for the pitch. I managed to make it down just in time to hear Longbottom mow *N out. Oh, no, not you. Doesn't know what he's saying, Lockhart proclaimed loudly to the anxious crowd of Gryffindors pressing around us. Not to worry, Mr. Longbottom. I'm about to fix your arm. No, said Longbottom. I'll keep it like this, thanks. He tried to sit up, but the pain was terrible. I could hear a familiar clicking noise and turned to spot some short Gryffindor snapping photos of Longbottom. I don't want a photo of this, Colin, Longbottom said loudly. Lie back, Mr. Longbottom. Lockhart said soothingly. It's a simple charm I've used countless times. Probably because you can't count a number that doesn't exist. Violet giggled, causing me to smirk at the situation. Why can't I just go to the hospital wing? Longbottom ground out through clenched teeth. He should really, Professor, said a muddy Wood, who couldn't stop scowling, probably more to the fact they lost than the fact that his seeker was hurt. Stand back, said Lockhart, who was rolling up his jade green sleeves. No. Don't. Longbottom said weakly, but Lockhart was twirling his wand a second later had directed it straight at Longbottom's arm. It was a strange sight to behold as Longbottom's arm appeared as if it had been deflated. It appeared as if Lockhart had somehow managed to vanish all of the bones in Longbottom's arm. I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped as I heard the rapid clicking coming from the kid, Colin's, camera. Ah, said Lockhart. Yes. Well, that can sometimes happen. But the point is, the bones are clearly no longer broken. That's the thing to bear in mind. So, Mr. Longbottom, just toddle on up to the hospital wing. Ah, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, would you escort him? And Madame Pomfrey will be able to, tidy you up a bit. Weasley and Granger helped Longbottom up to his feet and immediately set off for the hospital wing. Well, that was entertaining, Violet beamed. I doubt anything today will top that. I wouldn't be so sure, I grinned. Oh? She asked. Oh, yes. I smiled. Longbottom is going to have those bones regrown. I'm not following you, Violet replied. Well, that means he will have to stay in the hospital wing. Overnight. I told her excitedly. The doors are never locked in case of emergencies, and that means that there will be nothing to keep me from Longbottom. What are you going to do? Violet asked excitedly. I think it is about time I tried out some memory modification. I told her. I'm going to implant a subtle thought into his mind to ignore me. Hopefully I can get him and his 2 goons to lay off for a while. Perfect. Violet cackled. We should probably get a few hours rest before tonight then. Don't want to be tired while trying to work around in Longbottom's head. You ready to go, Harry? Violet asked quietly as I slid out of my bed. It was a few hours past curfew and the rest of the dorm was asleep. Quickly and silently, I slipped on my invisibility cloak. I am now, let's go. With the Marauder's map in hand, I quickly made my way towards the hospital wing. The door was shut but still unlocked. I quickly cast a silencing charm on it before quickly opening the door just enough for me to slip in before closing it again. I quickly spotted Longbottom, but as I started my way over to him, his eyes suddenly shot open. I had almost thought he had somehow sensed me, until I saw what was on the other side of the bed from him. Get off! Longbottom hissed loudly, and then, Dobby. The house elf's goggling tennis ball eyes were peering at him through the darkness. A single tear was running down his long, pointed nose. Neville Longbottom came back to school. The elf whispered miserably. Dobby warned Neville Longbottom. Ah, sir, why didn't you heed Dobby? Why didn't Neville Longbottom go back home when the barrier wouldn't let him in? Longbottom heaved himself up on his pillows and pushed Dobby's sponge away. What are you doing here? He said, and how did you know the barrier wouldn't let me enter? Dobby's lip trembled and realization finally came to Longbottom's face. It was you, he said slowly. You stopped that barrier from letting us through. Indeed yes, sir, said Dobby, nodding his head vigorously, ears flapping. Dobby hid and watched for Neville Longbottom and sealed the gateway, and Dobby had to iron his hands afterward. I could just make out the bandaged hands that he was showing Longbottom in the faint light. But Dobby didn't care, sir, for he thought Neville Longbottom would be safe. He was rocking backward and forward, shaking his ugly head. Dobby was so shocked when he heard Neville Longbottom was still at Hogwarts, he let his master's dinner burn. Such a flogging Dobby never had, sir. Longbottom slumped back onto his pillows. You'd better get lost before my bones come back, Dobby, or I might strangle you, he said fiercely. Dobby is used to death threats, sir. Dobby gets them 5 times a day at home. He blew his nose on a corner of the filthy pillowcase he wore, looking so pathetic that Longbottom's anger ebbed away in spite of himself. Why do you wear such a filthy thing, Dobby? He asked curiously. This, sir? Said Dobby, plucking at the pillowcase. 'Tis a mark of the house elf's ends *avement, sir. Dobby can only wear what his master presents him with, and may only be freed when presented with clothes. The family is careful not to pass Dobby even a sock, sir, for then he would be free to leave their house forever. I wonder who his family is? Violet asked curiously. Most families treat even their servants better than this. He looks utterly pathetic. Malfoy. I drawled after a quick and almost silent legilimency probe. Figures they would treat a house elf this way. They don't treat most humans any better. Dobby was still mopping his bulging eyes and said suddenly, Neville Longbottom must go home. Dobby thought his bludger would be enough to make. Your bludger? Longbottom ground out heatedly. I was barely able to hold in a snort of laughter at the reminder of why he was in here in the first place. What do you mean, you bludger? You made that bludger try and kill me. Now kill you, sir, never kill you, said Dobby, shocked. Dobby only wants to save Neville Longbottom's life. Better sent home, grievously injured, than remain here, sir. Dobby only wanted Neville Longbottom hurt enough to be sent home. That got my attention. I was curious just what this little elf knew about the danger that was just starting to build here at Hogwarts. Once again, and as silent as I could, I hit the little elf with another probe. Unfortunately, Dobby didn't know all of the details of what was going on. All that he knew was that Lucius Malfoy had given someone a cursed diary that was meant to open the Chamber of Secrets for the second time. Other than the other time being 50 years ago, the elf either didn't know more, or I was simply not able to find it. Oh, is that all? Said Longbottom angrily, not catching the seriousness of what was going on inside of the castle. I don't suppose you're going to tell me why you wanted me sent home in pieces? Ah, if Neville Longbottom only knew, Dobby groaned. Oh, but we do. I smirked to Violet. If he knew what he means to us, to the lowly, the ends asterisk avenued, we dregs of the magical world. Dobby remembers how it was when he who must not be named was at the height of his powers, sir. We house elves were treated like vermin, sir, of course. Dobby is still treated like that, sir. Dobby admitted, drying his face on his pillowcase. But mostly, sir, life has improved for my kind since you triumphed over he who must not be named. Neville Longbottom survived, and the Dark Lord's power was broken, and it was a new dawn, sir. And Neville Longbottom shone like a beacon of hope for those of us who thought the dark days would never end, sir. And now, at Hogwarts, terrible things are to happen, are perhaps happening already, and Dobby cannot let Neville Longbottom stay here now that history is to repeat itself, now that the Chamber of Secrets is open once more. Dobby froze, horror-struck, then grabbed Longbottom's water jug from his bedside table and cracked it over his own head, toppling out of sight. A second later, he crawled back onto the bed, cross-eyed, muttering, "Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby." "So there is a Chamber of Secrets?" Longbottom whispered. "And did you say it's been opened before? Tell me, Dobby." He seized the elf's bony wrist as Dobby's hand inched toward the water jug. "But I'm not Muggle-born. How can I be in danger from the chamber?" "Ah, sir, ask no more of poor Dobby," stammered the elf, his eyes huge in the dark. "Dark deeds are planned in this place, but Neville Longbottom must not be here when they happen. Go home. Neville Longbottom, go home. Neville Longbottom must not meddle in this, sir, 'tis too dangerous." "Who is it, Dobby?" Longbottom said, keeping a firm hold on Dobby's wrist to stop him from hitting himself with the water jug again. "Who's opened it? Who opened it last time?" "Dobby can't, sir, Dobby can't, Dobby mustn't tell," squealed the elf. "Go home, Neville Longbottom, go home." "He may not be able to say, I told Violet, but he can't protect that secret from his mind. However, I find it hard to believe that Hagrid really did it. There is no way Dumbledore would have kept him here if he had." "I'm not going anywhere," said Longbottom fiercely. "One of my best friends is Muggle-born. She'll be first in line if the chamber really has been opened." Neville Longbottom risks his own life for his friends. Ned Dobby in a kind of miserable ecstasy. So noble. So valiant. But he must save himself, he must. Neville Longbottom must not. Dobby suddenly froze, his bat ears quivering. I had heard it, too. There were footsteps coming down the passageway outside. "Dobby must go," breathed the elf, terrified. There was a loud crack, and Longbottom's fist was suddenly clenched on thin air. He slumped back into bed, his eyes on the dark doorway to the hospital wing as the footsteps drew nearer. I moved off to the side of the room where I could still listen in but be out of the way. Next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the dormitory, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying its feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. "Get Madame Pomfrey," whispered Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Longbottom's bed out of sight. Longbottom lay quite still, pretending to be asleep while I crept as close as I dared. I heard urgent voices, and then Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard a sharp intake of breath. "What happened?" Madame Pomfrey whispered to Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. "Another attack," said Dumbledore. "Minerva found him on the stairs." "There was a bunch of grapes next to him," said Professor McGonagall. "We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Longbottom." Slowly and carefully, I crept a few inches closer so I could look at the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight lay across its staring face. It was Colin Creevey, the annoying little griff with the camera. His eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. "Petrified," whispered Madame Pomfrey. "Yes," said Professor McGonagall, "but I shudder to think. If Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have." The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and wrenched the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker? Said Professor McGonagall eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He opened the back of the camera. Good gracious, said Madame Pomfrey. A jet of steam had hissed out of the camera. I caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Melted, said Madame Pomfrey wonderingly. All melted. What does this mean, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked urgently. It means, said Dumbledore, that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. But, Albus, surely, who? The question is not who, said Dumbledore, his eyes on Colin. The question is, how? And from what I could see of Professor McGonagall's shadowy face, she didn't understand this any better than he did. The adults dispersed quickly after that, but I still had something to do and remained behind. I may have found out a great deal of what was going on, but Longbottom was still a thorn in my A*S and he had to be dealt with. I had to wait for almost another half-hour before he fell back asleep, but once he had I made my move. I knew I couldn't do anything too radical as Granger would likely catch on to something fishy. However, I would add a little thought to the back of his head that I wasn't any big deal, just another fly on the wall to him. I would have to leave his memories for now until I could get all three of them together and wipe them at once, but this way it will just seem as if he has lost interest in me. I hoped. It only took me a few moments before I was done. Let's get back to bed, Harry. Violet told me once I had put away my wand. We have much to do tomorrow. You're right. I told her as I quietly began my trek back to the dungeons. Tomorrow we look into the Chamber of Secrets and see what we can find. First meeting tonight, Daphne said while sitting at the library tables, working on homework. I wouldn't mind more dueling lessons. They might come in handy one day. You seriously are going to go? I asked her incredulously. You already know that Lockhart is going to be heading it up, he told us so, remember? Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, come in, come on, Lockhart greeted the pair of us. Professor. I nodded cordially. I believe you wanted to see us? Yes, of course. Lockhart beamed. I was hoping to gain a bit of favor from the pair of you actually. After all, I was more than fair in my backing of your little story the other night on Halloween. You were, and I was very grateful for it as well. I admitted. Just what did you have in mind for this favor? Yes, well, with these recent attacks I thought it would be prudent to start a little dueling club so as to help the students defend themselves. Lockhart smiled. I had hoped the pair of you would join. I don't really see what you would gain from us attending, Daphne asked. What is so important about us being there? Your grades are among the best in my class, Lockhart stated. While it was true we would have already had extremely high marks in almost any class, Lockhart had been eager to keep our favor and had practically given us perfect grades in everything we did in his class. Of course, this didn't make Granger too pleased, but it had become common knowledge that we were the best second years in his class. I do believe that the other students will find my dueling club more prudent if they see two of our top students also attending. What exactly do you have planned for this little club of yours? I asked, wanting to see if it would be a complete waste of my time or not. Come, now, I don't want to spoil the surprise. Lockhart practically cheered. I will say that I have it all planned out, and I even have enlisted the aid of a fairly competent duelist to join me. We'll think about it, I told him after a shared look with Daphne. When will you need your answer by? The dueling club will host its first meeting the night before students return home for the holidays. Lockhart answered. The students will have to have parental permission to join any clubs that involve dueling, so we are giving them a free demonstration before they leave for the winter so they have an idea of what to expect. If I could offer some advice? Daphne spoke up. Certainly. Lockhart beamed. Keep it simple, she said flatly. Don't take too much offense to this, but things don't always seem to go as planned when you do. Well, pretty much everything. The simpler you can keep it, the more likely you will be of not making a fool of yourself. Never fear, Miss Greengrass. Lockhart strutted, completely ignoring what I thought was some pretty good advice as far as he was concerned. As I said before, I already have everything planned out, except for your attendance, of course. I will be there. Daphne smirked, shaking her head at his complete lack of regard for her advice. It was obvious that she thought that it would likely be entertaining if he kept it as he had Planned. I will try to talk Harry into it as well. Excellent. Lockhart beamed. Well, I have much to do, so I shall see the two of you later. Good day. Of course I remember. Daphne hissed. Snape told the Slytherins just this morning that he was going to be Lockhart's assistant. There is no way that Snape won't be out for blood. She has a point. Violet told me. It would be fun to watch, just too bad it won't be Snape getting his ass handed to him. I guess, I sighed. I better not regret this, Daph, or it will be your fault. Whatever, Potter. Daphne grinned, happy that she made me cave into her demands. One day I will figure out how the hell she and Violet do that. Let's just hurry and finish our homework so we can get a good spot tonight. Gather round. Gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. Wouldn't it be good if they both finish each other off? I could hear Weasley whisper to Longbottom off to the side just as Lockhart and Snape began their practice duel, if you could call it that. Lockhart started to pompously wave his wand around as Snape kept it quick and simple and blasted him off his feet with a disarming spell. Well, that was hard to watch. I told to Violet a few minutes later. Snape had pretty much handed Lockhart his ass quicker than Weasley makes food disappear. He had to have known that was going to happen, didn't he? She asked, confused as to why Lockhart seemed to overlook the fact that he is obviously incompetent at, well, mostly everything. Well, there you have it, Lockhart said, tottering back onto the platform, picking his wand up as he went. The disarming spell. Of course, if I had wanted to counter it, it would have been only too easy. Perhaps it would be prudent to teach the students how to defend themselves. Snape drawled. It was hard to tell if he was extremely excited to have blasted Lockhart off of the platform, or a bit upset that he didn't get to cast more than one simple spell. Correct, you are Professor Snape. Lockhart beamed, seemingly taking no notice of Snape's, I want nothing more than to murder you, tone. Let's all divide up into pairs, shall we? And we will start with trying to disarm your opponent, only disarming them, he warned. We don't want any accidents now, do we? The people started pairing off, and grudgingly I decided to participate. At least Daphne had some semblance of training when it came to dueling. She had yet to beat me, but it was going to be harder than any of the other second years would provide. There were people from other years here as well, at least the ones who hadn't left as soon as they saw it was Lockhart instructing. A few had stayed, perhaps if only to see Snape trounce him, but a significant portion of the fifth years and up hadn't stayed. You ready for a beating, Potter? Daphne teased me as we stood opposite each other in a dueling stance. Of course, I smirked. My first spell will be Aguamenti so I can wake you up from whatever dream it is that has you believing you are going to be me. Don't think I haven't been practicing on my own time, Potter, she grinned at me. It is only a matter of time before I finally beat you. It's possible, but I think Lockhart has a better chance of defeating Dumbledore in a duel, I chided. That's low, Daphne frowned playfully. You seriously can't think I am less of a challenge than him? If you can land a hit on me, I will tell you what I really think, I teased. Looks like you won't be finding out that secret for a while though. I grinned at her as she stuck her tongue out at me. Now that we are all partnered up, Lockhart began, interrupting our playful banter. We had taken to riling the other up when we had practiced together to give the other motivation to do their best. I want the partner on the left side of the room to cast only the disarming spell. Those on the right, only shield spells if you know them, if not then I suggest dodging. Remember now children, dodging does not mean diving. An opponent laying on the ground is soon to be a defeated opponent in most cases. I almost dropped my wand in shock. Did Lockhart actually just know something useful or am I imagining things? I'm not sure. Violet replied. I am still trying to figure out if we aren't actually just dreaming and this isn't real. Hey Daph, I tried. We aren't dreaming, right? Lockhart actually said that, right? Yes, I believe he did. Daphne chuckled at me, obviously finding my facial expression funny. Even a broken clock is right twice a day though. Good point, I said, nodding my head and turning my attention back to Daphne as our duel was fixing to start. Now, when I count to 3 I want you all to begin. Lockhart continued. And remember, if I see any spells in the air that are not meant to disarm your opponent, you shall be serving detention with me tomorrow night. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Daphne fired as I called out, Protega. Her spell collided with my shield, causing it to ripple slightly before her spell dispersed. I smirked at her. Come on, Daph, you will have to try harder than that. That one didn't even have much power in it. Don't worry, Potter. I am just warming up, she declared before firing off 3 more disarming spells at me in a row. The 3 spells hit my shield in relatively quick succession and indeed were much more powerful. However, my shield merely flared brightly and rippled for a second but held strong. It had taken her nearly twice as much over the summer before she would break my shield down enough to collapse it. That was summer though. Of course, she didn't know it, but the few small rituals I had performed already had given my body more stamina when it came to channeling magic through it. Before, it was like a novice runner joining a marathon versus a trained runner entering the same race. The novice will only be able to run for so long and my body before could only channel so much magic before it became exhausted. The experienced runner can run much longer. You might want to warm up a bit more, Daph, I teased. Although, at least I could feel it this time. Daphne narrowed her eyes at me, but just before she could return fire once more, Lockhart called an end to the round. All around me I could see the chaos that usually results from turning a bunch of young magical children loose with their wands. Longbottom was hovering over a downed Weasley, trying not to laugh at the multitude of pimples that had managed to sprout up on his face. Somehow Malfoy had Granger's wand in his hand. It wasn't his dueling skills I doubted, just how the hell those two ended up being partners. Overall, the room looked like a disaster zone. Finnegan's opponent was sporting scorch marks on his robes. Parkinson's hair was smoking slightly as a smirking Lilith Moon stood next to her. An admirable first attempt. Lockhart began talking. Perhaps something on a bit smaller of a scale, however. Let us have a couple of volunteers. I'll choose Mr. Longbottom as my champion. Lockhart said out loud, receiving an approving nod from me as he glanced my way momentarily. And who would you like to choose, Professor Snape? Malfoy. Up here if you would. Snape drawled lowly with a slight smirk on his face. He apparently had a plan to humiliate Longbottom as he whispered something in Malfoy's ear on his way to the stage. This should be entertaining. Daphne smirked. Come on, let's get a closer view. She grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the edge of the stage, very near the center of the platform. Not sure who I want to root for here, Violet mused. I just hope Longbottom tries out whatever spell it was Lockhart just tried to teach him. I mentally chuckled as Lockhart picked up his wand from the floor, having dropped it while showing Longbottom some weird wand motion. I have a galleon on Malfoy, I whispered in Daphne's ear. No fair, Daphne complained. However unfortunate it is, he is still in my house, so I should receive first rights to bet on him. Peeved. Well, I'm not taking Longbottom, that is for sure, I told her. He had been too big of a pain in my backside and I wouldn't accept all of the gold in the world if it came because of him. That didn't mean Violet wouldn't take it, of course, I just wasn't going to. Duelists ready. Lockhart began. On my mark. 3, 2, 1. With a small bang from the end of his wand the duel began. Malfoy seemed to have at least some private training in dueling and was decently quick, not faster than I was currently, but quicker than most. He shot out a knockback jinx that sent Longbottom sailing to his backside about 4 feet away. Longbottom was quick to his feet, however, and quickly fired a flippendo at Malfoy, who caught it with his face and almost did a complete backflip as he landed hard on his stomach. Snape didn't appear to be too pleased about it as he roughly wrenched Malfoy to his feet before giving him a light shove forward towards the fight. Agitated, and highly embarrassed, Malfoy thrust his wand forward before shouting, unnecessarily, a snake summoning charm. I raised an eyebrow at his choice of serpent as I could recognize this one as poisonous by its triangular-shaped head. Snape must have also noticed it as he stepped forward to banish the snake. Allow me, Professor Snape. Lockhart strolled forward pompously, his wand at the ready. Alert Ascendere. Seriously, I begged. Where does he get this crap? No idea. Violet drawled in an eerily close representation of Snape as the 5-foot-long snake flew into the air and landed with a thud a few feet in front of Daphne and myself, hissing madly. Suddenly, without warning, the snake turned and struck directly at Daphne's face. Had it been before I had done a few rituals, I wouldn't have had the speed to stop it. Even with the added speed to my reflexes, I just barely managed to snag the snake a couple inches behind its head, mere inches from Daphne's face. Not today, you little bastard, I told it stupidly, forgetting exactly where I was. The adrenaline that had shot through my body from almost having to watch one of my best and only friends take a venomous snakebite to the face had been enough to make me forget that I wasn't alone and that talking to a snake was exactly what I did not want to do when not alone. It didn't take me more than a couple seconds to realize my mistake, and I slowly looked up to see the entire room staring at me, wide-eyed, and several were even afraid. Snape looked at me with slight curiosity as he vanished the still hissing snake from my hand, Longbottom with a triumphant mistrust, as if he had just figured something out that he had forgotten, Weasley like I had just told the world I was the next Voldemort, and Daphne was simply glaring at me. Knowing her, however, she was probably pissed I hadn't ever told her that I spoke Parseltongue. I knew she would more likely be more upset that she hadn't had an opportunity to study it, and perhaps learn how to do it, than be scared or think I was a budding Dark Lord. Harry, Violet began warily. I think perhaps we should leave, as in like now. Just as I snapped to and was about to do exactly what she was saying, I felt the still glaring Daphne grab me by my sleeve and start to drag me from the hall. Daphne didn't say a single word for the entire time she was dragging me, seemingly randomly, through the halls and eventually the dungeons. I know I don't need to tell you how bad that was, so I won't. Violet spoke up. What exactly are we going to do now? There is no way that all of your unexplained disappearances are going to just be overlooked now. People will be curious as to where you are going, and quite a few will more than likely try to figure it out. I don't know, I said, angry at myself for my moment of stupidity. We'll just have to, we will figure something out. Harry, Violet asked timidly after a few minutes of silence. You trust me, right? Of course I do, you know that. I told her exasperatedly. Why do you ask? I think I have a plan. She began. You may or may not like it, but I don't think we are going to have any other option if you want any freedom after this to do your private studying. I'm listening, I told her warily. What do you have in mind? Well, you see, here is what you are going to have to do, Violet explained as Daphne seemed to finally make up her mind on where she was taking me. I was wary of her plan, but I did have to admit it sounded solid. I teetered on the edge of agreeing or not and had almost made up my mind by the time Daphne dragged me into an abandoned classroom and started throwing up silencing and locking charms, glaring dangerously at me the entire time. How could you hide something this big from me, Potter? She growled out once she was satisfied with her job securing the room. Do you not trust me or something? What, you think I will just toss you aside because you're the next Dark Lord, like some brain-dead Gryffindor? Relax, Daph, I tried to soothe her. Don't you, Daph, me Potter, she yelled, glaring daggers at me. I'm pissed at you right now and you are not going to sweet-talk your way out of this one, so I suggest you start explaining. You know there aren't too many ways of telling someone, oh, by the way, I happen to have a really awesome ability that everyone would claim makes me a Dark Lord, in a random conversation. I told her, trying to lighten the mood. Apparently it did not work. You're lucky that you're supposed to be my friend, or I would have already hexed you to pieces. She glared at me. Any other awesome and huge secrets that you are hiding from me, Potter? Actually, why yes there is. I smiled brightly to her as I had solidly made up my mind to go with Violet's plan. Good, because there better not. What? Did. You. Just. Say. Potter. Daphne growled out slowly at the end, her eyes narrowing so much, I almost thought she had fallen asleep. This secret is quite a bit more important and I have no intentions on bandying it about. I told her, more serious this time. She must have noticed the shift in my attitude as she asked with much less venom. Is this a secret you will ever tell me, or do I have wait in the dark for this one too? I would like to tell you, I began cautiously. But in order for me to do so, I will have to cash in that favor you owe me, pay you off, or whatever else I need to do to get you to take the same precautionary measures your father did." "You told father but not me?" Daphne asked, sounding half curious, half hurt. "Occlumency, remember," I asked. "It is why I would not do so without his unbreakable vow," I trailed off at the end, hoping she would pick up my hint. "And you want me to take one?" she said with understanding dawning on her face, unsure of whether to be insulted, incredulous, or intrigued. "Among other things," I gave her a half grin. "What other things, Potter?" she asked, glare returning full force. "Want me to tap dance on the Great Hall tables? Join a barbershop quartet with Filch, Hagrid, and Dumbledore? Maybe you want me to date Weasley so he can teach me proper eating techniques?" I couldn't help but laugh at her response. "You came close on that last one," I told her with a smile. "If you ever think in your wildest dreams that I will be dating Weasley, then you have another thing coming, Potter," she yelled, trying hard not to vomit at the very idea. "Relax, Daph," I told her, trying hard to hold in any more laughing. "It's not Weasley I want you to date." "Oh, not Weasley. That makes it all better then," she said with false cheer. "So who will it be then? Longbottom, Malfoy, oh, perhaps even Granger." "Me," I told her simply as she continued to name off names. "What?" she squeaked, stopping her list just after naming off Hagrid and Dumbledore. "What do you mean you want me to date you?" Her eyes wide with disbelief. "There is a reason why I spend so much of my time off alone studying," I told her carefully. "I still need this time, and after my moment of stupidity, those moments are going to be extremely hard to find. Once word gets around that I am a Parselmouth, those people curious as to where I am all of the time, are not going to just be curious, but determined, and determined people usually have a way of finding out things others do not want them to know. The only way I will be able to get them off of my back is if I give them a plausible excuse for where I am, which would be having a girlfriend." Understanding finally kicked in as Daphne caught onto exactly what it was I was asking. "You were just looking for a pretend girlfriend then?" she asked, a flash of something crossing her face that could almost be disappointment, but it passed so fast I dismissed it. "Yes," I told her. "If they think I am sneaking off to be with my girlfriend, most of them will back off and a few diehards will be easier to handle than half of the school." "So why me?" Daphne asked. "You could just use anyone. Surely the littlest Weasley would do it if you throw a bit of gold at her, or buy her some new robes." "Because she isn't my second best friend, you are. Whoever does this will have to be with me while I am off studying or nobody will believe me. The only one that can do this that I trust enough to do so would be you. So if you trust me, then why do I need to give you a vow?" she asked curiously. "I do trust you, Daph," I told her seriously. "However, it is not only my secret that I am protecting, and Merlin himself could show up with all the answers I seek and I wouldn't take them without 100% assurance that my secret was safe." "Not just yours," she pondered. "Is this other person the reason why I am only your second best friend?" She pouted, only half fake. "Accept the deal and give me a vow and I will tell you everything," I told her. Daphne sat pondering for a few minutes, staring at me as if trying to figure out the mystery of life. I knew deep down that the Slytherin in her wouldn't allow her to not accept. Even if they couldn't use it, a true Slytherin would always still dig for that juicy piece of blackmail against someone. Not that Daphne would ever blackmail me, of course, but you get what I'm saying. Finally, after a few minutes, she answered. "Fine, I accept," she said, resigned. "However, you owe me big time. And like 5 times. "Perfect," I smiled. "Just give me your vow and I will tell you everything you want to know." "So you have another person named Violet, living inside of your head, and you want to give her a real-life body?" Daphne asked after I finished my tale. "In layman's terms, yeah," I told her, surprised that she didn't even doubt my story, well, at least not to my face. "So Violet is the reason I am only your second best friend then?" She smiled widely. As a man, one of only 12 years old at that, I am neither versed nor qualified on the ways of the female brain. So while I merely took her smile at face value, Violet, however, could tell instinctively that it was a smile that said, so I only have to compete against another girl for your affections. Jackpot. It was also the same as how she had interpreted Daphne's earlier disappointment. Violet didn't say anything to Harry and instantly hid her discovery in her mind so he wouldn't find out. This is going to be so much fun. Violet grinned to herself, making sure that Harry couldn't hear her. While if it had been any other girl, Violet would have torn her eyes from their sockets and incinerated their body. However, Violet knew that Daphne had real feelings for her Harry and actually cared about him. She knew that Harry would be very happy and in very good hands if he were to choose Daphne over herself, and Harry was still her first priority, even over her own wants and desires. While Violet really wanted to be with her Harry and take care of him, her first priority was still, and always would be, to have what was best for him and to make him happy, so she would welcome the competition for him. Her Harry would be the winner in the end because she knew that the only way he would choose Daphne over her would be if Daphne was making him extremely happy. Besides, she knew that even if Harry would somehow choose Daphne over her, he would never abandon her. That much she would always know to be true. You seem awfully pleased about something. Care to share? Harry asked her, bringing her out of her musings. Just thinking about how things are looking up for you is all. She responded. We best head to bed before curfew. Besides, people will undoubtedly be wondering where you are by now. We should probably head to our dorms, Daph. Before they send a search party after me. I told Daphne, earning a nod. Hey, Potter. Daphne called just before she started to head for the door. Yeah, I asked, turning towards her. If you're going to sell this, you are going to have to do a thorough acting job. She said, before continuing with a large grin on her face. Real boyfriends hold hands and key their girlfriends in public. You do want them to buy your story, right? Daphne quickly reached up and gave me a quick key on the cheek before heading quickly out the door, leaving me to stand rooted to the floor. Ha ha ha, game on, girlfriend. Violet cheered to herself as my eyes went wide. Thankfully I couldn't hear her, or I may have actually petrified myself with confusion. This is going to be so much fun. What the hell have I let you talk me into? I asked Violet, finally snapping to. Oh, relax, Harry. You're only 12. You won't have to worry about, say, becoming part of your boyfriend duties for another couple years still. She laughed at me as my eyes threatened to leave my head. You two will be the death of me. I mumbled as I made my way back to my dorms. I definitely could use a nice and long night's sleep. You ready for this? Daphne asked me as we made our way down towards the Great Hall for breakfast the last day of term. We had met up outside of the Slytherin dorms to sell our relationship, and we were walking hand in hand. I can handle it, I said simply, trying to crush my nerves. I had no doubt that Daphne could pull it off. It was me I was worried about. Just remember that if you want to sell it, you have to play the part. Daphne smirked, mirth dancing in her eyes. Yeah, I know. I sighed exasperatedly. She really did seem to be enjoying watching me squirm. While I had grown as comfortable as it is possible to be around Violet, the idea of dating Daphne, even if in pretend, was a scary one. Violet had seen me BPD hundreds of times, knew every secret I had, and every ambition that I wanted to achieve. Daphne was new, and sharing a connection with someone, after keeping myself isolated for much of my life, was a slightly scary thought. It seemed I was right to be worried. As soon as we entered the Great Hall hand in hand, we attracted a lot of attention. The Hufflepuffs looked as if they were worried for me, the Gryffindors like they had just received confirmation that I was indeed a dark wizard. The Ravenclaws just looked on as if I was just added as one of life's greatest mysteries. The Slytherins were the worst. There were one or two that seemed surprised, a couple that seemed happy, a few that were intrigued, and then there were the rest. They mainly looked pissed that a Hufflepuff was daring to hold hands with one of their housemates. I think you might want to watch your back around them, Violet suggested as she made note of the multitude of sneering faces she saw staring back at me from the Slytherin table. I think I could surprise most of them with my skills and take them. I told her, it's the upper years that I need to be worried about. I don't think they would send anyone 6th year or above after you. Violet offered. They would probably see it as a waste of their time, and most likely you will have to deal with the 4th and 5th years. I'm used to watching my back thanks to Dudley. I snorted. I think I'll be fine. What was that about? Daphne asked, hearing my snort. I think your housemates aren't too pleased with our arrangement. I smiled. You don't think they would try anything against us, do you? She asked, worrying her bottom lip. No. Not to you. I answered after a second. I think they will come after me first, as I am, just a puff, to them. I don't think they will enjoy that as much as they believe. Confident are we, boyfriend? She asked, stressing the last part. I would hate for you to float away, from your head ballooning too much. It's not confidence if you can actually back it up. I teased. No, then it's just being cocky. She laughed. I think I should head to my seat if I expect to stop getting stared at any time today. I told her. Good luck, but they will still stare. She teased. Don't think they have forgotten about last night. Thanks for reminding me. I deadpanned. I'll see you after breakfast. Of course. I suspect Tracy will drag breakfast on a bit longer than normal with a million questions though, so it will likely be on the train ride back to London. She frowned. I could tell she wasn't looking forward to that part very much. Where are you going? What? I asked, confused when she stopped me just before I headed off to join the other puffs. Boyfriend duties, remember, she smirked, keeping her voice down. I at least get a key, you know. I was putting my occlumency training to the test, just trying to keep my face blush-free. It wasn't as if I had any problems keying girls. I didn't think they had cooties or anything, I just didn't enjoy being so public with my affections. I quickly leaned in, not too fast to be suspicious, and gave her a key on the cheek before pulling back and giving her a smile. Not terrible, but you have time to work on it, I suppose. She smiled. Now go enjoy breakfast. I have an interrogation to get to. I'll see you later, Daph. I smiled to her in return. On the train at the very least. Bye, Harry. She replied as we each headed towards our own table. So, what brought this on? Tracy asked the moment we had all taken our seats in the back of the train. As usual, it was just me, Daphne, Tracy, and Wayne. Daphne had sat herself next to me and taken to holding my hand almost immediately, followed by cuddling into my side. Wayne and Tracy were sharing the seat opposite of us. That is what I would like to know, asked Wayne, who had missed most of breakfast due to some last-minute packing as well as oversleeping. First we find out you're a parcelmouth and then you're dating your favorite snake. Hey, how come she gets to be your favorite? Tracy pouted. Girlfriend status. I replied. It automatically makes her number one. If you know what's good for you, that is. Daphne grinned. So, Wayne said slowly, you can talk to snakes, you're dating one, no offense, and you do not fear for your life yet. Yes, and no. I answered slowly, wondering how Tracy and Wayne would take it, sure that he was more interested in the first part than the others. We hadn't had a chance to talk about it yet since the school had found out about it. I could hear the whispers and see the stares and pointing that had followed me so far today. Well, I think it is so cool. Tracy interrupted. I don't see why they consider it dark. I think it would be pretty cool to learn it, not to mention that I bet it could be really useful. Do the snakes listen to you? Like some sort of master? Wayne asked curiously. How awesome would it be to have a whole spy network of snakes? Well, at least you two aren't screaming and begging me to spare your families, like one of the Hufflepuff first years did this morning. I laughed. Yes, they usually take orders, and no, I haven't yet started my spy network of snakes. I added with a laugh. So you planning on telling Daphne's father that you two are dating, or does he already know? Tracy asked mischievously. I wish I could be there for that conversation. Wayne laughed at whatever mental image that thought gave him. I doubt he knows. I answered her. I think I might tell her mother first and let Daphne tell her father. I joked. Coward. Daphne laughed. I bet Astoria is going to have a field day when she hears about it. Tracy giggled. Don't remind me. Daphne groaned. She hasn't shut up about Harry, and how we are destined to be married since they met. I'm telling you, she is a nightmare. When does she start at Hogwarts? Wayne asked. Next year. Daphne answered him. I just hope she isn't sorted into Gryffindor. Worried about your reputation being damaged. I joked. I think I have done a good enough job of that already. No, She glared. I'm more worried about her joining up with the Weasley twins and destroying the castle. Tracy and I both cringed at that thought. We knew how rambunctious that girl could be. So what is everyone doing over the holidays? Wayne asked. Besides Harry running for his life from Daphne's father. Ha. Ha. I deadpanned. Other than Christmas, we will probably do our homework and practice our dueling. With all of these attacks, it would be smart of us to be prepared. I'm not worried. Tracy smirked. According to the rumors around school this morning, you are the one behind the attacks and you wouldn't attack a friend, would you? Oh please, if I was the one attacking people, the man-child Snape and the annoying twit Longbottom would have been the first to go. I huffed. I have more important things to be worrying about than attacking cats and annoying first years. Yeah, like snogging Daffy in broom closets. Tracy exclaimed, causing Wayne to choke on the pumpkin juice he had taken with him from the Great Hall before breakfast had ended. Daphne was sporting a mild blush and I was doing my best to keep from joining her. Sounds like someone is jealous. I fired back, smirking when her cheeks turned pink as the door to our compartment was thrown open. I guess since you already showed the school you were a dark wizard, you no longer saw the need to hide the fact you were dating a filthy snake. Weasley blurted out, beating Longbottom to the punch of whatever jibe he had been about to say. Ah, just the three people I was looking for, I exclaimed happily to the trio. Really? Granger squeaked. Oh, yes, I smiled happily at them. You see, there is this new dark wizard's curse that I have been meaning to test, and you three would be perfect for it. You think you're so tough, don't you, Potter? Longbottom snarled, clearly either too brave, or too stupid to take any threats. You almost had us fooled. We were just about to give up on you, and then you finally slipped up and revealed your true colors. You caught me, I gasped with fake surprise. For so long I have been fooling Dumbledore and all of the other teachers, but I should have known that I couldn't hide from you three. So, you admit it then? Longbottom said happily. I knew it. Wait until my Gran hears about your little dark wizard talent. You will be lucky to escape Azkaban. That was the last straw and I burst out laughing at them. Wayne, Daphne, and Tracy joining in. You three can't really be that moronic, can you? I asked them incredulously. Even Lockhart isn't that dense. Well, he is, but I thought that at least you of all people would have a bit of common sense, Granger. What do you mean? She asked. You were there. I deadpanned. Only really powerful dark magic could have petrified Mrs. Norris's, were almost the exact words out of Dumbledore's mouth. You honestly believe any 12-year-old's body can handle casting that much magic? Well, no. Not really, she said sheepishly. She might not, but we do. Weasley interrupted again. You have probably been using dark rituals to make yourself stronger. Wow, Weasley wasn't too far. Violet began before I cut her off. Broken clock. Twice a day, I cut in, not wanting to ever hear someone give Weasley a compliment. Yeah, Violet giggled. Oh, you bet. We have so many of those just laying around at my Muggle home it is ridiculous. I sighed dramatically. You may not have any, but I wouldn't doubt it if her and her family does. Longbottom interjected, pointing at Daphne. Her family has been Slytherin for generations. I would be willing to bet anything that they have shelves full of dark magic at their manor. I narrowed my eyes at him. Careful now, Longbottom, I said softly, with as much venom in my voice as I could muster. I let you get away with insulting me because punishing you would be like beating a baby just because it cries. If you think that means you can insult my friends, especially my girlfriend. I tried not to stumble over that last part. Then you have another thing coming. If you three truly believe that I am attacking people, I find it very foolish of you to verbally attack me to my face. Do you understand me? Thankfully, for Weasley and Longbottom, Granger seemed to have at least some sense, as she started to drag the pair away from our compartment. Enjoy your Christmas, she mumbled as I closed the door and locked it in their face. Ah, Tracy cooed, the prince defending his princess. Wayne and I both rolled our eyes as Daphne cuddled up against my side, looking up and playfully fluttering her eyes at me, doing her best impression of hero worship. My hero, she swooned playfully. Whatever would I do without you? You will find out if you start turning into a fangirl. I joked, causing her to swat my arm. Don't spoil my fun, Pratt. She scowled. Didn't you hear? I am a princess. I can do whatever I want. I harumphed and slumped back into my seat with a fake pout as Wayne burst out laughing. Wrapped around the finger already, Harry. He laughed. Apparently. I rolled my eyes before settling in to catch a nap. Harry, it's time to wake up. I slowly opened my eyes to see Daphne shaking me slightly. We there yet? I asked her. 5 minutes. You need to get your things gathered. I nodded before pulling down mine and her trunks from the luggage rack before shrinking them and pocketing them. It didn't take us long before the train slowed down and finally stopped. Quickly, to avoid the rush as best as possible, we all made our way off of the train. There is father, Daphne said loudly, trying to be heard over all of the noise from the people around us. Lead the way. I smiled nervously as she started to pull me, her hand still clasping mine, towards Cyrus. Cyrus smirked and raised a questioning eyebrow when he saw us holding hands but didn't comment on it. Shall we go? He asked before looking back at our hands. I'm sure your mother will have loads of questions for the two of you. His smirk grew as the pair of us barely let slip a light blush, before grabbing both of our arms and apparating us to Greengrass Manor. Why don't you two go get settled in, and then meet in the dining room for dinner? Cyrus suggested once we had landed in the entrance hall. Nervous, Daphne smirked once we were alone again. I had already unpacked my belongings and I was in Daphne's room, waiting on her to do the same. Should I be? I asked her. Your dad probably already suspects, the only one I am worried about is your mum. Oh, I doubt she is going to be planning your funeral anytime soon. Daphne joked. Wedding perhaps, but not funeral. Please don't bring up weddings around her. I pleaded. I'll never live it down. Then I guess you better step up your game, boyfriend of mine. Daphne smiled triumphantly. Now come on. Dinner will likely be ready already. After you. I gestured towards the door before following her out of it and down to the dining room. So, Astrid began as dessert was being served. Cyrus says you two were holding hands when you got off of the express today. Care to explain? Harry and I have begun dating. Daphne said proudly, doing a very good job at covering her blush. Astrid and Astoria both squealed. Oh, my babies are on their way to be married. She cooed as Astoria was skipping around the room repeating, Daphne's gonna get married. Over and over again. I looked to Cyrus who was giving me a, it's your own fault, look, with a smirk on his face. Guess Daphne didn't need to bring marriage up after all. Violet giggled, laughing at my predicament. You're supposed to be on my side. I complained to her. Technically, I'm on your inside. Violet countered, so it's not like I have a choice in the matter. Traitor, I mentally muttered. Mum, Daphne complained. We have been dating for like a day. Marriage is the last thing on our minds. It is now, but just give it a few years. She cheered, clapping her hands. Perhaps you three girls would like to continue this conversation while Harry and I enjoy some drinks in the sitting room. Cyrus interrupted, before leading me towards the sitting room. So, Cyrus began once we had taken our seats and the house elf had delivered us a drink. How did all of that begin? He asked, gesturing towards the parlor where the girls were currently sitting. Long story, I sighed, taking a drink from my butterbeer. We have time, Cyrus countered with a smile. I am sure this is a curious tale that will be enjoyable to listen to. Well, I'm not sure if you have heard from Daphne, but there have been a couple of attacks at the school. I continued at his shake of the head. Well, Filch's cat and a first-year Gryffindor were both petrified by something. That is most disturbing, Cyrus mused, worry evident on his face. Well, Lockhart, who is a complete fraud by the way, decided he would host a dueling club to train us all up. I snorted. Long story short, I guess, Malfoy and Longbottom were dueling and Malfoy conjured a snake which tried to attack Daphne. I ended up revealing to a majority of the school that I could talk to it when I snatched it out of the air. So how does that translate to you and Daphne? Cyrus asked. Well, you know that I spend a lot of hours off studying, trying to find a way to give Violet a body. I continued. Well, With half of the school thinking I'm the next Dark Lord, I figured the only way I could continue to sneak off would be if I had a good excuse. And having a girlfriend gives you that. Cyrus finished, catching on to our plan. What does Violet think about it? It was her idea. I snorted. That girl is wicked smart, but I swear sometimes I think she likes to see me squirm. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Violet protested as Cyrus snorted. Does Daphne know that it is all just pretend? Cyrus asked, wanting to make sure his little girl's feelings would be safe. Yeah, I sighed. We have the same agreement that you and I have. I have already told her the story. So she knows about Violet then? He asked. Yeah, we have to be convincing if we expect anyone to buy our story, so she will need to be with me during my studying. I told him. I bet she has had fun with that. Cyrus chuckled. Be careful. 2 girls at once is enough to run a man ragged. No kidding. I snorted. I've had one living in my head my whole life and I won't even pretend that I can understand a girl's mind. They are strange and complex creatures. Cyrus mused. But entirely worth it, I suppose. True. I nodded. I don't think I could ever imagine my life without Violet, and Daph and I have grown close over the last year and a half. Well, all I ask is that you be careful with my little girl's heart. Cyrus said, standing up. As complex as women are, they are extremely fragile once they have let you in. If you hold a woman's heart in your hands, you can make her the happiest person in the world, or you can break her heart. A true man tries to avoid the latter. I will take those words to heart. I told him seriously. I guess I should say goodnight to the girls and head to bed. Something tells me I am going to need my rest tomorrow once Astoria gets a hold of me. I wouldn't bet against you on that. Cyrus laughed. I shall see you tomorrow. Sleep well, Harry. So what do you have planned for the break? Violet asked as I made my way to my room after saying goodnight to the girls. I am thinking that we should sneak into Hogwarts and check out the wards on Dumbledore's office. I replied. Why not just wait until break ends? She asked. Right now they think that I am hundreds of miles away from Hogwarts. I explained. If Dumbledore happens to have some way to detect that I have been examining his wards, I at least shouldn't be a suspect. Makes sense. She admitted. So, what are you going to do for Christmas? Crap, I cursed. I guess I have to get an extra special present for Daphne, and I have no clue what to get. Don't worry about it, Violet soothed. I'll help you find something next time we go to the alley. You will just have to make it up to me. I'll do my best, I said, thankful for her help, as I changed into my sleeping clothes and climbed into bed. When I finally get you a body, I will get you a real present. A body would be more than enough of a present to last a lifetime, she said seriously before turning playful once again. That doesn't mean I won't take the extra present. Doesn't surprise me, I laughed. Goodnight Night, Harry, she answered as I closed my eyes. You know, usually you are sneaking out of Hogwarts and not into it. Violet chuckled as we stepped out of the hole in the one-eyed witch statue in Hogwarts. It is a different experience, I admit. Let's just hope that Dumbledore is out of his office. Violet said seriously. Lunch should be in 10 minutes. I told her as I reached into my pocket. Besides, I brought the Marauder's map just to be sure. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, I whispered as I made sure my invisibility cloak was wrapped firmly around me. As the lines started to form on the map, I first checked Dumbledore's office. Thankfully he wasn't in it. I started to trace the route from his office to the Great Hall and found him just a minute's walk from it. Looks like the coast is clear, I told Violet as I put the map back into my pocket and set off at a quick pace. It only took a couple of minutes before I was approaching the stone gargoyle that I knew led to Dumbledore's office. I hope you have been studying up on your ward detection spells. Violet teased as I pulled my wand and the most advanced book on wards that I owned and started quietly muttering the different spells that I knew. There were several layers of wards guarding the entrance to his office, but thankfully none were designed to cause any harm. This was a school after all. So what did you find? Violet asked me once I had lowered my wand a few minutes later. The outer layer is just a perimeter alert that notifies him when someone passes by the statue. There is also a voice charm that is connected to the head of the gargoyle that basically acts like a muggle walkie-talkie. I assume when someone addresses the gargoyle and asks for permission to enter the office, Dumbledore can actually hear them so that he knows who it is in advance. It's a good thing we don't need to talk out loud to communicate then. Violet grinned, not worried as the office was empty. You laugh now, but don't forget he has dozens of portraits in there that may be able to hear as well. I warned her. Very true, she admitted. Let's not forget a phoenix either. Under those wards are the password and locking charms, layered underneath the notification ward that will trigger if the first two are tampered with. I told her, still cross-checking the last ward with my book to see if I could identify it. So what is the last one? She finally asked when I closed the book. A truly ingenious ward, I admitted. However, it seems much older than what Dumbledore has been here to apply. Magic leaves traces, almost like a form of harmless radiation, which can be tracked and recorded. This ward examines the magical signatures that enter the room and cross-examines them with the ones recorded and tells exactly who it is that is in the room. How could the ward know which signatures belong to who? Violet asked. It's not like many people are called to his office to be recorded. I think the ward is linked to an identification ward. I told her. Basically, you set up something like a check-in booth that you would see at the train station, and it records those who pass through it. Wouldn't that be pretty hard to pull off with any accuracy? Violet asked. Somebody would still have to enter each name to match the signatures, and it would take a pretty large book to hold all of the names and magical signatures of thousands of people. That is assuming that they set it up someplace like the barrier to platform 9 3/4. I doubt that it was set up there. I told her. These wards appear to be centuries old, and King's Cross hasn't been around nearly that long. My bet is that the identification ward is set up at the entrance of Hogwarts and is monitored by the house elves. I bet it isn't the main entrance though. Violet said excitedly. Think about it, the first years come through the same door every year, and almost everyone passes through those doors when they turn 11. I bet that they don't put names to the signatures, but signatures to the names. The Hogwarts roster book, I said, catching on to where she was going. It is enchanted to keep it from being so large, and it is charmed nay impossible to destroy. The book would hold hundreds of years of names and signatures, making sure that almost everyone that entered the office would be recorded into the book. The book was enchanted by the founders. Do you think it was one of them that put the ward on the gargoyle? Violet asked curiously. If so, my bet would be on Ravenclaw. I answered. You don't have to look any further than the ceiling in the Great Hall to know that she was a genius at enchantments. So is it possible to take down the ward so we can get past it? She asked. Without alerting Dumbledore, probably not, I told her truthfully. While I was, in my humble opinion, almost a prodigy, there were just some things that couldn't be done without years of time. However, it may be a lot easier to decipher the ward and find a loophole or flaw in it that we can exploit. Trying to take it down will trigger a half-dozen wards just to get to it. All of the other wards are set up on top of it, and we would basically have to dig our way to it. It sounds like we have our work cut out for us. Violet sighed. Come on, let's call it and go try to sneak in some Christmas shopping before we are due back for dinner. Great idea, I admitted. You can help me pick out what to get our fake girlfriend. I had never gotten any gifts for Violet and had close to no idea what a boyfriend was supposed to get for his girlfriend. Violet asked with a chuckle. How do you figure that? Well, you are a part of me. That means we are both dating her. I laughed at the thought as I made my way back to the statue of the one-eyed witch and headed back out of the school. Harry, wake up, it's Christmas. Astoria shouted as she ran into my room and jumped on me. Get off me, Tori, I'm sleepin'. I mumbled, trying to push the green-eyed, dark-haired girl off of me. But Harry, it's Christmas and I want to open presents. She whined. Fine, fine, I groaned as finally managed to extract myself from Astoria in the bed. Wait outside, will you? I'll walk with you down to the sitting room after I've changed clothes. She didn't even pause to respond, but took off outside of the room hurriedly, quickly shutting the door behind her. So what did you get, Daphne? Astoria asked as soon as I stepped out of my room. You promised to keep it a secret. I eyed her curiously. I promise. I won't tell anyone, I swear. She answered hurriedly. So what is it? I got her a locket with a picture of the two of us inside. I told her quietly. Apparently Wayne had taken a picture of the two of us as we slept cuddled up on the train ride home, and his owl had delivered it to me as I had been out shopping for a present for Daphne. I figured it was as close to a sign from above that anyone would ever get, and immediately set out to purchase a locket to put it in for her. The locket was a light gold color that matched her hair, with inlaid sapphires that were almost a perfect match for her eyes. Violet seemed sure she would, but I was still nervous that she wouldn't like it. It wasn't as if I had done much shopping for girls in the past. Ah, that's so sweet. Astoria cooed before batting her eyes at me. Are you going to get me one too? Perhaps next Christmas if you behave yourself. I chuckled at her as I ruffled up her hair. I always behave, she pouted. I'm a perfect little angel. Heaven help us all if you are. I mumbled. What was that? She glared playfully at me. Apparently I hadn't been as quiet as I had hoped. I said, we all know that you are. I lied. So are you excited for Hogwarts? You start in less than half a year now. It's still so far away. She whined as we stopped outside of the sitting room. I wish I could come with you and Daphne right now. I know it must be frustrating. I soothed her. However, I am thankful that you aren't there. Why not? She asked, looking slightly hurt. Do you not like spending time with me like you do with Daphne? I enjoy all of our time together, you know that. I wrapped her into a hug, lowering my voice once she was closer so that only she could hear. I fear there are dark times at Hogwarts in store for us this year, little one. I am glad you are here, safe. I worry enough about your sister and am thankful I do not need to worry over you as well. Is something bad happening at Hogwarts? She whispered. It would seem that way, Tori. I sighed. Cyrus had told me just yesterday that there had been another attack at the school just the day after I had been there examining the wards on Dumbledore's office. Apparently Justin Finch-Fletchley had been petrified as well, but what had even me on alert was the fact that whatever it was had also killed nearly headless Nick as well. If someone had the power to harm ghosts, they obviously had skills far beyond any that I currently possessed. Are you and my sister going to be hurt? She asked fearfully. I thought you knew me better. I asked playfully as I ruffled her hair again, trying to lighten the mood. It was Christmas after all. You know I wouldn't let anyone harm Daphne, and I like to think I am tougher than I get credit for. After all, I am not just all brains and looks. Don't forget vain. Astoria joked, her mood once again lifted. Some would call it that, I suppose. I laughed as I pulled open the door to the sitting room, where the rest of the family were already waiting for us. However, I like to call it confidence. Astoria laughed and ran off towards the Christmas tree and set to passing out presents. I took a seat next Daphne, who grabbed my hand, and decided to set aside the worries awaiting at Hogwarts for now and just enjoy the day. What are you working on, Harry? Daphne asked, breaking the silence that had permeated the room over the last 2 hours. Ritual. I grunted as my carving knife slid against the rough stone floor and sliced into my finger as my grip slackened and slid slightly down the blade. She already knew I was working on the ritual and was probably looking for the details, but the pain in my finger cut me short. Perhaps we should take a break, she asked carefully. I had been working on this ritual for over a month since we had returned from Christmas break, and it was seriously trying my patience as of late. Thankfully I hadn't yet taken my anger out on her, and I felt slightly worse that she felt she had to walk on eggshells around me. Yeah, you're probably right. I sighed. It shouldn't be more than a few days and I should have it finished. She nodded. The school had plenty of time over the holidays to wrap their minds around the fact that a Hufflepuff was dating a Slytherin, especially one that put on a public face of aloofness and aggression. Of course, there were a large gathering of people who hadn't taken well to the news once it had settled in. There were a large selection of Gryffindors who viewed me as a traitor, mostly led by Longbottom and Weasley. The Weasleys, minus Ron who had stayed with Longbottom, had stayed behind at the castle over the holidays, and even though Ron knew I had gone from the castle, he still found it in him to try and blame me for the attack on Justin and nearly headless Nick. Some of the Hufflepuffs eyed me warily or with worry, but the one who knew me even the slightest trusted my judgment on the subject. The majority of the Ravenclaws had already seemed to no longer care about it and were usually seen back into their books. It was the Slytherins that had me worried, and are the reason I had spent the last month working on this ritual. They tried to hide it, and kept their gazes lurking in the shadows, but I could still see them. There were quite a few who were unhappy about Daphne and I being together, and I knew it was only a matter of time before one of them tried to interfere and break it up. I would make sure I was ready for them when they did. So Valentine's Day is only a few days away. Daphne smirked. I hear Lockhart has something big planned. His death if it involves me in any way, shape, or form. I mumbled, having already heard some about his idea as he had been bouncing several of them off of me to try and find what he called the perfect one. According to him, he has hired a bunch of dwarves to come and do something. What exactly it was he wouldn't say. She frowned. The fraud does have some strings available for pulling, it seems. I mused. Dwarves usually stay solitary and don't venture out into public life. Have you found anything on the Chamber of Secrets yet? She asked. It had been brought up a few times since the start of the new term, but most of the information the teachers wanted to pass out were unhelpful rumors and legends, nothing concrete. Not much. I sighed, shaking my head. I do have a plan though for when there is another attack. And, she asked, one eyebrow raised as if to say, you know you are going to tell me the plan. Her eyebrow does have a point. Violet mentally grinned. You know you will tell her. Really? I asked incredulously. You know what her eyebrow is thinking. Violet mentally shrugged. Must be a woman thing. You wouldn't understand. You've got that right. I mentally snorted before answering Daphne's eyebrow. All of the attacks have happened within a 5-minute walk of each other. Clearly it is a pattern. All of them have happened when the majority of the students have been isolated. The Halloween feast for Mrs. Norris, past curfew for Creevy, and holiday for Finch Fletchley and the ghost. So you think you can catch them at it the next time? She asked. We just need to keep an eye out and try to find out who seems to be missing most often. I told her. I will also use the map to keep an eye out on the section of the map where the attacks have happened, and whoever frequents those areas the most we can keep an eye out on first. It sounds like the best plan available to us, she admitted. However, you can only watch the map so often. It is going to take a bit of luck to catch them on the map. I ended up with you and Violet, didn't I? I asked her with a smug smirk. Clearly I have enough luck to go around. Your ass-keying isn't going to get me to carve out any of that ritual for you, Potter. She playfully glared, a small smile tugging at the edges of her mouth as her eyes danced with mirth as she leaned over and planted a quick key to my lips. So back to work with you. Yes, milady. Smiling, I shook my head as I grabbed my carving knife and got back to work. Potter. Someone drawled from behind Daphne and myself as we made for our secret spot. It was Valentine's Day and classes had ended for the day. Lockhart had made the day unbearable when he had hired dwarves to dress up as cupids and wander around delivering valentines from all of the students. Of course that didn't stop Violet from making me send one to Snape. Of course, it wasn't the most flattering of deliveries. She had come up with the idea of the singing Valentine for him after I had already been gifted one of my own, likely from young Miss Weasley. Needless to say, he was in a worse mood than normal. Daphne and I were using the time that people would be out spending the day with their boyfriend-girlfriend, and it was a perfect cover for us to put the finishing touches on the ritual I had spent so much time on, before finally completing it. I turned around with a questioning eyebrow as I noticed it was Malfoy that had stopped me. Surprisingly, he was without his 2 bookends. And that eyebrow is asking, what the hell do you want? Violet joked as I answered Malfoy's call. Yes, I asked as politely as I could muster. While there was no great animosity between the two of us, that didn't mean we were anywhere even close to being friends. I wanted to talk to you alone for a moment, he said before glancing at Daphne as well. The both of you actually. I nodded and motioned for him to follow us. We entered the first abandoned classroom that we came to before I closed the door and warded it against outside listeners. Your words are safe here, I told him. What is it you wanted to say? I wanted to give you a warning, he said hesitantly, eyeing the door as if he thought someone would come through at any moment. Some of the older Slytherins are unhappy with you too. I think a few of them are planning to do something about it tonight. I wanted to warn you to be careful coming back tonight. While Daphne is a pureblood and her father is on the Wizengamot, I don't think they would be foolish enough to hurt her. You, however, are half-blooded, a Hufflepuff, and orphaned. There are not many that would go against them to defend you. Which makes me wonder why you would tell me all of this. I asked him curiously. Draco smirked, his cockiness once again showing. Telling you this costs me nothing, so long as this conversation stays between us. You owing me a favor, however, could be worth something in the future. I am not so blind as to not see you are one of the smartest people in this school, Potter. While you may be nothing to the world now, things always find a way of changing in the future. And to think, I thought you had about as much cunning as Weasley. I mused, only half-jokingly. It's nice to be wrong for a change. So long as it doesn't go against me or my plans down the line, you will have my favor, Mr. Malfoy. She isn't the only one who wears his mask to school. Malfoy smirked, nodding towards Daphne who had been silent with her Ice Queen mask on her face. And it's Draco, by the way. No need for formalities all the time, you know. Likewise, I replied, reaching out my hand to shake his in gratitude for his warning. I am sure we will see each other again, but for now, those future plans are calling, and there is business to attend to. Draco grinned, glancing between Daphne and myself, likely misinterpreting just what future plans I had in mind, but I saw no need to correct him. Hopefully it is not in the hospital wing, he joked as he turned for the door and left. Well, that was unexpected. Daphne spoke after a few seconds of silence. Honestly, yeah, I would agree with you. I replied honestly. Makes you wonder how many others are out there, hiding their true selves for the sake of safety or scheming. You never know, she smirked. Perhaps Weasley is secretly a genius, and is planning to take over the world. Somehow, I doubt it. I shook my head. Perhaps if you said he was planning to conquer all of the food in the Great Hall, then I would have believed you. I would surrender just to not have to watch him eat. Daphne replied, a disgruntled frown on her face as she was reminded of Weasley's poor eating habits. Enough about Weasley, we have more important stuff to be doing. I nodded my head and opened the door for her after taking down my silencing wards. I followed her out as we continued on towards our secret room. The runes for the ritual are perfect from what I can see. I told Daphne as I set up the cauldron to start the potion that would need to be paired with the ritual. While the potion itself wouldn't take very long to brew, it was still rather complicated. I have all of the ingredients prepared and ready, Daphne confirmed as I started the water to boil. It had taken me weeks of searching and all ordering ingredients to have everything ready. Once the water had come to a boil, I cracked my knuckles, took a calming breath and got ready to start. One small mistake could lead to an explosion or even a cauldron full of poison. Boomslang skin, I called to Daphne, who handed me the ingredient without delay. I dumped the skin into the cauldron before stirring 3 times clockwise and waiting 1 minute for the next ingredient. Rose thorn, Daphne said as she handed me the next ingredient I would need for the potion. She was reading along in the book to make sure we had 2 sets of eyes to keep from making a mistake. After adding the rose thorn, I heated the potion up by 50 degrees. Nux Myristica and Nightshade next love, I told her, not breaking my concentration from the potion. We had pretended to be a couple for so long, I hadn't even noticed the slip at the end of my sentence. Over the next half hour, I kept adding to the potion. Runaspore egg here, Moondew there, Herbaria added in 5-second intervals, and lionfish spine that had been soaked in goosegrass oils. 5 counterclockwise turns followed by 2 clockwise ones. Followed by lowering the temperature 40 degrees before removing it from the fire for 3 minutes. Right up until the potion had almost been finished. I just need to add the syrup of arnica, I told her as she started to gather the ingredients. Then valerian root to finish it off. If we have brewed it correctly, it should have a royal blue coloring. Daphne handed over the last few ingredients, watching intently as I added them into the potions. Perfect, she whispered as the potion turned its required royal blue after the valerian root had been added. If only Snape could have seen this, I joked. Might have given the old bat a heart attack. A stroke at the very least. Daphne smiled. Let's get the potion into position. I levitated the hot cauldron over towards where I had carved the runes into the floor over the last month. Most rituals could just be drawn onto a surface, this one had to be carved for a specific reason. The potion would have to be poured over the surface of the runic array, and the grooves cut into the floor would be needed to keep the potion from spilling out past the ritual boundaries. I would then have to be standing inside of the array, barefoot, to make sure I was in constant contact with the potion as the ritual combined the magical properties of the potion with my body. If everything went well, this would be my first step at altering my body past where nature could take it. My body would be more magical and less human. Mortal. I didn't know or care, to be honest. I only knew that it would make using magic much easier for me. My ultimate goal from this was for my body to be able to start channeling magic without the use of a focal point. A wand. While I knew that wandless magic would always be impossible for some of the more demanding spells, as the amount of magic needed to do the spell would be more than could be channeled by even the most magical of bodies alone, this was why a wand would always be needed. I hoped that I would soon be able to do some of the simpler stuff. I wouldn't be shooting stunners wandlessly anytime soon, but I was hoping for at least light banishers, summoning charms, and other low magic spells. While summoning something was harder to do than banishing it, it wasn't because it was magically taxing to cast it. It just needed more control over your mind, as you had to concentrate on the spell to make sure it came to you and at the speed you wanted. It only took that initial push to banish something and not much focus after that. I nodded for Daphne to stand back before I took off my outer robe, socks, and shoes. I poured the potion into the runic array, taking care not to spill any outside of the ritual boundaries, before carefully stepping into the center. I ignored the slight burning that the heat of the potion was doing to my feet and started pouring magic into the ignition rune. One by one the runes started to activate, a royal blue glow illuminating them. I had to clench my jaw shut from the pain as the potion started to bubble and seep into my skin, slowly working its way up my body. Dark blue veins of the potion slowly snaked their way up my legs, to my torso, arms, and head. If I had a mirror, judging by the scared look on Daphne's face, I am sure I would have looked on the verge of death. Once I could feel the effects starting to take effect on my entire body, I collapsed to my hands and knees from the pain. Thankfully I had the room warded against sound escaping from within. It was all I could do to keep from thrashing around, as I knew I would risk part of my body leaving the ritual circle if I did. It felt as if my skin was being shredded and rebuilt over and over again. My body started to pump out magic from my body as the magic of the ritual changed it. A swirl of wind, magic, and energy started to swirl around the room as the ritual drew closer to its end. I couldn't stop the strained growl that burst from my lungs as the pain hit its apex. I collapsed to the floor panting just as the ritual flared one final time and went silent. The moment the ritual died off, Daphne had ran to my side to check on me. "Harry, are you okay?" she asked worriedly. "Water," I panted, my throat sore and dry. "Thanks," I told her after she gave me a glass and I gulped it down. "How do I look?" "You look normal," she said after examining me for a minute. "Except for your eyes. They might be a bit brighter, but only if you really knew what they looked like beforehand." "No blue veins?" I asked. Daphne shook her head. "How do you feel?" she asked, worry still evident in her voice. Slowly I pulled myself to my feet before stretching my aching muscles and bones. Other than being sore from tensing from the pain, I felt much better, more alive than I ever had. I could feel the magic flowing much more freely beneath my skin, and I could already tell that it would flow to the surface with much less resistance. It felt like going from running water through a pipe filled with rocks, to a pipe with none. Slowly I raised my hand towards the cauldron lying on the floor and concentrated on performing the levitation charm. Slowly but surely the cauldron started to raise up from the ground, before promptly dropping from loss of concentration when I had been too thrilled that it had worked to keep the spell going. Deciding to try something else, I jabbed my hand at the cauldron and smiled as it launched towards the wall at the back of the room, adding a large dent to the cauldron. Excitedly I grabbed Daphne in a hug and spun her around, the both of us laughing in joy that all of our hard work had paid off. In all of the excitement I had even forgot that our relationship wasn't a real one to begin with when she planted her lips to mine as I set her to the floor. Hopefully now I will have the upper hand should whoever is attacking students decide I am next. I told Violet, who had been cheering happily for me once she knew I was all right. If what Malfoy said is true, you might get your upper hand tested sooner rather than later. Violet said without an ounce of worry in her voice. Let them come, I told her without worry myself. Unless they outnumber me like 5 to 1, or they are all upper years, I should be able to catch them sufficiently off guard. Personally, I hope they do try it. Violet smirked. I could do with a healthy dose of action to change things up for once. True, I told her, a thought coming to my mind. I think they might even turn out to be beneficial to me. I would jump you right here if I had a body of my own. Violet said excitedly as she saw the plan form in my mind. Come on, Daph, I told Daphne, breaking away from my private conversation. Daphne figured I was talking to Violet and wasn't concerned about my seemingly lack of focus. We have a trap to walk into. You think Malfoy was telling the truth then? She asked curiously. And why would you sound happy about it if he was? Because I have a plan. I cheered. Now come my lady, we have an adventure to set off towards. Daphne shook her head at my slight childishness, but grabbed my hand and we set off anyhow. If it isn't the half-blood and the blood traitor. Someone sneered as they popped out from a nook in the wall. I could recognize him as Lucian Bowl, beater for Slytherin in a 5th year. Daphne and I had made it back to the dungeons, which is where we had expected an attack to happen if one came at all. The location we were currently at was the most isolated portion of the route back to the Slytherin dorms from where my room was located. Yes, the air does smell quite poor in here. A feminine voice came from behind me. I turned sideways, so as to not have my back completely exposed, and noticed the 5th year prefect, Gemma Farley. On either side of her was Cassius Warrington and Graham Montague, both 4th years. I glanced back towards Bowl and noticed his beater counterpart had joined him, Peregrine Derrick, also 5th year. They all had their wands out, but in a relaxed position. They obviously didn't believe they would have to put up much of a fight against 2 second-year students. How lovely, I said with fake cheer. A family reunion. This isn't a family reunion, Potter. Derek shouted. Although when we are finished with you, you might have one of your own with dear mummy and daddy. I hummed, acting as if confused. I could have sworn all pureblood were related. I thought I even spotted signs of incest in this one here, I said, pointing towards Gemma Farley. Then again, it could just be Troll's blood making her look so hideous. Think you're clever, do you, Potter? Montague asked with a sneer as they all raised their wands a bit higher. Your little jokes aren't going to save you. And since you find yourself so funny, maybe you can find a laugh out of what we are going to do to the little blood traitor next to you when we are done. Tut. 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 I smiled. On the inside I was fuming, however. Even if our relationship wasn't real, Daphne was still one of my best friends, and threatening her was very foolish of them. I will be sure to pass on Gryffindor's thank you to you later. What the hell is that supposed to mean, Potter? Farley snarled. It's just that, well, you have just not only insulted, but foolishly threatened my girlfriend. I began, my face emotionless, but my eyes burning brightly with cold fury. I could have pushed the threats and name-calling toward me to the side, blaming your obvious stupidity, but sadly for you, you crossed the line. I'm afraid the likelihood of Slytherin not having any of its beaters and 2 of its chasers for next weekend's match against Gryffindor has just risen to a certainty. You actually believe you have a chance against us? Derek laughed, the others following suit. I used their moment of distraction to strike. I quickly thrust out both hands, one towards Gemma and the other towards Bowl, banishing them both into the walls beside them. Just as the other 3 were catching on to what was happening, I repeated the process with Derek and Warrington, throwing them against the opposite walls. I quickly sidestepped a jet of yellow light from Montague as I pulled my own wand. I swiped my empty hand through the air, wandlessly banishing Montague's wand from his hand, causing it to clatter and roll across the floor. At the same time I began using Petrificus Totalis on the 4 already on the ground since they were trying to scramble back to their feet. Montague tried to go for his wand, but I cast a wandless levitation charm at his jaw, causing him to lift a few inches off of the ground. Around me were 5 sets of wide eyes and 1 set full of excitement and happiness. I used my wand to summon the 4 downed bodies towards me, and I dragged them along behind as I walked the still struggling Montague towards an empty classroom. I hadn't even had time to stop and think about the fact I hadn't even needed to use the incantations for my spells since the ritual. I was acting on pure instinct and adrenaline. Once all 5 Slytherins, Daphne, and myself were inside the classroom, and I had it locked and warded as best as I could, my calm mask slipped off, and the one that replaced it was a look of fury and pure bliss mixed into one. I was sure that the 5 Slytherins in front of me may have mistook it for insanity, but I knew it was just the look of a man who was about to dish out vengeance. Quickly, I stood them all against the wall, and casting a sticking charm on their hands and feet and undid my petrification spell. The moment I did, they started shouting curses and threats at me. I couldn't help but smirk at them. I didn't have all night, however, and I soon grew tired of their yelling. Silence, I half shouted, half hissed in Parseltongue. I hadn't meant to do it, but it did give me an idea. Serpensortia, I murmured. I couldn't help but smile when it was the same exact snake I had used so long ago that appeared before me again. It's the speaker, the snake hissed, sparking something in the back of my mind. I didn't have time to figure out what it was just yet, so I pushed it aside for now. What can I do for you, master? If any of them so much as speak another word, I want you to bite them. I knew the snake wasn't poisonous. It was only a constrictor after all, even if this one did have fangs, but I doubted they would know the difference. It had the desired effect though, as when I turned back to my 5 captives, they were all looking at the snake warily and slightly wide-eyed as it hissed threateningly at them. Deciding to at least have some fun out of this encounter, I began. Salazar would be so disappointed. I taunted. 5 of his very own purebloods defeated by a half-blood. You will pay for this, Potter. Our families are. Ag. She was cut off as the snake struck and bit her on the upper thigh. Your families won't be doing anything. I chuckled at her. You see, when I am done with you tonight, you will have an unhealthy fear of someone that you can't plant a face to match, but subconsciously you will know it is me. Can't have Snape snooping around finding out about me now, can we? The 5 looked as if they wanted to protest or say something, but they kept eyeing the snake warily and kept their mouths closed. Of course, you are also going to leave here tonight with an unexplainable strong desire to keep Daphne here safe. Why, maybe you would even defend her with your very life. While subconsciously was about as much as I could do as far as their fear of me, thanks to legilimens like Snape and Dumbledore, I could still plant the idea in their heads that it was their #1 priority to keep Daphne safe. I wouldn't make it so that they would follow her around endlessly, but if they happened to see her in danger they would intervene. Now, to get started on that fear part, I smiled happily to them, before pointing my wand at Montague first. Torqueo. Instantly he started screaming. Torqueo was a very mild version of the Cruciatus curse, only it was legal and only had about 1/10 of the effect. I kept it on him for almost 5 minutes before I moved on and repeated the process on the other 4. Just for good measure, when I was done, I broke all of the fingers on their hands, leaving the hands themselves unharmed. What do you think, dear? Have they had enough? I asked Daphne almost a half hour later. No, she replied dispassionately. But we risk them being missed if we prolong any longer, love. Disappointed, I nodded my head in agreement before starting the work that would be needed to alter their minds. I stunned them first before I removed any traces of Daphne and I's faces, leaving only our memories in their subconsciousness where Snape and Dumbledore would never dig. I quickly added the thought to their heads about protecting Daphne before I cancelled the sticking charm on them, causing them to crumble to the floor, before I tore down all of my wards and slipped my invisibility cloak on over Daphne and myself, giving a quick flick of the wand to return the snake back to his resting place. Somewhat hurriedly we rushed back to the Slytherin common room before we were caught. Daphne turned to me before she climbed out from under the cloak and threw her arms around my neck, catching me slightly off guard as she smashed her lips to mine briefly. We broke apart as she gave me a dazzling smile and hurried into the common room without another word. How long do you think it will take someone to find them? Violet asked as I made my way back to my own common room. Before morning, I'm sure, I told her. Snape will put in more effort if it is his snakes that are missing, not to mention half of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Do you think the rest of the house will learn their lesson? She asked. Those 5 may not remember it was you who did it, but there will be others who knew what they were off to do, and they will be suspicious. Some will still be foolish enough to try, I told her after a moment. At least Daphne should be safe now, Violet answered. The only likely place they would have to attack her on her own would be the common room, and at least a couple of those 5 will be in there to back her up. True, however, I think it is time I step up security, so to speak. I told her. I had a couple of ideas that I could do to make protecting her easier. Perhaps I could even do the same for Wayne and Tracy if I had the time. I like it. Violet smiled, reading the plans from my mind. If we are going to get him, we will have to be careful. Not to mention with the state he is currently in, the ritual will have to be altered. That will be the hardest part. True, I doubt he can be used for the entire ritual with his current state, but that is something to think on tomorrow, I told her as I opened the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. For now, I think I am going to get some sleep. Come in, Harry, came the grandfatherly voice of the headmaster from the other side of the door. I had barely been sitting down to breakfast before Professor Sprout had delivered the message that I was wanted for a meeting with the headmaster as soon as I had finished. You wanted to see me, sir, I offered politely as I entered his office. His office was much as it had been last time. Pictures and bookshelves lined the walls. The only remaining essence of the previous headmasters and headmistresses stored within the canvas. Silvery and spindly devices whirled and banged softly around the room, some emitting a puff of smoke here or there. Beside the headmaster's desk was the perch that normally housed Fawkes the Phoenix, but he was absent. In his place, not on the perch of course, was none other than Professor Snape. I had to admit he did look rather pissed, but then again, he always seemed that way. Yes, do come and have a seat, Harry, Dumbledore said, his grandfatherly look at full force. There is an unfortunate matter that I find myself in need of discussing with you today. Unfortunate matter, sir? I asked, keeping the humor out of my voice as I already knew what he was going to want to talk about. I also knew that they would have no proof it was me, and it was another case of Snape blaming a Potter for everything. Don't play stupid with me, Potter. Even if you are. Snape spat at me, his eyes burning pits of coal. You attacked 5 of my students and I will have you in Azkaban by the day's end. Severus, Dumbledore said soft but sternly. Ah, yes, I heard about that incident last night. It has been going all around school this morning at breakfast. I told him truthfully. I am flattered that you think so highly of my talents, that I could take on 5 students, all of which 2 years are older than me. However, even I can see that blaming a second-year student of doing so is a bit of a stretch. You would normally have a rather good point, Harry. Dumbledore interrupted Snape, who looked murderous. However, several students are under the impression that the 5 students in question were last seen in search of you and Miss Greengrass. Looking for me, sir? I asked, putting on a confused look. I don't understand why they would be. I don't think I have ever even had a conversation with them, not even in passing. You know very well why they would be looking for you, Potter. Snape snarled. Any idiot with half a brain can see that the Slytherins are unhappy about a pureblood hanging off the arm of the likes of you. Likes of me? I asked, playing dumb. I do believe he is referring to your house affiliation and blood purity. Dumbledore frowned, obviously upset that the battle over blood purity had been passed on to many children. He for one never believed in such nonsense. He knew several half-bloods and muggleborns who had went on to be great witches and wizards. He also knew that Snape had a role to play, so he couldn't chastise him too much about it. Perhaps someone should warn Miss Granger too. I told them both, trying to cover a smirk. The purebloods are bound to be upset that not only are they all being bested in school by a half-blood, but a muggleborn as well. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape yelled while Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling madly at the fact Snape was so mad he had taken points from the wrong house. Clearly I reminded him of my father a bit too much. I am sorry that I have no answers for you, Professor. I said, turning to Dumbledore to keep from laughing at the look on Snape's face. Perhaps there is some relation between the petrifications and these attacks. You would know better than me, I guess. You got that right, Snape mumbled to himself. If you see anything, you will let me know, Harry? Dumbledore asked, peering over his half-moon spectacles. I could tell he looked tempted to search into my mind, but surprisingly he didn't. Of course, sir, I answered, standing up. Will that be all? Daphne and I have plans for today. It is a Saturday after all. You may go, Harry. Dumbledore sighed. He seemed like the kind of person who prided himself on having all of the answers, and it was bothering him that there seemed to be many answers he didn't have, such as the attacks going on around the school. I nodded to the headmaster, ignored Snape completely, and exited the headmaster's office. I made it halfway back down to the Great Hall, hoping to find Daphne still there, when I heard it. Rip, cheer, kill, ISS smell blood. So hungry, ISSSMELL blood. Instantly I stopped. There was that sound again, still sounding as if it was coming through the walls. It only took me a moment to remember my earlier plan, and I hurriedly pulled out the Marauder's map and ducked into an empty alcove. With a quick whispered password, I began my search between where I was and where the previous attacks had taken place. I was just about to lose hope when I finally spotted something. Inside of the second-floor bathroom was Ginny Weasley. It was odd, not only because it was so close to where Mrs. Norris had been petrified, but according to Daphne, a ghost named Moaning Myrtle haunted a toilet there and nobody actually used that bathroom, so why was the youngest Weasley there? Quickly I pulled out my invisibility cloak and draped it across myself, after pocketing the map. I put a silencing charm on my shoes before I set off at a hurried pace towards the bathroom. I cursed when I got there, only to find out she had already gone. "Who is there?" came a girl's voice from my left. When I saw it was only a ghost, I took off my cloak in hopes she could answer some of my questions. "You're a boy. You don't belong in here. I apologize for disturbing you." I started. "I was only hoping to ask you a few questions." "Liar," she accused. "You've come to make fun of me. That is what everyone always does." "I promise you, I do not wish to make fun of you, Miss Myrtle." I told her sincerely. There really isn't much fun to be had in picking on a ghost. "You are Myrtle, right?" "Moaning Myrtle they all call me, but I like Miss Myrtle better." She actually smiled. "It seems this might be easier than I had hoped. So what kind of questions do you have, Mr. Harry?" I smiled. "Just Harry. I wanted to ask you about any visitors you have had in here this year. From my understanding this is a rather unfrequented bathroom." "Unfrequented indeed." Myrtle laughed. "They never let me have an ounce of peace in life, and I make sure they have none in my death, not even to use the toilet." She cackled before turning back to her demure state. "It doesn't seem to be working. I have had a bunch of visitors this year, some even boys." "Can you tell me about your visitors? Please," I added at the end. "They have all been in Gryffindor," Myrtle replied. "A group of 3 and a small red-headed girl. I assume the red-headed girl was the same who was just in here before me?" I asked, receiving a nod. "Do you know who the other 3 are?" "The famous one and his 2 friends." Myrtle snarled. "The 2 boys are always having a go at me. They have been in here dozens of times." "Longbottom and Weasley?" I asked in reference to the 2 boys. "What were they doing in here?" "Ooh, being naughty of course." She cackled. "Those 3 were brewing Polyjuice potion before Christmas." "Polyjuice?" I asked out loud, more to myself than to Myrtle. "Do you know why they were brewing it, Myrtle?" "Oh yes," she exclaimed. "They used it to change into Slytherins to sneak into their common room to find out about a chamber. The girl messed hers up somehow though, she turned into a cat." Myrtle laughed loudly at the last part, and I couldn't help but chuckle too. That would explain why Granger had been in the hospital wing for the first few weeks after the holidays. "What about the younger girl?" I asked, bringing the topic back to the Weasley girl. "What was she doing in here?" Myrtle's voice went quiet as she whispered to me, almost as if it was a secret she was telling me. "She always comes and speaks to the sinks. It's some kind of weird language that opens them. I've heard that language before, right before I died." "I'm sorry to hear that, Myrtle," I told her solemnly. I assume that the attacks that are happened during your years at Hogwarts. She nodded. 50 years ago, and before you ask, I don't know what is doing it. All I remember before dying were a pair of great, big, yellow eyes, over by that sink. I always hide now when the redhead comes. So the chamber had been opened 50 years ago, and Myrtle was a victim. I said to Violet, bouncing it off of her to see if it sparked any clues I was missing. The yellow eyes sound familiar. Violet replied, I am sure we have read about it somewhere before. So some sort of beast or animal, yellow eyes, can kill and petrify people, and can likely climb through plumbing if the sink is any indicator. I listed off. Let's not forget that it can apparently be controlled if the Weasley girl is indeed being the one to do it, assuming the weird language is being used to communicate with it. She returned. So it has to be a serpent. I asked for a second opinion. We have been hearing something moving in what I thought were the walls, but what if it is the plumbing? I hope you are wrong, she said lowly, as if almost half terrified that I was correct. We are on the second floor, which means that the pipes to these sinks drop at least 30 feet straight back down to the ground floor. Any serpent that can climb that would need to be almost double that length. That would narrow down the search then, I replied sarcastically, myself feeling a bit of dread. Yeah, down to one, she replied sadly. The only snake that can reach that length would be a basilisk, as they have no known lifespan and grow until they die. But to reach over 50 feet would take years, hundreds, maybe even 1,000. I snorted. One of the darker ritual books I had purchased had the ritual for creating a basilisk in it. From the description of the beast, it truly was the king of serpents. Perhaps Salazar himself set the beast in there, it is said to be his chamber. That would give it 1,000 years to grow. The more we learn, the more I don't like what we are finding. I doubt we could even take the easy way out and use the cry of a rooster. Violet finally answered. According to what the book said, after 10 years or so, the cry of the rooster is no longer fatal to it. That is one of the reasons that basilisks are always harvested before they reach 10. I told her, while basilisk breeding was absolutely illegal, its body parts were very useful and worth a ton of money. Which means if you were rich and pureblood, permission to breed and harvest them as livestock wasn't impossible, albeit still heavily restricted. Myrtle, when you first saw the red head, which sink was she talking to? I asked the ghost, who had been patiently staring at me. That one, she said, pointing to the one with the dirtiest mirror. It doesn't work, not even in my time. I walked over and started to inspect the sink. Just because, I tried to turn the water on, but like Myrtle had said, it didn't work. It was when I shut the water valve that I noticed it. A small snake engraved into the side of the tap. This is it, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I told Violet, half in curiosity, the other half trepidation. You're not going down there, are you? She asked nervously. No, I chuckled. Are you going to tell Dumbledore that you have found it? She asked curiously. An even bigger no. That wasn't about to happen. I would be accused from the get-go. A secret chamber that only I seemingly know the location of, and I just happen to be the only one they know of who can open it. Snape would make it his new life's goal to see me hang for it. So what do we do? She asked. For now, I keep you, Daphne, and myself safe and wait. I told her, we will keep an eye on the she-weasel and find out how she is doing it. Parseltongue is hereditary and she doesn't speak it on her own, or there would be others in her family that do as well. You think something is controlling her and making her do it? She asked. I nodded. My guess is possession. Voldemort was possessing Quirrell last year, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is possessing the Weasley girl. His face isn't sticking out of the back of her head, so I doubt it is a direct possession and probably through a spell or artifact. We should probably not hang around here too long in case someone comes along. You have been very helpful, Myrtle. Thank you, I told the ghost. You have my favor, and if there is anything you need, just ask. Just come back and visit me from time to time. Myrtle smiled and batted her eyes at me. It isn't often I have someone nice to talk to. Until these attacks are stopped, it might not be too safe for me to come. I told her, but you have my word, I will come back and talk to you when it is. Okay. The ghost smiled. See you, Harry. She cheerily flew through the air and back down into the U-bend of the toilet she came out of. She is a weird one. Violet chuckled. True, but then again the entire wizarding world seems to be. I had yet to understand why the wizarding world seemed to be a few nuggets short of a happy meal. Good point. Violet laughed. Come on, Harry, we need to get out of here. We also need to warn Daphne about what is out there. I told her, throwing the invisibility cloak over my head. I didn't even make it to the bathroom door before I heard someone approaching. Bugger, I completely forgot about her. I mentally cursed as I figured out exactly who or what was coming back to the bathroom. I could hear the youngest Weasley talking to someone, but once I really concentrated on the language, I could make out the hissing in speech that told me it was Parseltongue. Quickly, I cast a silencing and odorless charms on me in case she did indeed have a basilisk she was talking with. The book that had described both the properties and instructions for making a basilisk had strongly warned against their eyes. Large and yellow and could kill you just by making eye contact. Even seeing a reflection of them was enough to petrify someone. The school had honestly been lucky that nobody had died as of yet. I kept my head slightly lowered, knowing that if the basilisk was as large as I had predicted, its head, and thus eyes, would be towering above me and I would actually have to look up to meet its glare. I'm not afraid to admit that as the Weasley girl entered the bathroom, followed by a beast that had to be 50 foot long at least, I felt fear for the first time in a while. I had to force my emotions to the back of my mind with occlumency to make sure that I could concentrate on not making a deadly mistake. We have accomplished much today, Brazil, the small redhead hissed. There was definitely something off about her. Her eyes had a blank, faraway stare to them as if she wasn't all there. It was her voice that gave it away that she was being possessed, however. While you could tell it was a woman's voice, it was laced with the tone of a male speaker. It sounded heavier and deeper than any 11-year-old's voice had a right to sound. We managed to actually get the boy's mudblood pet and even an extra half-blood. ISS still wish you would let me eat them, master. The basilisk, apparently named Brazil, whined. Soon, my pet. The 11-year-old puppet replied. We need their bodies as evidence. It is only a matter of time before the old fool is removed from the school, and then we can make our move. Open. The sinks began to spread apart before the broken one sank down completely into the floor, leaving a wide gap that led to an even bigger hole that leads straight down under the school. As you command, master. The snake hissed as it followed after its master who had just jumped into the dark hole. Only when I heard the sinks clink back into their closed position did I look up again. Harry, we need to get the hell out of here, Violet pleaded. It sounds as if they have just attacked someone else and we do not need to be caught here. Cloak and charms still in place, I broke into a full-out sprint for the dorms. I made it almost to the dungeons before I remembered I was supposed to be meeting up with Daphne. Snape would be sure to notice that I hadn't if she was still out looking for me. I quickly pull out the Marauder's map before searching frantically for the little footsteps that had her name on them. I cursed when I finally found them. She was waiting down the hall from the gargoyle that led to the headmaster's office, clearly thinking I was still in there. It would not be good if they see her, sans me. At the same time the attack was discovered, so I set off at a full sprint back towards Dumbledore's office. I turned the corner that led to the gargoyle just as McGonagall's voice came blaring through the school. All students are to return to their house dormitories immediately. Anyone caught out in the halls will be punished severely. I saw Daphne start to head back to her dorms just as the gargoyle sprung to life and the steps started to descend. There was no way they wouldn't see her if I didn't do something quick, and those were questions I didn't need them asking her. Just as I heard the voices of Dumbledore and Snape about to descend around the last bend of the stairwell, I was still a few feet away from Daphne. I opened my cloak just enough to slip it around Daphne as I ran into her, unable to slow down all the way. The duo of teachers stepped out into the hallway just as the cloak closed around Daphne and her brain registered that something had happened. I only had a split second to decide what to do to keep her from shouting out in shock and surprise at the unexpected attack, so I did the only thing that came to mind to keep her quiet and smashed my lips against hers. She tried to fight me off until her eyes registered just who it was that was *ing her and she started to return the ** while throwing her arms around my neck. My concentration still on making sure Dumbledore and Snape were out of sight, I didn't even pay attention to the fact her tongue had slipped into my mouth. Once I knew we were alone again, I broke apart, the both of us panting heavily, her from the key *** and me from running halfway across the castle and back. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but what was that about? Daphne smirked, her face flushed. Not now, we need to get to the common room now, I told her hurriedly as I started to drag her back the way I had just ran towards the dungeons. Thankfully there were still a few people trickling into the dungeons when we managed to make it. Not really caring about the fact she wasn't supposed to be there, I dragged Daphne with me to the Hufflepuff common room so we could talk. All I would have to do is inform Professor Sprout that we were closer to here, and we thought it best since McGonagall made it sound so urgent. It was complete tripe, but Sprout was kind-hearted enough to overlook it and leave it be. Sure enough, the plump witch just smiled and complimented me on my caring for another student's well-being and sent an elf off to inform Snape of Daphne's whereabouts. I would probably not like having to deal with him later because of it, but it would give me the time I needed to talk to Daphne and explain what I learned. So what did you drag me all the way to your common room for? Daphne asked after I put up a silencing charm around us. She eyed a few of the staring Hufflepuffs warily, but knew that they wouldn't really do anything to her. I figured it out, I told her excitedly as I went on to explain everything that had happened to me over the last hour. So you're telling me that Weasley and Longbottom know where our common room is and how to get inside? Daphne asked incredulously. Yeah, I know, and the thing has to be 50 foot. Wait, what? I asked incredulously, my mind having to play catch up to what she just said as Violet started laughing her *** off. So out of all of that, you are worried about the least important part. Least important part? Daphne fired off with an incredulous look on her face, before it broke and she started laughing. I got you. I told you I would get you back for tricking me into spelling attic while looking down my shirt. Wow, just. Wow. I slow clapped. Leave it to you to find a revenge prank in the face of a 50-foot basilisk. I think even the Weasley twins would be jealous. Besides, it isn't like I made you out to be a liar with that joke. They really are starting to show. I smirked the last part as she blushed and glared at me. I'll ignore asking the question as to how you even know that last part, since we have more pressing issues to be dealt with. Just consider yourself lucky, Potter. She half glared, half smirked. I consider myself lucky every day, I teased. But anyhow, back to the topic at hand perhaps? It's only a small matter, but there is a 50-foot basilisk running loose through the school and all. Fine. She huffed. I assume you have a plan, so let's hear it. For now, I think it's best to just observe and figure out the how and not the why. Until we know what is controlling the Weaselette, we don't really know how to stop it. That, and I am not in any hurry to kamikaze a basilisk. What if that thing comes for us? She asked, slight worry in her voice. I have a few plans. One I will have ready within a few days. I want to get us matching rings that have a protean charm and location charms on them. If either of us are in danger or need to find the other in a hurry, we activate the protean charm on our ring and the other ring will heat up. From there we just use the locating charm to figure out where the other is located. I told her smugly. I assume it's the protean charm holding you up? Daphne asked. It's a rather difficult charm to master. It's taken me a few days, but I almost have it figured out. I shrugged. The other part one I'm still a few weeks away from. I still have to gather our sacrifice, but the ritual will need to be changed as his current state is less than ideal. I will probably have to cut out a large chunk of the effects from the original ritual, but it is better safe than sorry. Professor Sprout had left earlier, after checking that all of her students were here, to meet with the headmaster and the other professors. It seemed the meeting was over, as the entrance to the common room opened and a sad and worried-looking Sprout entered. Students, gather round please, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Earlier today, Miss Granger from Gryffindor and Miss Clearwater of Ravenclaw were both found petrified outside of the library. From now on, no student is to be out of the common room after dinner, and during the day while alone. Students will be escorted between classes by a teacher or prefect. I urge any of my students to come forward if you have any information to the culprit behind these atrocious attacks. She added more solemn. I fear if these attacks continue that Hogwarts will likely close. That got my attention. There is no way in hell I am letting this school close, I told Violet vehemently. Not until I have figured out how to get you a body. That means we are going to have to stop these attacks, Violet said sadly. You know that, right? I am going to have to keep a very close on Weasley and Myrtle's bathroom, I told her. Next time we see her go in, we are going to follow and put an end to this. How do you plan on defeating a basilisk that is almost a millennia old? She asked worriedly. The Muggles made a manual on how to defeat them, I told her, a plan forming in my mind. The Muggles made a. Where is the punchline in that? Violet asked incredulously, because that is obviously a joke. Oh, there is a joke all right, I told her, filling her in on the plan. A joke on Slytherin that his dreaded monster is going to go defeated by a fairy tale story from the very Muggles he wanted to kill with it. Where do you come up with this stuff? Violet laughed. I smirked. The same as everyone else, a little voice in the back of my mind tells me. Oh ha. 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 She deadpanned. Care to explain to those who can't read your mind what exactly it is you're thinking? Daphne scowled. Sorry Daph, I keep forgetting. I apologized, before smirking. We were discussing Muggle ways of defeating basilisks. You do know how ridiculous that sounds, don't you? She deadpanned. That is what makes it so brilliant, I told her cheekily. I'll explain later. Sprout is on her way over here, likely to take you back to your own common room. All right, but don't you dare think I will forget about that explanation you owe me, she said forcefully. I've put too much work into you to let you get yourself killed like some foolish Gryffindor. Good, now don't forget your duties, boyfriend of mine. She smirked, causing me to roll my eyes as I gave her the pretend key *** that was part of my boyfriend duties. Good night, Daph, I told her after I had cancelled the silencing charm. Good night, Harry, she replied as Sprout finally made her way over. You ready to go, dear? The portly woman asked kindly. Daphne nodded. I managed to keep you from a detention or losing point, Mr. Potter. Sprout smiled at me. However, Professor Snape didn't seem too pleased, so I would be on your best behavior around him if I were you. Thank you, Professor, I told her as I stood up to make my way to my dorm room. Sounds like we have a lot of things to do over the coming weeks, Violet told me as I made to get undressed and ready for bed. That is an understatement, I sighed. First on that list is some rest. Good night, V. Good night, Harry. The next few months were anything but quiet, unfortunately, or fortunately depending on how aggravated at the trio I was at any given time, at the end of April, and there had yet to be another attack. Granger and a sixth-year prefect from Ravenclaw had both been petrified. Longbottom and Weasley have undoubtedly been plotting my downfall if the 3 attempted attacks and the constant glaring were anything to go by. I had to wait until the youngest Weasley was in the chamber in order to find out exactly what it was that was possessing her. Daphne suggested just sneaking into her dorm and looking for it, but I seriously doubted that whoever or whatever was controlling her would leave the artifact that did it unprotected. That had been the unfortunate part, that the attack happened while I hadn't been looking at the map and had missed it. Since then, finding the time to do it has been close to impossible. We were being escorted between all of our classes. Nobody was allowed out of their dorms by themselves, and after dinner, nobody was even allowed to leave the dorms without permission and an escort. The only free time anybody had was between the end of lessons and dinner, and even then you couldn't go out alone. Thankfully I had Lockhart under thumb and was able to get him to let me out of the dorms and use his classroom after hours. True to my word, it had only taken me a few more days to complete the rings I had mentioned to Daphne after Valentine's Day. Hers was a platinum ring with inlaid sapphires, complete with tracking, protean, and notice me not charms. I had created a plain gold band for myself and even made a platinum band for Violet in the future with inlaid amethysts. Even though it had been over a month since the last attack, tensions were still running high. Hagrid had been arrested in suspicion of the attacks barely the next night after the last attack, with Dumbledore being removed as headmaster at the same time. Needless to say, the students were frightened. Of course, there were quite a few Slytherins who would walk around with a smug smile on their face. It had taken me the last 2 months to work on the latest ritual, mainly because it had been so hard to find the time with the students being under constant surveillance, but also because modifying rituals were just so bloody hard. I still don't have a clue as to what you're doing, Daphne brought up again as I continued to try to finish the new ritual. Why can't you just use the original ritual? She had asked for an explanation a few times, but I had been so short on time, I just hadn't gotten around to explaining it to her. Today, however, I had finally figured out one of the problems that I had been searching for over a week, and I was getting close to finished. I need a break anyhow. I sighed, shaking my head at her persistence. Do you know anything about Muggle poker cards? Never heard of them, Daphne stated, confused at the non sequitur. I took a few more seconds to try and think of an analogy to explain what I was doing to someone who was from the wizarding world. Jigsaw puzzles? I asked hopefully. I could have sworn I had seen a few of those being played with in the Hufflepuff common room. Yes, I know what those are. Daphne smirked. But the pictures in ours move when you have finished them. Perfect. I smiled. Now rituals are a lot like a jigsaw puzzle. A bunch of tiny pieces have to fit together just perfectly to create a single desired result, whereas a bunch of different runes, potions, and spells have to fit together perfectly to create a functional ritual. Now the problem you have is when, like our current situation, say you have a picture of a mountain in the background with a large forest in the forefront, but you only want to keep the picture of the mountain as the forest has been damaged and the picture ruined. Our sacrifice for the ritual is damaged, to say the least, and only the mountain part of our picture remains intact, so we will have to scrap the large forest altogether. I think I am with you so far, Daphne said, thinking hard to process all what I was saying. Now, your puzzle isn't complete with only the mountain, I continued. There are still pieces that need to be fitted in. This is where the hard part begins. Each individual piece that makes up a puzzle has a different shape to it. Finding a piece from the wrong puzzle to fit takes hours of searching and looking. Even then, just because it would fit doesn't mean you want to use it, if it just paints an ugly picture. The best idea is to find pieces with a singular color that can be mixed with others to form something simple. Even if you only find all shades of green, you can still pass it off as a field of grass in front of the mountain. While it will not look perfect under a close observation, it will look decent from afar. I get your analogy, but how does this apply to your current problem exactly and to rituals in general? She asked. The ritual calls for a ghost, just a regular and untainted one. I began. What we have is a petrified, killed ghost. I am not 100% sure which. This means that most of the properties we would gain from using him in a ritual would be tainted by this effect. There was only one that seemed to be unaffected, his flight, or our mountain in the puzzle. The ghost was found still floating, and is still floating even now. So we need to cut out the parts of the ritual that will be using the tainted part and keeping only the power of flight. Well, your ritual won't work with over half of it suddenly missing. It's designed from a series of checks and balances. With me so far? I believe so. Daphne answered. Cut a hole in a net too big and you don't catch fish, thus it is no longer really a net? Exactly. That would have been a much better platform to explain this. I exclaimed and mumbled the last part under my breath. So I need to patch up and fix the holes in ritual to make it functional again, but finding other bits and pieces of rituals that fit the puzzle aren't easy. Thankfully rituals are a bit more limited than jigsaw puzzles as the pictures are only cut into so many different patterns, but still it is in the thousands. So what kind of patches are you adding? She asked. Generally, when you are altering or modifying a ritual, it is better to stick to the basics. The weaker or smaller the intended change or effect are, the lower the chance for it to react badly if you manage to miscalculate your formula. So you have almost finished patching it up? She asked. I am close. I smiled, bringing my mind back to my recent success. Patching up a ritual isn't too hard at first. The larger the hole, the easier it is to find a piece to fit it. Once your hole gets smaller, the pieces have to be more and more precise. It's kind of like having a large square that you manage to fit a slightly smaller circle into. It fills a large part of the hole inside the square, but filling in the remaining gaps between the two are significantly harder as the objects have to be almost a perfect fit to fill the hole. I plugged my circle months ago, and just finished the harder of the two remaining holes or gaps I had left before the ritual would work again. Any day now I could find the last piece I need and I will be ready to proceed. That's great, Harry. Daphne smiled, happy for me. So what new effect did you add to your ritual to make it complete again? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.